Sketches Among the Poor, No. 1, by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Blackwood's Edinburgh magazine, January 1837. Sketches Among the Poor, No. 1. In childhood's days I do remember me of one dark house behind an old elm tree, by gloomy streets surrounded, where the flower brought from the fresher air, scarce for an hour, retained its fragrant scent. Yet men lived there, yea, and in happiness. The mind doth clear in most dense airs its own bright atmosphere. But in the house of which I spake, there dwelt one by whom all the weight of smoke was felt. She had o'erstepped the bound twixt youth and age, a single, not a lonely, woman, sage and thoughtful ever, yet most truly kind. Without the natural ties, she sought to bind hearts unto hers with gentle, useful love, prompt at each change in sympathy to move, and so she gained the affection which she prized from every living thing, howe'er despised, a call upon her tenderness whene'er the friends around her had a grief to share. And, if in joy the kind one they forgot, she still rejoiced, and more was wanted not. Said I not truly, she was not alone, though none at evening shared her clean hearthstone? To some she might prosaic seem, but me she always charmed with daily poesy, felt in her every action, never heard e'en as the mate of some sweet singing bird, that mute and still broods upon her treasure nest, her heart's fond hope hid deep within her breast. In all her quiet duties, one dear thought kept ever true and constant sway, not brought before the world, but garnered all the more for being to herself a secret store. Whene'er she heard of country homes, a smile came brightening o'er her serious face the while. She knew not that it came, yet in her heart a hope leaped up, of which that smile was part. She thought the time might come, ere yet the bowl were broken at the fountain, when her soul might listen to its yearnings, unreproved by thought of failure to the cause she loved. When she might leave the close and noisy street, and once again her childhood's home might greet. It was a pleasant place, that early home. The brook went singing by, leaving its foam among the flags and blue forget-me-not, and in a nook above that sheltered spot for ages stood a gnarled hawthorn tree, and if you passed in springtime you might see the knotted trunk all coronalled with flowers, that every breeze shook down in fragrant showers. The earnest bees in odorous cells did lie, hymning their thanks with murmured melody. The evening sun shone brightly on the green, and seemed to linger on the lonely scene, and if to others Mary's early nest showed poor and homely, to her loving breast a charm lay hidden in the very stains which time and weather left. The old dim panes, the grey rough moss, the house leek, you might see were chronicled in childhood's memory, and in her dreams she wandered far and wide among the hills, her sister at her side. That sister slept beneath a grassy tomb, ere time had robbed her of her first sweet bloom. O sleep, thou bringest back our childhood's heart, ere yet the dew exhale, the hope depart. Thou callest up the lost ones, sorrowed o'er, till sorrow's self hath lost her tearful power. Thine is the fairyland where shadows dwell, evoked in dreams by some strange hidden spell. But day and waking have their dreams. O sleep, when hope and memory their fond watches keep. And such o'er Mary held supremest sway, when kindly labours tasked her hands all day. Employed her hands, her thoughts roamed far and free, till sense called down to calm reality. A few short weeks, and then, unbound the chains which held her to another's woes or pains, farewell to dusky streets and shrouded skies. Her treasured home should bless her yearning eyes, and fair as in the days of childish glee each grassy nook and wooded haunt should be. Yet ever, as one sorrow passed away, another called the tender one to stay, and, where so late she shared the bright glad mirth, the phantom grief sat cowering at the hearth. So days and weeks passed on, and grew to years, unwept by Mary, save for others' tears. As a fond nurse, that from the mother's breast lulls the tired infant to its quiet rest, first stills each sound, then lets the curtain fall to cast a dim and sleepy light o'er all, so age drew gently o'er each wearied sense a deepening shade to smooth the parting hence. Each cherished accent, each familiar tone, fell from her daily music, one by one. Still her attentive looks could rightly guess what moving lips by sound could not express. O'er each loved face next came a filmy veil, and shine and shadow from her sight did fail. And, last of all, the solemn change they saw, depriving death of half his regal awe. The minds sank down to childishness, and they, relying on her counsel day by day, as some lone wanderer from his home afar takes for his guide some fixed and well-known star, till clouds come wafting o'er its trembling light and leave him wildered in the pathless night, sought her changed face with strange uncertain gaze, still praying her to lead them through the maze. They pitied her lone fate and deemed it sad, yet, as in early childhood, was she glad. No sense had she of change, or loss of thought, with those around her no communion sought. Scarce knew she of her being. Fancy wild had placed her in her father's house a child. It was her mother sang her to her rest. The lark awoke her, springing from his nest. The bees sang cheerily the livelong day, lurking mid flowers whenever she did play. The Sabbath bells rang as in years gone by, swelling and falling on the soft wind's sigh. Her little sisters knelt with her in prayer, and nightly did her father's blessing share. So, wrapped in glad imaginings, her life stole on, with all her sweet young memories rife. I often think, if by this mortal light we e'er can read another's lot aright, that for her loving heart a blessing came, unseen by many, clouded by a name, and all the outward fading from the world was like the flower at night, when it has furled its golden leaves, and lapped them round its heart, to nestle closer in its sweetest part. Yes, angel voices called her childhood back, blotting out life with its dim, sorrowy track. Her secret wish was ever known in heaven, and so in mystery was the answer given. In sadness many mourned her latter years, but blessing shone behind that mist of tears, and, as the child she deemed herself, she lies in gentle slumber till the dead shall rise. End of Sketches Among the Poor, No. 1, by Elizabeth Gaskell. Read by Phil Benson. Clopton Hall, by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From William Howitt's Visits to Remarkable Places, 1840. Clopton House. I wonder if you will know Clopton Hall, about a mile from Stratford-on-Avon. Will you allow me to tell you of a very happy day I once spent there? I was at school in the neighbourhood, and one of my schoolfellows was the daughter of a Mr. W., who then lived at Clopton. Mrs. W. asked a party of the girls to go and spend a long afternoon, and we set off one beautiful autumn day, full of delight and wonder respecting the place we were going to see. We passed through desolate, half-cultivated fields, till we came within sight of the house, a large, heavy, compact, square brick building, of that deep, dead red, almost approaching to purple. In front was a large formal court, with the massy pillars surmounted with two grim monsters, but the walls of the court were broken down, and the grass grew as rank and wild within the enclosure as in the raised avenue walk down which we had come. The flowers were tangled with nettles, and it was only as we approached the house that we saw the single yellow rose and the Austrian briar trained into something like order round the deep-set diamond-paned windows. We trooped into the hall with its tessellated marble floor, hung round with strange portraits of people who had been in their graves 200 years at least. Yet the colours were so fresh, and in some instances they were so lifelike, that looking merely at the faces, I almost fancied the originals might be sitting in the parlour beyond. More completely to carry us back, as it were, to the days of the Civil Wars, there was a sort of military map hung up, well finished with pen and ink, showing the stations of the respective armies, and with old-fashioned writing beneath, the names of the principal towns, setting forth the strength of the garrison, etc. In this hall we were met by our kind hostess, and told we might ramble where we liked, in the house or out of the house, taking care to be in the recessed parlour by tea-time. I preferred to wander up the wide shelving oak staircase, with its massy balustrade all crumbling and worm-eaten. The family then residing at the hall did not occupy one half, no, not 1/3 of the rooms, and the old-fashioned furniture was undisturbed in the greater part of them. In one of the bedrooms, said to be haunted, and which, with its close pent-up atmosphere and the long shadows of evening creeping on, gave me an eerie feeling, hung a portrait so singularly beautiful, a sweet-looking girl with palely gold hair combed back from her forehead and falling away in wavy ringlets on her neck, and with eyes that looked like violets filled with dew, for there was the glittering of unshed tears before their deep dark blue. And that was the likeness of Charlotte Clopton, about whom there was so fearful a legend told at Stratford Church. In the time of some epidemic, the sweating sickness or the plague, this young girl had sickened, and to all appearance died. She was buried with fearful haste in the vaults of Clopton Chapel, attached to Stratford Church, but the sickness was not stayed. In a few days another of the Cloptons died, and him they bore to the ancestral vault. But as they descended the gloomy stairs they saw by the torchlight Charlotte Clopton in her grave clothes, leaning against the wall, and when they looked nearer she was indeed dead, but not before, in the agonies of despair and hunger, she had bitten a piece from her white round shoulder. Of course, she had walked ever since. This was Charlotte's chamber, and beyond Charlotte's chamber was a state chamber, carpeted with the dust of many years, and darkened by the creepers which had covered up the windows, and even forced themselves in luxuriant daring through the broken panes. Beyond, again, there was an old Catholic chapel, with a chaplain's room, which had been walled up and forgotten till within the last few years. I went in on my hands and knees, for the entrance was very low. I recollect little in the chapel, but in the chaplain's room were old, and I should think rare, editions of many books, mostly folios. A large yellow paper copy of Dryden's All for Love or the World Well Lost, date 1686, caught my eye, and is the only one I particularly remember. Every here and there, as I wandered, I came upon a fresh branch of a staircase, and so numerous were the crooked, half-lighted passages that I wondered if I could find my way back again. There was a curious carved old chest in one of these passages, and with girlish curiosity I tried to open it. But the lid was too heavy, till I persuaded one of my companions to help me, and when it was opened, what do you think we saw? Bones! But whether human, whether the remains of the lost bride, we did not stay to see, but ran off in a partly feigned and partly real terror. The last of these deserted rooms that I remember, the last, the most deserted and the saddest, was the nursery. A nursery without children, without singing voices, without merry chiming footsteps. A nursery hung round with its once inhabitants, bold gallant boys and fair arch-looking girls, and one or two nurses with round fat babies in their arms. Who were they all? What was their lot in life? Sunshine or storm? Or had they been loved by the gods and died young? the very echoes knew not. Behind the house, in a hollow, now wild, damp, and overgrown with elder bushes, was a well called Margaret's Well, for there had been a maiden of the house of that name drowned herself. I tried to obtain any information I could as to the family of Clopton of Clopton. They had been decaying ever since the civil wars, had for a generation or two been unable to live in the old house of their fathers, but had toiled in London or abroad for a livelihood, and the last of the old family, a bachelor, eccentric, miserly, old, and of most filthy habits, if report said true, had died at Clopton Hall but a few months before, a sort of boarder in Mr. W.'s family. He was buried in the gorgeous chapel of the Cloptons in Stratford Church, where you see the banners waving, and the armour hung over one or two splendid monuments. Mr. W. had been the old man's solicitor and completely in his confidence, and to him he left the estate, encumbered and in bad condition. A year or two afterwards, the heir at law, a very distant relation living in Ireland, claimed and obtained his estate on the plea of undue influence, if not of forgery, on Mr. W.'s part, and the last I heard of our kind entertainers on that day was that they were outlawed and living at Brussels. End of Clopton Hall by Elizabeth Gaskell. Read by Phil Benson. Libbie Marsh's 3 Eras by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Howitt's Journal of Literature and Popular Progress, June 1847. Era 1. Valentine's Day. Last November but one, there was a flitting in our neighbourhood. Hardly a flitting, after all, for it was only a single person changing her place of abode from one lodging to another. And instead of a cartload of drawers and baskets, dressers and beds, with old King Clock at the top of all, it was only one large wooden chest to be carried after the girl, who moved slowly and heavily along the streets, listless and depressed, more from the state of her mind than of her body. It was Libbie Marsh, who had been obliged to quit her room in Dean Street, because the acquaintances whom she had been living with were leaving Manchester. She tried to think herself fortunate in having met with lodgings rather more out of the town, and with those who were known to be respectable. She did indeed try to be contented, but in spite of her reason, the old feeling of desolation came over her, as she was now about to be thrown again entirely among strangers. No. 2, Court, Albemarle Street, was reached at last, and the pace, slow as it was, slackened as she drew near the spot where she was to be left by the man who carried her box. For, trivial as her acquaintance with him was, he was not quite a stranger, as everyone else was, peering out of their open doors and satisfying themselves it was only Dixon's new lodger. Dixon's house was the last on the left-hand side of the court. A high dead brick wall connected it with its opposite neighbour. All the dwellings were of the same monotonous pattern, and one side of the court looked at its exact likeness opposite, as if it were seeing itself in a looking-glass. Dixon's house was shut up and the key left next door, but the woman in whose charge it was left knew that Libby was expected, and came forward to say a few explanatory words, to unlock the door, and stir the dull grey ashes that were lazily burning in the grate. And then she returned to her own house, leaving poor Libby standing alone with the great big chest in the middle of the house-place floor, with no one to say a word. Even a commonplace remark would have been better than this dull silence, that could help her to repel the fast-coming tears. Dixon and his wife and their eldest girl worked in factories, and were absent all day from the house. The youngest child, also a little girl, was boarded out on the weekdays at the neighbour's, where the door-key was deposited, but although busy making dirt pies at the entrance to the court when Libby came in, she was too young to care much about her parents' new lodger. Libby knew that she was to sleep with the elder girl in the front bedroom, but, as you may fancy, it seemed a liberty even to go upstairs to take off her things, when no one was at home to marshal the way up the ladder-like steps. So she could only take off her bonnet and sit down, and gaze at the now blazing fire, and think sadly on the past, and on the lonely creature she was in this wide world, father and mother gone, her little brother long since dead. He would have been more than 19 had he been alive, but she only thought of him as the darling baby. Her only friends, to call friends, living far away at their new house. Her employers, kind enough people in their way, but too rapidly twirling round on this bustling earth to have leisure to think of the little workwoman, excepting when they wanted gowns turned, carpets mended, or household linen darned, and hardly even the natural though hidden hope of a young girl's heart to cheer her on with the bright visions of a home of her own at some future day, where, loving and beloved, she might fulfil a woman's dearest duties. For Libby was very plain, as she had known so long that the consciousness of it had ceased to mortify her. You can hardly live in Manchester without having some idea of your personal appearance. The factory lads and lasses take good care of that, and if you meet them at the hours when they are pouring out of the mills, you are sure to hear a good number of truths, some of them combined with such a spirit of impudent fun that you can scarcely keep from laughing, even at the joke against yourself. Libby had often and often been greeted by such questions as, "How long is it since you were a beauty? What would you take a day to stand in the fields to scare away the birds?" etc., for her to linger under any impression as to her looks. While she was thus musing and quietly crying under the pictures her fancy had conjured up, the Dicksons came dropping in and surprised her with her wet cheeks and quivering lips. She almost wished to have the stillness again that had so oppressed her an hour ago. They talked and laughed so loudly and so much, and bustled about so noisily over everything they did. Dickson took hold of one iron handle of her box and helped her to bump it upstairs, while his daughter Anne followed to see the unpacking, and what sort of clothes little sewing body had gotten. Mrs. Dickson rattled out her tea things and put the kettle on, fetched home her youngest child, which added to the commotion. Then she called Anne downstairs and sent her for this thing and that, eggs to put to the cream, it was so thin, ham to give a relish to the bread and butter, some new bread, hot if she could get it. Libby heard all these orders given at full pitch of Mrs. Dickson's voice, and wondered at their extravagance, so different from the habits of the place where she had last lodged. But they were fine spinners in the receipt of good wages, and confined all day in an atmosphere ranging from 75 to 80 degrees. They had lost all natural healthy appetite for simple food, and having no higher tastes, found their greatest enjoyment in their luxurious meals. When tea was ready, Libby was called downstairs with a rough but hearty invitation to share their meal. She sat mutely at the corner of the tea table while they went on with their own conversation about people and things she knew nothing about, till at length she ventured to ask for a candle, to go and finish her unpacking before bedtime, as she had to go out sewing for several succeeding days. But once in the comparative peace of her bedroom, her energy failed her, and she contented herself with locking her Noah's Ark of a chest, and put out her candle and went to sit by the window and gaze out at the bright heavens. For ever and ever the blue sky that bends over all sheds down a feeling of sympathy with the sorrowful at the solemn hours when the ceaseless stars are seen to pace its depths. By and by her eye fell down to gazing at the corresponding window to her own on the opposite side of the court. It was lighted, but the blind was drawn down. Upon the blind she saw, first unconsciously, the constant weary motion of a little spectral shadow, a child's hand and arm, no more, long thin fingers hanging down from the wrist, while the arm moved up and down, as if keeping time to the heavy pulses of dull pain. She could not help hoping that sleep would soon come to still that incessant feeble motion, and now and then it did cease, as if the little creature had dropped into a slumber from very weariness. But presently the arm jerked up with the fingers clenched, as if with a sudden start of agony. When Anne came up to bed, Libby was still sitting, watching the shadow, and she directly asked to whom it belonged. "It'll be Margaret Hall's, lad. Last summer, when it was so hot, there was no biding with the window shut at night, and theirs was open too, and many's the time he has waked me with his moans. They say he's been better sin' cold weather came." "Is he always in bed? Whatten ails him?" asked Libby. "Summat's amiss wi' his backbone, folks say. He's better and worse like. He's a nice little chap enough, and his mother's not that bad either, only my mother and her had words, so now we don't speak." Libby went on watching, and when she next spoke, to ask who and what his mother was, Anne Dickson was fast asleep. Time passed away, and as usual unveiled the hidden things. Libby found out that Margaret Hall was a widow who earned her living as a washerwoman, that the little suffering lad was her only child, her dearly beloved, that while she scolded pretty nearly everybody else, till her name was up in the neighbourhood for a termagant, to him she was evidently most tender and gentle. He lay alone on his little bed near the window through the day, while she was away toiling for a livelihood. But when Libby had plain sewing to do at her lodgings, instead of going out to sew, she used to watch him from her bedroom window for the time when the shadows opposite, by their mute gestures, told that the mother had returned to bend over her child, to smooth his pillow, to alter his position, to get him his nightly cup of tea. And often in the night Libby could not help rising gently from bed to see if the little arm was waving up and down, as was his accustomed habit when sleepless from pain. Libby had a good deal of sewing to do at home that winter, and whenever it was not so cold as to benumb her fingers, she took it upstairs in order to watch the little lad in her few odd moments of pause. On his better days he could sit up enough to peep out of his window, and she found he liked to look at her. Presently she ventured to nod him across the court, and his faint smile and ready nod back again showed that this gave him pleasure. I think she would have been encouraged by this smile to have proceeded to a speaking acquaintance, if it had not been for his terrible mother, to whom it seemed to be irritation enough to know that Libby was a lodger at the Dicksons, for her to talk at her whenever they encountered each other, and to live evidently in wait for some good opportunity of abuse. With her constant interest in him, Libby soon discovered his great want of an object on which to occupy his thoughts, and which might distract his attention, when alone through the long day, from the pain he endured. He was very fond of flowers. It was November when she had first removed to her lodgings, but it had been very mild weather, and a few flowers yet lingered in the gardens, which the country people gathered into nosegays, and brought on market days into Manchester. His mother had brought him a bunch of Michaelmas daisies the very day Libby had become a neighbour, and she watched their history. He put them first in an old teapot, of which the spout was broken off and the lid lost, and he daily replenished the teapot from the jug of water his mother left near him to quench his feverish thirst. By and by, one or two of the constellation of lilac stars faded, and then the time he had hitherto spent in admiring, almost caressing them, was devoted to cutting off those flowers whose decay marred the beauty of the nosegay. It took him half the morning, with his feeble, languid motions, and his cumbrous old scissors, to trim up his diminished darlings. Then at last he seemed to think that he had better preserve the few that remained by drying them. So they were carefully put between the leaves of the old Bible, and then, whenever a better day came, when he had strength enough to lift the ponderous book, he used to open the pages to look at his flower friends. In winter he could have had no more living flowers to tend. Libby thought and thought, till at last an idea flashed upon her mind that often made a happy smile steal over her face as she stitched away, and that cheered her through the solitary winter, for solitary it continued to be, though the Dicksons were very good sort of people, never pressed her for payment if she had but little work to do that week, never grudged her a share of their extravagant meals, which were far more luxurious than she could have met with anywhere else, for her previously agreed payment in case of working at home. And they would have fain taught her to drink rum in her tea, assuring her that she should have it for nothing and welcome, but they were too touchy, too prosperous, too much absorbed in themselves to take off Libby's feeling of solitariness, not half as much as the little face by day and the shadow by night of him with whom she had never yet exchanged a word. Her idea was this. Her mother came from the east of England, where, as perhaps you know, they have the pretty custom of sending presents on St. Valentine's Day with the donor's name unknown. And of course the mystery constitutes half the enjoyment. The 14th of February was Libby's birthday too, and many a year in the happy days of old had her mother delighted to surprise her with some little gift of which she more than half guessed the giver, although each Valentine's Day the manner of its arrival was varied. Since then the 14th of February had been the dreariest of all the year, because the most haunted by memory of departed happiness. But now, this year, if she could not have got the old gladness of heart herself, she would try and brighten the life of another. She would save and she would screw, but she would buy a canary and a cage for that poor little laddie opposite, who wore out his monotonous life with so few pleasures and so much pain. I doubt I may not tell you here of the anxieties and the fears, of the hopes and the self-sacrifices, all perhaps small in the tangible effect as the widow's might, yet not the less marked by the viewless angels who go about continually among us, which varied Libby's life before she accomplished her purpose. It is enough to say it was accomplished. The very day before the 14th, she found time to go with her half-guinea to a barber's who lived near Albemarle Street, and who was famous for his stock of singing birds. There are enthusiasts about all sorts of things, both good and bad, and many of the weavers in Manchester know and care more about birds than anyone would easily credit. Stubborn, silent, reserved men on many things, you have only to touch on the subject of birds to light up their faces with brightness. They will tell you who won the prizes at the last canary show, where the prize birds may be seen, and give you all the details of those funny but pretty and interesting mimicries of great people's cattle shows. Among these amateurs, Emmanuel Morris the barber was an oracle. He took Libby into his little back room, used for private shaving of modest men who did not care to be exhibited in the front shop decked out in the full glories of lather, and which was hung round with birds in rude wicker cages, with the exception of those who had won prizes, and were consequently honoured with gilt wire prisons. The longer and thinner the body of the bird was, the more admiration it received, as far as external beauty went. And when, in addition to this, the colour was deep and clear, and its notes strong and varied, the more did Emmanuel dwell upon its perfections. But these were all prize birds, and, on inquiry, Libby heard, with some little sinking at heart, that their price ran from 1 to 2 guineas. "I'm not over particular as to shape and colour," said she. "I should like a good singer, that's all." She dropped a little in Emmanuel's estimation. However, he showed her his good singers, but all were above Libby's means. "After all, I don't think I care so much about the singing very loud. It's but a noise after all, and sometimes noise fidgets folks." "There must be nesh folks as is put out with the singing of birds," replied Emmanuel, rather affronted. "It's for one who is poorly," said Libby deprecatingly. "Well," said he, as if considering the matter, "folk that are cranky often take more to them as shows 'em love than to them as is clever and gifted. Happen you'd rather have this un," opening a cage door and calling to a dull-coloured bird sitting moped up in a corner. "Here, Jupiter, Jupiter." The bird soothed its feathers in an instant, and uttering a little note of delight, flew to Emmanuel, putting his beak to his lips as if kissing him, and then perching on his head. It began a gurgling warble of pleasure, not by any means so varied or so clear as the song of the others, but which pleased Libby more for she was always one to find out that she liked the gooseberries that were accessible better than the grapes that were beyond her reach. The price, too, was just right, so she gladly took possession of the cage and hid it under her cloak, preparatory to carrying it home. Emmanuel, meanwhile, was giving her directions as to its food, with all the minuteness of one loving his subject. "Will it soon get to know anyone?" asked she. "Give him 2 days only, and you and he'll be as thick as him and me are now. You've only to open his door and call him, and he'll follow you round the room, but he'll first kiss you, and then perch on your head. He only wants larding, which I've no time to give him, to do many another accomplishment." "What's his name? I did not rightly catch it." "Jupiter. It's not common, but the town's o'errun with bobbies and dickies, and as my birds are thought a bit out of the way, I like to have better names for 'em, so I just picked a few out of me lads' school books. It's just as ready when you're used to it to say Jupiter as Dicky." "I could bring my tongue round to Peter better. Would he answer to Peter?" asked Libby, now on the point of departing. "Happen he might, but I think he'd come readier to the 3 syllables. On Valentine's Day, Jupiter's cage was decked round with ivy leaves, making quite a pretty wreath on the wickerwork, and to one of them was pinned a slip of paper, with these words written in Libby's best round hand: "From your faithful Valentine. Please take notice his name is Peter, and he'll come, if you call him, after a bit." But little work did Libby do that afternoon. She was so engaged in watching for the messenger who was to bear her present to her little Valentine, and run away as soon as he had delivered up the canary and explained to whom it was sent. At last he came, and then there was a pause before the woman of the house was at liberty to take it upstairs. Then Libby saw the little face flush up into a bright colour, the feeble hands tremble with delighted eagerness, the head bent down to try and make out the writing, beyond his power, poor lad, to read, the rapturous turning round of the cage in order to see the canary in every point of view, head, tail, wings, and feet, an intention in which Jupiter, in his uneasiness at being again among strangers, did not second, for he hopped around so as continually to present a full front to the boy. It was a source of never-wearying delight to the little fellow, till daylight closed in. He evidently forgot to wonder who had sent it him, in his gladness at his possession of such a treasure, and when the shadow of his mother darkened on the blind and the bird had been exhibited, Libby saw her do what, with all her tenderness, seemed rarely to have entered into her thoughts. She bent down and kissed her boy, in a mother's sympathy with the joy of her child. The canary was placed for the night between the little bed and the window, and when Libby rose once to take her accustomed peep, she saw the little arm put fondly round the cage, as if embracing his new treasure even in his sleep. How Jupiter slept this first night is quite another thing. So ended the first day in Libby's 3 eras in last year. Era 2. Whitsuntide. The brightest, fullest daylight poured down into number 2 Court, Albemarle Street, and the heat, even at the early hour of 5, as at the noontide on the June days of many years past. The court seemed alive and merry with voices and laughter. The bedroom windows were open wide, and had been so all night, on account of the heat, and every now and then you might see a head and a pair of shoulders, simply encased in shirt sleeves, popped out, and you might hear the inquiry passed from one to the other: "Well, Jack, and where art thee bound for?" "Dunham." "Why, what an old-fashioned chap thou beest. Thy grandad afore thee went to Dunham, but thou wert always a slow coach. I'm off to Alderley, me and my missus." "Ay, that's because there's only thee and thy missus. Wait till thou hast gotten 4 childer like me, and thou'lt be glad enough to take 'em to Dunham, old-fashioned way, for 4d. apiece." "I'd still go to Alderley. I'd not be bothered with me children. They should keep house at home." A pair of hands, the person to whom they belonged invisible, boxed his ears on this last speech in a very spirited though playful manner, and the neighbours all laughed at the surprised look of the speaker at this assault from an unseen foe. The man who had been holding conversation with him cried out, "Sarved him right, Mrs. Slater. He knows nowt about it yet, but when he gets them he'll be as loath to leave the babbies at home on a Whitsuntide as any on us. We shall live to see him in Dunham Park yet, with twins in his arms, and another pair on 'em clutching at daddy's coat-tails, let alone your share of youngsters, missus." At this moment our friend Libby appeared at her window, and Mrs. Slater, who had taken her discomfited husband's place, called out, "Elizabeth Marsh, where are Dixons and you bound to?" "Dixons are not up yet. He said last night he'd take his holiday out in lying in bed. I'm going to the old-fashioned place, Dunham." "Thou art never going by thyself, moping?" "No, I'm going with Margaret Hall and her lad," replied Libby, hastily withdrawing from the window in order to avoid hearing any remarks on the associates she had chosen for her day of pleasure, the scold of the neighbourhood and her sickly ailing child. But Jupiter might have been a dove, and his ivy leaves an olive branch, for the peace he had brought, the happiness he had caused, to 3 individuals at least. For of course it could not be long a mystery who had sent little Frank Hall his valentine, nor could his mother long entertain her hard manner towards one who had given her child a new pleasure. She was shy and she was proud, and for some time she struggled against the natural desire of manifesting her gratitude, but one evening, when Libby was returning home with a bundle of work half as large as herself, as she dragged herself along through the heated streets, she was overtaken by Margaret Hall, her burden gently pulled from her, and her way home shortened, and her weary spirits soothed and cheered by the outpourings of Margaret's heart. For the barrier of reserve once broken down, she had much to say, to thank her for days of amusement and happy employment for her lad, to speak of his gratitude, to tell of her hopes and fears, the hopes and fears that made up the dates of her life. From that time Libby lost her awe of the termagant in interest for the mother, whose all was ventured in so frail a bark. From this time Libby was a fast friend with both mother and son, planning mitigations for the sorrowful days of the latter as eagerly as poor Margaret Hall, and with far more success. His life had flickered up under the charm and excitement of the last few months. He even seemed strong enough to undertake the journey to Dunham, which Libby had arranged as a Whitsuntide treat, and for which she and his mother had been hoarding up for several weeks. The canal boat left Knott Mill at 6, and it was now past 5, so Libby let herself out very gently and went across to her friends. She knocked at the door of the lodging-room, and without waiting for an answer entered. Frankie's face was flushed, and he was trembling with excitement, partly with pleasure, but partly with some eager wish not yet granted. "He wants sore to take Peter with him," said his mother to Libby, as if referring the matter to her. The boy looked imploringly at her. "He would like it, I know, for one thing. He'd miss me sadly, and chirrup for me all day long, he'd be so lonely. I could not be half so happy a thinking on him, left alone here by himself. Then, Libby, he's just like a Christian, so fond of flowers and green leaves and them sort of things. He chirrups to me so when mother brings me a pennyworth of wallflowers to put round his cage. He would talk if he could, you know, but I can tell what he means quite as one as if he spoke. Do let Peter go, Libby. I'll carry him in my own arms." So Jupiter was allowed to be of the party. Now Libby had overcome the great difficulty of conveying Frankie to the boat by offering to slay for a coach, and the shouts and exclamations of the neighbours told them that their conveyance awaited them at the bottom of the court. His mother carried Frankie, light in weight, though heavy in helplessness, and he would hold the cage, believing that he was thus redeeming his pledge, that Peter should be a trouble to no one. Libby proceeded to arrange the bundle containing their dinner as a support in the corner of the coach. The neighbours came out with many blunt speeches and more kindly wishes, and one or two of them would have relieved Margaret of her burden if she would have allowed it. The presence of that little crippled fellow seemed to obliterate all the angry feelings which had existed between his mother and her neighbours, and which had formed the politics of that little court for many a day. And now they were fairly off. Frankie bit his lips in attempted endurance of the pain the motion caused him. He winced and shrank until they were fairly on a macadamised thoroughfare, when he closed his eyes and seemed desirous of a few minutes' rest. Libby felt very shy and very much afraid of being seen by her employers set up in a coach, and so she hid herself in a corner and made herself as small as possible, while Mrs. Hall had exactly the opposite feeling, and was delighted to stand up, stretching out of the window and nodding to pretty nearly everyone they met or passed on the footpaths, and they were not a few, for the streets were quite gay even at that early hour, with parties going to this or that railway station, or to the boats which crowded the canals on this bright holiday week, and almost everyone they met seemed to enter into Mrs. Hall's exhilaration of feeling, and had a smile or nod in return. At last she plumped down by Libby and exclaimed, "I never was in a coach but once afore, and that was when I was going to be married. It's like heaven, and all done over with such beautiful gimp too," continued she, admiring the lining of the vehicle. Jupiter did not enjoy it so much. As if the holiday time, the lovely weather, and the sweet hour of prime had a genial influence, as no doubt they have, everybody's heart seemed softened towards poor Frankie. The driver lifted him out with a tenderness of strength, and bore him carefully down to the boat. The people then made way and gave him the best seat in their power, or rather, I should call it a couch, for they saw he was weary and insisted on his lying down, an attitude he would have been ashamed to assume without the protection of his mother and Libby, who now appeared, bearing their baskets and carrying Peter. Away the boat went, to make room for others, for every conveyance, both by land and water, is in requisition in Whitsun week, to give the hard-worked crowds the opportunity of enjoying the charms of the country. Even every standing place in the canal packets was occupied, and as they glided along, the banks were lined with people who seemed to find its object enough to watch the boats go by, packed close and full with happy beings, brimming with anticipations of a day's pleasure. The country through which they passed is as uninteresting as can well be imagined, but still it is the country, and the screams of delight from the children and the low laughs of pleasure from the parents at every blossoming tree that trailed its wreath against some cottage wall, or at the tufts of late primroses which lingered in the cool depths of grass along the canal banks, the thorough relish of everything, as if dreading to let the least circumstance of this happy day pass over without its due appreciation, made the time all too short, although it took 2 hours to arrive at a place only 8 miles from Manchester. Even Frankie, with all his impatience to see Dunham Woods, which I think he confused with London, believing both to be paved with gold, enjoyed the easy motion of the boat so much, floating along while pictures moved before him, that he regretted when the time came for landing among the soft green meadows that came sloping down to the dancing water's brim. His fellow passengers carried him to the park and refused all payment, although his mother had laid by 6pence on purpose as a recompense for this service. "Oh, Libby, how beautiful! Oh, mother, mother, is the whole world out of Manchester as beautiful as this? I did not know trees were like this. Such green homes for birds. Luke, Peter, would you not like to be there, up among those boughs? But I can't let you go, you know, because you're my little bird brother, and I should be quite lost without you." They spread a shawl upon the fine mossy turf at the root of a beech tree, which made a sort of natural couch, and there they laid him and bade him rest, in spite of the delight which made him believe himself capable of any exertion, where he lay, always holding Jupiter's cage, and often talking to him as to a playfellow. He was on the verge of a green area shut in by magnificent trees, in all the glory of their early foliage, before the summer heats had deepened their verdure, into one rich monotonous tint, and hither came party after party, old men and maidens, young men and children, whose families trooped along after the guiding fathers, who bore the youngest in their arms or astride upon their backs, while they turned round occasionally to the wives, with whom they shared some fond local remembrance. For years has Dunham Park been the favourite resort of the Manchester workpeople, for more years than I can tell, probably ever since the Duke, by his canals, opened out the system of cheap travelling. Its scenery, too, which presents such a complete contrast to the whirl and turmoil of Manchester, so thoroughly woodland with its ancestral trees, here and there lightning blanched, its verdurous walls, its grassy walks leading far away into some glade where you start at the rabbit rustling among the last year's fern, and where the wood-pigeon's call seems the only fitting and accordant sound. Depend upon it, this complete sylvan repose, this accessible quiet, this lapping the soul in green images of the country, forms the most complete contrast to a townsperson, and consequently has over such the greatest power to charm. Presently Libby found out she was very hungry. Now they were but provided with dinner, which was, of course, to be eaten as near 12 o'clock as might be, and Margaret Hall, in her prudence, asked a working man near to tell her what o'clock it was. "Nay," said he, "I'll ne'er look at a clock or watch to-day. I'll not spoil my pleasure by finding out how fast it's going away. If thou art hungry, eat. I make my own dinner hour, and I have eaten mine an hour ago." So they had their veal pies, and then found out it was only about 10:30 o'clock, by so many pleasurable events had that morning been marked. But such was their buoyancy of spirits that they only enjoyed their mistake, and joined in the general laugh against the man who had eaten his dinner somewhere about 9. He laughed most heartily of all, till, suddenly stopping, he said, "I must not go on at this rate. Laughing gives one such an appetite." "Oh, if that's all," said a merry-looking man, lying at full length, and brushing the fresh scent out of the grass, while 2 or 3 little children tumbled over him and crept about him, as kittens or puppies frolic with their parents. "If that's all, we'll have a subscription of eatables for them improvident folk as have eaten their dinner for their breakfast. Here's a sausage pasty and a handful of nuts for my share. Bring round a hat, Bob, and see what the company will give." Bob carried out the joke, much to little Frankie's amusement, and no one was so churlish as to refuse, although the contributions varied from a peppermint drop to a veal pie and a sausage pasty. "It's a thriving trade," said Bob, as he emptied his hatful of provisions on the grass by Libby's side. "Besides, it's tip-top, too, to live on the public. Hark, what is that?" The laughter and the chat were suddenly hushed, and mothers told their little ones to listen, as far away in the distance, now sinking and falling, now swelling and clear, came a ringing peal of children's voices, blended together in one of those psalm tunes which we are all of us familiar with, and which bring to mind the old, old days when we, as wondering children, were first led to worship our Father by those beloved ones who have since gone to the more perfect worship. Holy was that distant choral praise, even to the most thoughtless, and when it, in fact, was ended, in the instant's pause, during which the ear awaits the repetition of the air, they caught the noontide hum and buzz of the myriads of insects who danced away their lives in the glorious day. They heard the swaying of the mighty woods in the soft but resistless breeze. And then again, once more burst forth the merry jests and the shouts of childhood. And again the elder ones resumed their happy talk as they lay or sat under the greenwood tree. Fresh parties came dropping in, some laden with wildflowers, almost with branches of hawthorn indeed, while 1 or 2 had made prizes of the earliest dog roses, and had cast away campion, stitchwort, ragged robin, all to keep the Lady of the Hedges from being obscured or hidden by the community. One after another drew near to Frankie, and looked on with interest as he lay sorting the flowers given to him. Happy parents stood by, with their household bands around them, in health and comeliness, and felt the sad prophecy of those shrivelled limbs, those wasted fingers, those lamp-like eyes with their bright dark lustre. His mother was too eagerly watching his happiness to read the meaning of those grave looks, but Libby saw them and understood them, and a chill shudder went through her, even on that day, as she thought on the future. "Aye, I thought we should give you a start." A start they did give, with their terrible slap on Libby's back, as she sat idly grouping flowers and following out her sorrowful thoughts. It was the Dicksons. Instead of keeping their holiday by lying in bed, they and their children had roused themselves and had come by the omnibus to the nearest point. For an instant the meeting was an awkward one, on account of the feud between Margaret Hall and Mrs. Dickson, but there was no long resisting of kindly Mother Nature's soothings at that holiday time, and in that lonely tranquil spot. Or, if they could have been unheeded, the sight of Frankie would have awed every angry feeling into rest. So changed was he since the Dicksons had last seen him, and since he had been the Puck or the Robin Goodfellow of the neighbourhood, whose marbles were always rolling under other people's feet, and whose top strings were always hanging in nooses to catch the unwary. Yes, he, the feeble, mild, almost girlish-looking lad, had once been a merry, happy rogue, and as such often cuffed by Mrs. Dickson, the very Mrs. Dickson who now stood gazing with the tears in her eyes. Could she, in sight of him, the changed, the fading, keep up a quarrel with his mother? "How long hast thou been here?" asked Dickson. "Welly on for all day," answered Libby. "Hast never been to see the deer at the King and Queen Oaks? Lord, how stupid!" His wife pinched his arm to remind him of Frankie's helpless condition, which, of course, tethered the otherwise willing feet. But Dickson had a remedy. He called Bob and one or two others, and each taking a corner of the strong plaid shawl, they slung Frankie as in a hammock, and thus carried him merrily along, down the wood paths, over the smooth grassy turf, while the glimmering shine and shadow fell on his upturned face. The women walked behind, talking, loitering along, always in sight of the hammock, now picking up some green treasure from the ground, now catching at the low-hanging branches of the horse-chestnut. The soul grew much on this day, and in these woods, and all unconsciously, as souls do grow. They followed Frankie's hammock-bearers up a grassy knoll, on the top of which stood a group of pine-trees, whose stems looked like dark red gold in the sunbeams. They had taken Frankie there to show him Manchester, far away in the blue plain, against which the woodland foreground cut with a soft clear line. Far, far away in the distance on that flat plain you might see the motionless cloud of smoke hanging over a great town, and that was Manchester, ugly, smoky Manchester, dear, busy, earnest, noble-working Manchester, where their children had been born, and where, perhaps, some lay buried, where their homes were, and where God had cast their lives and told them to work out their destiny. "Hurrah for Owd Smoke Jack!" cried Bob, putting Frankie softly down on the grass before he whirled his hat round, preparatory to a shout. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" from all the men. "There's the rim of my hat lying like a quoit yonder," observed Bob quietly, as he replaced his brimless hat on his head with the gravity of a judge. "Here's the Sunday school children are coming to sit on this shady side and have their buns and milk. Hark, they're singing the infant school grace." They sat close at hand, so that Frankie could hear the words they sang, in rings of children, making, in their gay summer prints, newly donned for that week, garlands of little faces, all happy and bright upon that green hillside. One little dot of a girl came shyly behind Frankie, whom she had long been watching, and threw her half bun at his side, and then ran away and hid herself, in very shame at the boldness of her own sweet impulse. She kept peeping from her screen at Frankie all the time, and he, meanwhile, was almost too pleased and happy to eat. The world was so beautiful, and men, women, and children all so tender and kind, so softened, in fact, by the beauty of this earth, so unconsciously touched by the spirit of love which was the creator of this lovely earth. But the day drew to an end, the heat declined, the birds once more began their warblings, the fresh scents again hung about plant and tree and grass, betokening the fragrant presence of the reviving dew, and the boat time was near. As they trod the meadow path once more, they were joined by many a party they had encountered during the day, all abounding in happiness, all full of the day's adventures. Long cherished quarrels had been forgotten, new friendships formed, fresh tastes and higher delights had been imparted that day. We have all of us our look, now and then, called up by some noble or loving thought, our highest on earth, which will be our likeness in heaven. I can catch the glance on many a face, the glancing light of the cloud of glory from heaven, which is our home. That look was present on many a hard-worked, wrinkled countenance as they turned backwards to catch a longing, lingering look at Dunham Woods, fast deepening into blackness of night, but whose memory was to haunt, in greenness and freshness, many a loom and workshop and factory with images of peace and beauty. That night, as Libby lay awake, revolving the incidents of the day, she caught Frankie's voice through the open windows. Instead of the frequent moan of pain, he was trying to recall the burden of one of the children's hymns. Here we suffer grief and pain, here we meet to part again, in heaven we part no more, oh, that will be joyful, etc. She recalled his question, the whispered question to her, in the happiest part of the day. He asked Libby, "Is Dunham like heaven? The people here are as kind as angels, and I don't want heaven to be more beautiful than this place. If you and mother would but die with me, I should like to die, and live always there." She had checked him, for she feared he was impious. But now, the young child's craving for some definite idea of the land to which his inner wisdom told him he was hastening had nothing in it wrong, or even sorrowful, for in heaven we part no more. Era 3. Michaelmas. The church clocks had struck 3. The crowds of gentlemen returning to business after their early dinners had disappeared within offices and warehouses. The streets were clear and quiet, and ladies were venturing to sally forth for their afternoon shoppings and their afternoon calls. Slowly, slowly along the streets, elbowed by life at every turn, a little funeral wound its quiet way. 4 men bore along a child's coffin. 2 women with bowed heads followed meekly. I need not tell you whose coffin it was, or who were those 2 mourners. All was now over with little Frank Hall, his romps, his games, his sickening, his suffering, his death. All was now over but the resurrection and the life. His mother walked as in a stupor. Could it be that he was dead? If he had been less of an object of her thoughts, less of a motive for her labours, she could sooner have realised it. As it was, she followed his poor, cast-off, worn-out body, as if she were borne along by some oppressive dream. If he were really dead, how could she be still alive? Libby's mind was far less stunned, and consequently far more active, than Margaret Hall's. Visions, as in a phantasmagoria, came rapidly passing before her. Recollections of the time, which seemed now so long ago, when the shadow of the feebly waving arm first caught her attention, of the bright, strangely isolated day at Dunham Park, where the world had seemed so full of enjoyment and beauty and life, of the long-continued heat through which poor Frankie had panted away his strength in the little close room, where there was no escaping the hot rays of the afternoon sun, of the long nights when his mother and she had watched by his side as he moaned continually, whether awake or asleep, of the fevered moaning slumber of exhaustion, of the pitiful little self-upbraidings for his own impatience of suffering, only impatient in his own eyes, most true and holy patience in the sight of others, and then the fading away of life, the loss of power, the increased unconsciousness, the lovely look of angelic peace which followed the dark shadow on the countenance. Where was he? What was he now? And so they laid him in his grave, and heard the solemn funeral words, but far off in the distance, as if not addressed to them. Margaret Hall bent over the grave to catch one last glance. She had not spoken, nor sobbed, nor done aught but shiver now and then since the morning. Now her weight bore more heavily on Libby's arm, and without sigh or sound she fell, an unconscious heap, on the piled-up gravel. They helped Libby to bring her round, but long after her half-opened eyes and altered breathing showed that her senses were restored, she lay, speechless and motionless, without attempting to rise from her strange bed, as if the earth contained nothing worth even that trifling exertion. At last Libby and she left that wholly consecrated spot, and bent their steps back to the only place more consecrated still, where he had rendered up his spirit, and where memories of him haunted each common rude piece of furniture that their eyes fell upon. As the woman of the house opened the door, she pulled Libby on one side and said, "Aunt Dixon has been across to see you. She wants to have a word with you." "I cannot go now," replied Libby, as she pushed hastily along in order to enter the room, his room, at the same time with the childless mother, for, as she had anticipated, the sight of that empty spot, the glance at the uncurtained opened window, letting in the fresh air, and the broad rejoicing light of day, where all had so long been darkened and subdued, unlocked the waters of the fountain, and long and shrill were the cries for her boy that the poor woman uttered. "Oh, dear Mrs. Hall," said Libby, herself drenched in tears, "do not take it on so badly. I'm sure it would grieve him sore if he were alive, and you know he is, Bible tells us so, and maybe he's here watching how we go on without him, and hoping we don't fret over much." Mrs. Hall's sobs grew worse and more hysterical. "Oh, listen," said Libby, once more struggling against her own increasing agitation. "Listen. There's Peter chirping as he always does when he's put about, frightened like, and you know he that's gone could never abide to hear the canary chirp in that shrill way." Margaret Hall did check herself and curb her expressions of agony in order not to frighten the little creature he had loved, and as her outward grief subsided, Libby took up the large old Bible, which fell open at the never-failing comfort of the 14th chapter of St. John's Gospel. How often these large family Bibles do open at that chapter, as if, unused in more joyous and prosperous times, the soul went home to its words of loving sympathy when weary and sorrowful, just as the little child seeks the tender comfort of its mother in all its griefs and cares. And Margaret put back her wet, ruffled grey hair from her heated, tear-stained, woeful face, and listened with such earnest eyes, trying to form some idea of the Father's house where her boy had gone to dwell. They were interrupted by a low tap at the door. Libby went. "Anne Dixon has watched you home and wants to have a word with you," said the woman of the house in a whisper. Libby went back and closed the book, with a word of explanation to Margaret Hall, and then ran downstairs to learn the reason of Anne's anxiety to see her. "Oh, Libby!" she burst out with, and then checking herself with the remembrance of Libby's last solemn duty. "How's Margaret Hall? But of course, poor thing, she'll fret a bit at first. She'll be some time coming round, mother says, seeing it's as well that poor lad is taken. For he'd always ha' been a cripple and a trouble to her. He was a fine lad once, too." She had come full of another and a different subject, but the sight of Libby's sad, weeping face, and the quiet, subdued tone of her manner, made her feel it awkward to begin on any other theme than the one which filled up her companion's mind. To her last speech, Libby answered sorrowfully, "No doubt, Anne, it's ordered for the best. But oh, Don't call him. Don't think he could ever have been a trouble to his mother, though he were a cripple. She loved him all the more for each thing she had to do for him. I'm sure she did. I'm sure I did." Libby cried a little behind her apron. Anne Dickson felt still more awkward in introducing the discordant subject. "Well, flesh is grass, Bible says," and having fulfilled the etiquette of quoting a text if possible, if not of making a moral observation on the fleeting nature of earthly things, she thought she was at liberty to pass on to her real errand. "You must not go on moping yourself, Libbie Marsh. What I wanted special for to see you this afternoon was to tell you must come to my wedding to-morrow. Nanny Dawson has fallen sick, and there's none as I should like to have bridesmaid in her place as well as you." "To-morrow? Oh, I cannot. Indeed I cannot." "Why not?" Libby did not answer, and Anne Dickson grew impatient. "Surely, in the name of goodness, you're never going to baulk yourself of a day's pleasure for the sake of yon little cripple that's dead and gone?" "No, it's not baulking myself of. Don't be angry, Anne Dickson, with him, please. But I don't think it would be a pleasure to me. I don't feel as if I could enjoy it. Thank you all the same. But I did love that little lad very dearly. I did," sobbing a little, "and I can't forget him and make merry so soon." "Well, I never!" exclaimed Anne, almost angrily. "Indeed, Anne, I feel your kindness, and you and Bob have me best wishes. That's what you have. But even if I went, I should be thinking all day of him and of his poor, poor mother, and as they say, it's bad to think very much on them that's dead at a wedding." "Nonsense," said Anne. "I'll take the risk of the ill luck. After all, what is marrying? Just a spree, Bob says. He often says he does not think I shall make him a good wife, for I know nought about house matters wi' working in a factory. But he says he'd rather be uneasy wi' me than easy wi' anybody else. There's love for you. And I tell him I'd rather have him tipsy than anyone else sober." "Oh, Anne Dickson, hush! You don't know yet what it is to have a drunken husband. I've seen something of it. Father used to get fuddled, and in the long run it killed mother. Let alone... Oh, Anne, God above only knows what the wife of a drunken man has to bear. Don't tell," said she, lowering her voice, "but father killed our little baby in one of his bouts. Mother never looked up again, nor father either for that matter, only his was in a different way. Mother will have gotten to little Jemmy now, and they'll be so happy together, and perhaps Frankie too. Oh," said she, recovering herself from her train of thought, "never say aught lightly of the wife's lot whose husband is given to drink." "Dear, what a preachment! I tell you what, Libby, you're as born an old maid as I ever saw. You'll never be married to either drunken or sober." Libby's face went rather red, but without losing its meek expression. "I know that as well as you can tell me, and more reason, therefore, as God has seen fit to keep me out of woman's natural work, I should try and find work for myself. I mean," seeing Anne Dickson's puzzled look, "that as I know I'm never likely to have a home of my own, or a husband that would look to me to make all straight, or children to watch over or care for, all which I take to be woman's natural work, I must not lose time in fretting and fidgeting after marriage, but just look about me for somewhat else to do. I can see many a one misses it in this. They will hanker after what is ne'er likely to be theirs, instead of facing it out and settling down to be old maids, and, as old maids, just looking round for the odd jobs God leaves in the world for such as old maids to do. There's plenty of such work, and there's the blessing of God on 'em as does it." Libby was almost out of breath at this outpouring of what had long been in her inner thoughts. "That's all very true, I make no doubt, for them as is to be old maids. But as I'm not, please God to-morrow comes, you might have spared your breath to cool your porridge. What I want to know is, whether you'll be bridesmaid to-morrow or not. Come, now do. It will do you good after all your working and watching and slaving yourself for that poor Frankie Hall." "It was one of my odd jobs," said Libby, smiling, though her eyes were brimming over with tears. "But, dear Anne," said she, recovering herself, "I could not do it to-morrow. Indeed I could not." "And I can't wait," said Anne Dickson, almost sulkily. "Bob and I put it off from to-day because of the funeral, and Bob had set his heart on its being on Michaelmas Day, and Mother says the goose won't keep beyond to-morrow. Do come. Father finds eatables, and Bob finds drink, and we shall be so jolly. And after we've been to church, we're to walk round the town in pairs, white satin ribbon in our bonnets, and refreshments at any public house we like, Bob says. And after dinner there's to be a dance. Don't be a fool. You can do no good by staying. Margaret Hall will have to go out washing, I'll be bound." "Yes, she must go to Mrs. Wilkinson's, and for that matter, I must go working too. Mrs. Williams has been after me to make her girls' winter things ready. Only I could not leave Frankie, he clung so to me." "Then you won't be bridesmaid? Is that your last word?" "It is. You must not be angry with me, Anne Dickson," said Libby deprecatingly. But Anne was gone without a reply. With a heavy heart Libby mounted the little staircase, for she felt how ungracious her refusal of Anne's kindness must appear to one who understood so little the feelings which rendered her acceptance of it a moral impossibility. On opening the door she saw Margaret Hall with the Bible open on the table before her, for she had puzzled out the place where Libby was reading, and, with her finger under the line, was spelling out the words of consolation, piecing the syllables together aloud with the earnest anxiety of comprehension with which a child first learns to read. So Libby took the stool by her side before she was aware that anyone had entered the room. "What did she want you for?" asked Margaret. "But I can guess. She wanted you to be at th' wedding that is to come off this week, they say. Aye, they'll marry and laugh and dance all as one as if my boy was alive," said she bitterly. "Well, he was neither kith nor kin nor yours, so I maun try and be thankful for what you've done for him, and not wonder at you forgetting him afore he's well settled in his grave." "I never can forget him, and I'm not going to the wedding," said Libby quietly, for she understood the mother's jealousy of her dead child's claims. "I must go work at Mrs. Williams to-morrow," she said in explanation, for she was unwilling to boast of her tender, fond regret, which had been her principal motive for declining Anne's invitation. "And I mun go washing, just as if nothing had happened," sighed forth Mrs. Hall. "And I mun come home at night and find his place empty, and all still where I used to be sure of hearing his voice ere I ever got up the stair. No one will ever call me mother again." She fell crying pitifully, and Libby could not speak for her own emotion for some time. But during this silence she put the keystone in the arch of thought she had been building up for many days, and when Margaret was again calm in her sorrow, Libby said, "Mrs. Hall, I should like. Would you like me to come for to live here altogether?" Margaret Hall looked up with a sudden light in her countenance, which encouraged Libby to go on. "I could sleep with you and pay half, you know, and we should be together in the evenings. And her as was home first would watch for the other, and," dropping her voice, "we could talk of him at nights, you know." She was going on, but Mrs. Hall interrupted her. "Oh, Libbie Marsh, and can you really think of coming to live with me? I should like it above... But no, it must not be. You've no notion on what a creature I am at times. More like a mad one when I'm in a rage, and I cannot keep it down. I seem to get out of bed wrong side in the morning, and I must have me passion out with the first person I meet. Why, Libby," said she, with a doleful look of agony on her face, "I even used to fly out on him, poor sick lad as he was, and you may judge how little you can keep it down for that. No, you must not come. I must live alone now," sinking her voice into the low tones of despair. But Libby's resolution was brave and strong. "I'm not afraid," said she, smiling. "I know you better than you know yourself, Mrs. Hall. I've seen you try of late to keep it down when you've been boiling over, and I think you'll go on a-doing so. And at any rate, when you've had your fit out, you're very kind, and I can forget if you've been a bit put out. But I'll try not to put you out. Do let me come. I think he would like us to keep together. I'll do my very best to make you comfortable." It's me as will be making your life miserable with me temper, or else, God knows, how my heart clings to you. You and me is folk alone in the world, for we both loved one who is dead, and who had none else to love him. If you will live with me, Libby, I'll try as I never did afore to be gentle and quiet-tempered. Oh, will you try me, Libbie Marsh?" So, out of the little grave, there sprang a hope and a resolution which made life an object to each of the two. When Elizabeth Marsh returned home the next evening from her day's labours, Anne, Dixon no longer, crossed over, all in her bridal finery, to endeavour to induce her to join the dance going on in her father's house. "Dear Anne, this is good o' you, thinking of me to-night," said Libby, kissing her, "and though I cannot come, I promised Mrs. Hall to be with her. I shall think on you, and I trust you'll be happy. I've got a little needle case I have out for you. Stay, here it is. I wish it were more, only, I know what. You've been a-spending all your money in nice things for poor Frankie. Thou art a real good un, Libby, and I'll keep your needle-book to me dying day. That I will." Seeing Anne in such a friendly mood emboldened Libby to tell her of her change in place, of her intention of lodging henceforward with Margaret Hall. "Thou never will! Why, father and mother are as fond of thee as can be. They'll lower thy rent if that's what it is, and thou know'st they never grudge thee a bit or drop. And Margaret Hall, of all folk to lodge wi', she's such a tartar. Sooner than not have a quarrel, she'd fight right hand against left. Thou'lt have no peace of thy life. What on earth can make you think of such a thing, Libbie Marsh?" "She'll be so lonely without me," pleaded Libby. "I'm sure I could make her happier, even if she did scold me a bit now and then, than she'd be a living alone, and I'm not afraid of her, and I mean to do my best not to vex her, and it will ease her heart, maybe, to talk to me at times about Frankie. I shall often see your father and mother, and I shall always thank them for their kindness to me, but they have you and little Mary, and poor Mrs. Hall has no one." Anne could only repeat, "Well, I never," and hurry off to tell the news at home. But Libby was right. Margaret Hall is a different woman to the scold of the neighbourhood she once was. Touched and softened by the two purifying angels, sorrow and love. And it is beautiful to see her affection, her reverence for Libbie Marsh. Her dead mother could hardly have cared for her more tenderly than does the hard-hearted washerwoman, not long ago so fierce and unwomanly. Libby herself has such peace shining on her countenance as almost makes it beautiful, as she tenders the services of a daughter to Frankie's mother, no longer the desolate, lonely orphan, a stranger on the earth. Do you ever read the moral, concluding sentence of a story? I never do, but I once, in the year 1811, I think, heard of a deaf old lady, living by herself, who did, and as she may have left some descendants with the same amiable peculiarity, I will put in for their benefit what I believe to be the secret of Libby's peace of mind, the real reason why she no longer feels oppressed at her own loneliness in the world. She has a purpose in life, and that purpose is a holy one. End of Libbie Marsh's 3 Eras by Elizabeth Gaskell. Read by Phil Benson in Sydney, Australia. The Sexton's Hero by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Howitt's Journal, September 1847. The afternoon sun shed down his glorious rays on the grassy churchyard, making the shadow cast by the old yew tree under which we sat seem deeper and deeper by contrast. The everlasting hum of myriads of summer insects made luxurious lullaby. Of the view that lay beneath our gaze I cannot speak adequately. The foreground was the grey stone wall of the vicarage garden, rich in the colouring made by the innumerable lichens, ferns, ivy of most tender green and most delicate tracery, and the vivid scarlet of the cranesbill which found a home in every nook and crevice, and at the summit of that old wall flaunted some unpruned tendrils of the vine, and long flower-laden branches of the climbing rose-tree trained against the inner side. Beyond lay meadow green and mountain grey, and the blue dazzle of Morecambe Bay as it sparkled between us and the more distant view. For a while we were silent, living in sight and murmuring sound. Then Jeremy took up our conversation where, suddenly feeling weariness, as we saw that deep green shadowy resting place, we had ceased speaking a quarter of an hour before. It is one of the luxuries of holiday time that thoughts are not rudely shaken from us by outward violence of hurry and busy impatience, but fall maturely from our lips in the sunny leisure of our days. The stock may be bad, but the fruit is ripe. "How would you then define a hero?" I asked. There was a long pause, and I had almost forgotten my question in watching a cloud shadow floating over the far-away hills, when Jeremy made answer. "My idea of a hero is one who acts up to the highest idea of duty he has been able to form, no matter at what sacrifice. I think that by this definition we may include all phases of character, even to the heroes of old, whose sole, and to us low, idea of duty consisted in personal prowess." "Then you would even admit the military heroes?" asked I. "I would, with a certain kind of pity for the circumstances which had given them no higher ideas of duty. Still, if they sacrificed self to do what they sincerely believed to be right, I do not think I could deny them the title of hero. A poor, unchristian heroism, whose manifestation consists in injury to others," I said. We were both startled by a third voice. "If I might make so bold, sir," and then the speaker stopped. It was the Sexton, whom, when we first arrived, we had noticed as an accessory to the scene, but whom we had forgotten, as much as though he was as inanimate as one of the moss-covered headstones. "If I might be so bold," said he again, waiting leave to speak. Jeremy bowed in deference to his white uncovered head, and so encouraged he went on. "What that gentleman," alluding to my last speech, "has just now said, brings to my mind one who is dead and gone this many a year ago. I, maybe, have not rightly understood your meaning, gentlemen, but as far as I could gather it, I think you'd both have given in to thinking poor Gilbert Dawson a hero. At any rate," said he, heaving a long quivering sigh, "I have reason to think him so." "Will you take a seat, sir, and tell us about him?" said Jeremy, standing up until the old man was seated. I confess I felt impatient at the interruption. "It will be 45 year come Martinmas," said the Sexton, sitting down on a grassy mound at our feet, "since I finished my apprenticeship and settled down at Lindle. You can see Lindle, sir, at evenings and mornings across the bay, a little to the right of Grange. At least, I used to see it, many a time and oft, afore my sight grew so dark, and I've spent many a quarter of an hour a-gazing at it far away, and thinking of the days I lived there, till the tears came so thick to my eyes I could gaze no longer. I shall never look upon it again, either far off or near. But you may see it both ways, and a terrible bonny spot it is. In my young days, when I went to settle there, it was full of as wild a set of young fellows as ever were clapped eyes on, all for fighting, poaching, quarrelling, and such like work. I was startled myself when I first found what a set I were among, but soon I began to fall into their ways, and I ended by being as rough a chap as any on 'em. I'd been there a matter of 2 year, and were reckoned by most the cock of the village, when Gilbert Dawson, as I was speaking of, came to Lindle. He were about as strapping a chap as I was. I used to be 6 feet high, though now I'm so shrunk and doubled up, and as we were like in the same trade, both used to prepare osiers and wood for the Liverpool coopers, who get a good deal of stuff from the copses round the bay, sir, we were thrown together, and took mightily to each other. I put my best leg foremost to be equal with Gilbert, for I'd had some schooling, though since I'd been at Lindle I'd lost a good part of what I'd learnt, and I kept my rough ways out of sight for a time. I felt so ashamed of his getting to know them. But that didn't last long, I began to think he fancied a girl I dearly loved, but who had always held off from me. But she was a pretty one in those days. There's none like her now. I think I see her going along the road with a dancing tread and shaking back her long yellow curls to give me or any other young fellow a saucy word. No wonder Gilbert was taken with her, for all he was grave, and she so merry and light. But I began to think she liked him again, and then my blood was all afire. I got to hate him for everything he did. Aforetime I had stood by, admiring to see him, how he leapt, and what a quoiter and cricketer he was, and now I ground my teeth with hatred whene'er he did a thing which caught Letty's eye. I could read it in her look that she liked him, for all she held herself just as high with him as with all the rest. Lord God forgive me, how I hated that man. He spoke as if the hatred were a thing of yesterday, so clear within his memory were shown the actions and feelings of his youth. And then he dropped his voice and said, "Well, I began to look out to pick a quarrel with him, for my blood was up to fight him. If I beat him, and I were a rare boxer in those days, I thought Letty would cool towards him. So, one evening at quoits, I'm sure I don't know how or why, but large doings grow out of small words, I fell out with him and challenged him to fight. I could see he were very wroth by his colour coming and going, and as I said before, he were a fine active young fellow. But all at once he drew in and said he would not fight. Such a yell as the Lindle lads who were watching us set up. I hear it yet. I couldna help but feel sorry for him to be so scorned, and I thought he'd not rightly taken my meaning, and I'd give him another chance. So I said it again, and dared him as plain as words could speak to fight out the quarrel. He told me then he had no quarrel against me, that he might have said something to put me up. He did not know that he had, but that if he had he asked pardon, but that he would not fight nohow. I was so full of scorn at his cowardliness that I was vexed I'd given him the second chance, and I joined in the yell that was set up, twice as bad as before. He stood it out, his teeth set, and looking very white, and when we were silent for want of breath, he said out loud, but in a hoarse voice, quite different from his own, I cannot fight, because I think it's wrong to quarrel and use violence. Then he turned to go away. I was so beside myself with scorn and hate that I called out, Tell truth, lad, at least. If thou dare not fight, dunnot go and tell a lie about it. Mother's moppet is afraid of a black eye, pretty dear. It shannot be hurt, but it munnot tell lies. Well, they laughed, but I could not laugh. It seemed such a thing for a stout young chap to be a coward and afraid. Before the sun had set, it was talked all over Lindle, how I had challenged Gilbert to fight, and how he denied me. And the folks stood at their doors and looked at him going up the hill to his home, as if he'd been a monkey or a foreigner, but no one wished him good e'en. Such a thing as refusing to fight had never been heard of afore at Lindle. Next day, however, they had found voice. The men muttered the word coward in his hearing, and kept aloof. The women tittered as he passed, and the little impudent lads and lasses shouted out, How long is it sin thou turned Quaker? Goodbye, Jonathan Broadbrim, and such like jests. That evening I met him, with Letty by his side, coming up from the shore. She was almost crying as I came upon them at the turn of the lane, and looking up in his face, as if begging him something. And so she was, she told me it after, for she did really like him, and could not abide to hear him scorned by everyone for being a coward. And she, coy as she was, all but told him that very night that she loved him, and begged him not to disgrace himself, but fight me as I dared him to do. When he still stuck to it that he could not, for that it was wrong, she was so vexed and mad-like at the way she'd spoken, and the feelings she'd let out to coax him, that she said more stinging things about his being a coward than all the rest put together, according to what she told me, sir, afterwards, and ended by saying she'd never speak to him again as long as she lived. She did once again, though. Her blessing was the last human speech that reached his ear in his wild death struggle. But much happened afore that time. From the day I met them walking, Letty turned towards me. I could see a part of it was to spite Gilbert, for she'd be twice as kind when he was near, or likely to hear of it. But by and by she got to like me for my own sake, and it was all settled for our marriage. Gilbert kept aloof from everyone, and fell into a sad, careless way. His very gait was changed. His step used to be brisk and sounding, and now his foot lingered heavily on the ground. I used to try and daunt him with my eye, but he would always meet my look in a steady, quiet way, for all so much about him was altered. The lads would not play with him, and as soon as he found he was to be slighted by them whenever he came to quoiting or cricket, he just left off coming. The old clerk was the only one he kept company with, or perhaps, rightly to speak, the only one who would keep company with him. They got so thick at last that old Jonas would say Gilbert had gospel on his side, and did no more than gospel told him to do. But we none of us gave much credit to what he said, more by token our vicar had a brother, a colonel in the army, and as we threeped it many a time to Jonas, would he set himself up to know the gospel better than the vicar? That would be putting the cart afore the horse, like the French radicals. And if the vicar had thought quarrelling and fighting wicked and agin the Bible, would he have made so much work about all the victories that were as plenty as blackberries at that time of day, and kept the little bell of Lindell Church for ever ringing? Or would he have thought so much of my brother the colonel as he was always talking on? After I was married to Letty, I left off hating Gilbert. I even kind of pitied him. He was so scorned and slighted, and for all he'd a bold look about him, as if he were not ashamed, he seemed pining and shrunk. It's a wearying thing to be kept at arm's length by one's kind, and so Gilbert found it, poor fellow. The little children took to him, though. They'd be round him like a swarm of bees. Them as was too young to know what a coward was, and only felt that he was ever ready to love and to help them, and was never loud or cross, however naughty they might be. After a while we had our little one too. Such a blessed darling she was, and dearly did we love her, Letty in especial, who seemed to get all the thought I used to think sometimes she wanted after she had a baby to care for. All my kin lived on this side the bay, up above Kellet. Jane, that's her that lies buried near yon white rose tree, was to be married, and naught would serve her but that Letty and I must come to the wedding, for all my sisters loved Letty, she had such winning ways with her. Letty did not like to leave her baby, nor yet did I want her to take it, so after a talk we fixed to leave it with Letty's mother for the afternoon. I could see her heart ached a bit, for she'd never left it till then, and she seemed to fear all manner of evil, even to the French coming and taking it away. Well, we borrowed a shandry and harnessed my old grey mare, as I used in th' cart, and set off as grand as King George across the sands about 3 o'clock. For you see, it were high water about 12, and we'd go and come back same tide, as Letty could not leave her baby for very long. It were a merry afternoon were that, last time I ever saw Letty laugh heartily, and for that matter, last time I ever laughed downright hearty myself. The latest crossing time fell about 9 o'clock, and we were late at starting. Clocks were wrong, and we'd a piece of work chasing a pig father had given Letty to take home. We bagged him at last, and he screeched and screeched in the back part of th' shandry, and we laughed and they laughed, and in the midst of all the merriment the sun set, and that sobered us a bit, for then we knew what time it was. I whipped the old mare, but she was a deal beaner than she was in the morning, and would neither go quick up nor down the brows, and they're not a few twixt Kellet and the shore. On the sands it were worse. They were very heavy, for the fresh had come down after the rains we'd had. Lord, how I did whip the poor mare, to make the most of the red light as yet lasted. You, baby, don't know the sands, gentlemen. From Bolton side, where we started from, it is better than 6 miles to Cart Lane, and 2 channels to cross, let alone holes and quicksands. At the second channel from us, the guide waits, all during crossing time from sunrise to sunset, but for the 3 hours on each side high water, he's not there, in course. He stays after sunset if he's forspoken, not else. So now you know where we were that awful night, for we'd crossed the first channel about 2 mile, and it were growing darker and darker above and around us, all but one red line of light above the hills, when we came to a hollow. For all the sands look so flat, there's many a hollow in them where you lose all sight of the shore. We were longer than we should have been in crossing the hollow, the sand was so quick, and when we came up again, there, agin the blackness, was the white line of the rushing tide coming up the bay. It looked not a mile from us, and when the wind blows up the bay it comes swifter than a galloping horse. Lord help us, said I, and then I was sorry I'd spoken to frighten Letty, but the words were crushed out of my heart by the terror. I felt her shiver up by my side and clutch my coat, and as if the pig, as had screeched himself hoarse some time ago, had found out the danger we were all in, he took to squealing again, enough to bewilder any man. I cursed him between me teeth for his noise, and yet it was God's answer to my prayer, blind sinner as I was. Aye, you may smile, sir, but God can work through many a scornful thing if need be. By this time the mare were all in a lather and trembling and panting, as if in mortal fright, for though we were on the last bank afore the second channel, the water was gathering up her legs, and she so tired out. When we came close to the channel, she stood still, and not all my flogging could get her to stir. She fairly groaned aloud and shook in a terrible quaking way. Till now Letty had not spoken, only held my coat tightly. I heard her say something and bent down my head. "I think, John, I shall never see baby again." And then she sent up such a cry, so loud and shrill and pitiful, it fairly maddened me. I pulled out my knife to spur on the old mare, that it might end one way or the other, for the water was stealing sullenly up to the very axle tree, let alone the white waves that knew no mercy in their steady advance. That 1/4 of an hour, sir, seemed as long as all my life since. Thoughts and fancies and dreams and memories ran into each other. The mist, the heavy mist that was like a ghastly curtain, shutting us in for death, seemed to bring with it the scents of the flowers that grew around our own threshold. It might be, for it was falling on them like blessed dew, though to us it was a shroud. Letty told me at after she heard a baby crying for her above the gurgling of the rising waters, as plain as ever she heard anything. But the seabirds were skirling and the pigs shrieking. I never caught it. It was miles away at any rate. Just as I'd gotten me knife out, another sound was close upon us, blending with the gurgle of the near waters and the roar of the distant. Not so distant, though. We could hardly see, but we thought we saw something black against the deep lead colour of wave and mist and sky. It neared and neared. With slow, steady motion, it came across the channel, right to where we were. Oh God, it was Gilbert Dawson on his strong bay horse. Few words did we speak, and little time had we to say them in. I had no knowledge at that moment of past or future, only of one present thought, how to save Letty, and, if I could, myself. I only remembered afterwards that Gilbert said he had been guided by an animal's shriek of terror. I only heard, when all was over, that he had been uneasy about our return because of the depth of fresh, and had borrowed a pillion and saddled his horse early in the evening, and ridden down to Cart Lane to watch for us. If all had gone well, we should ne'er have heard of it. As it was, old Jonas told it, the tears down dripping from his withered cheeks. We fastened his horse to the shandry. We lifted Letty to the pillion. The waters rose every instant with sullen sound. They were all but in the shandry. Letty clung to the pillion handles, but drooped her head as if she had yet no hope of life. Swifter than thought, and yet he might have had time for thought and for temptation, sir. If he had ridden off with Letty, he would have been saved, not me. Gilbert was in the shandry by my side. "Quick," said he, clear and firm. "You must ride before her, and keep her up. The horse can swim. By God's mercy I will follow. I can cut the traces, and if the mare is not hampered with the shandry, she'll carry me safely through. At any rate, you're a husband and a father. No one cares for me." Do not hate me, gentlemen. I often wish that night was a dream. It has haunted my sleep ever since like a dream, and yet it was no dream. I took his place on the saddle and put Letty's arms around me and felt her head rest on my shoulder. I trust in God I spoke some word of thanks, but I can't remember. I only recollect Letty raising her head and calling out, "God bless you, Gilbert Dawson, for saving my baby from being an orphan this night." And then she fell against me as if unconscious. I bore her through, or rather the strong horse swam bravely through the gathering waves. We were dripping wet when we reached the banks inshore, but we could have but one thought: where was Gilbert? Thick mists and heaving waters compassed us round. Where was he? We shouted. Letty, faint as she was, raised her voice and shouted, clear and shrill. No answer came. The sea boomed on with ceaseless sullen beat. I rode to the guide's house. He was abed and would not get up, though I offered him more than I was worth. Perhaps he knew it, the cursed old villain. At any rate, I'd have paid it if I'd toiled my life long. He said I might take his horn and welcome. I did, and blew such a blast through the still black night. The echoes came back upon the heavy air, but no human voice or sound was heard. That wild blast could not awaken the dead. I took Letty home to her baby, over whom she wept the livelong night. I rode back to the shore about Cart Lane, and to and fro, with weary march, did I pace along the brink of the waters, now and then shouting out into the silence a vain cry for Gilbert. The waters went back and left no trace. 2 days afterwards he was washed ashore near Flukeborough. The Chandry and poor old mare were found half buried in a heap of sand by Arnside Knott. As far as we could guess, he had dropped his knife while trying to cut the traces, and so had lost all chance of life. At any rate, the knife was found in a cleft of the shaft. His friends came over from Garstang to his funeral. I wanted to go chief mourner, but it was not my right, and I might not, though I've never done mourning him to this day. When his sister packed up his things, I begged hard for something that had been his. She would give me none of his clothes. She was a right down having woman, as she had boys of her own who might grow up into them. But she threw me his Bible, as she said they'd gotten one already, and his were but a poor used up thing. It was his, and so I cared for it. It were a black leather one, with pockets at the sides, old-fashioned wise, and in one were a bunch of wildflowers. Letty said she could almost be sure were some she had once given him. There were many a text in the Gospel marked broad with his carpenter's pencil, which more than bore him out in his refusal to fight. Of a surety, sir, there's call enough for bravery in the service of God, and to show love to man, without quarrelling and fighting. Thank you, gentlemen, for listening to me. Your words called up the thoughts of him, and my heart was full to speaking. But I must make up. I've to dig a grave for a little child who is to be buried tomorrow morning, just when his playmates are trooping off to school. But tell us of Letty. Is she yet alive? Asked Jeremy. The old man shook his head, and struggled against a choking sigh. After a minute's pause he said, "She died in less than 2 year at after that night. She was never like the same again. She would sit thinking, on Gilbert, I guessed, but I could not blame her. We had a boy, and we named it Gilbert Dawson Knipe, he that's stoker on the London Railway. Our girl was carried off in teething, and Letty just quietly drooped, and died in less than a 6 week. They were buried here, so I came to be near them and away from Lindle, a place I could never abide after Letty was gone." He turned to his work, and we, having rested sufficiently, rose up and came away. End of The Sexton's Hero by Elizabeth Gaskell. Christmas Storms and Sunshine by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Howitt's Journal, January 1848. In the town of no matter where, there circulated 2 local newspapers, no matter when. Now the Flying Post was long established and respectable, alias bigoted and Tory. The Examiner was spirited and intelligent, alias newfangled and democratic. Every week these newspapers contained articles abusing each other, as cross and peppery as articles could be, and evidently the production of irritated minds, although they seemed to have one stereotyped commencement. Though the article appearing in last week's Post, or Examiner, is below contempt, yet we have been induced, etc., etc. And every Saturday the radical shopkeepers shook hands together and agreed that the Post was done for by the slashing clever Examiner, while the more dignified Tories began by regretting that Johnson should think that low paper, only read by a few of the vulgar, worth wasting his wit upon. However, the Examiner was at its last gasp. It was not, though. It lived and flourished, at least it paid its way, as one of the heroes of my story could tell. He was chief compositor, or whatever title may be given to the head man of the mechanical part of a newspaper. He hardly confined himself to that department. Once or twice, unknown to the editor, when the manuscript had fallen short, he had filled up the vacant space by compositions of his own, announcements of a forthcoming crop of green peas in December, a grey thrush having been seen, or a white hare, or such interesting phenomena, invented for the occasion, I must confess, but what of that? His wife always knew when to expect a little specimen of her husband's literary talent by a peculiar cough which served as a prelude, and judging from this encouraging sign and the high-pitched and emphatic voice in which he read them, she was inclined to think that an Ode to an Early Rosebud, in the corner devoted to original poetry, and a letter in the correspondence department signed Pro Bono Publico were her husband's writing, and to hold up her head accordingly. I never could find out what it was that occasioned the Hodgsons to lodge in the same house as the Jenkinses. Jenkins held the same office in the Tory paper as Hodgson did in the Examiner, and, as I said before, I leave you to give it a name. But Jenkins had a proper sense of his position, and a proper reverence for all in authority, from the King down to the editor and sub-editor. He would as soon have thought of borrowing the King's crown for a nightcap, or the King's sceptre for a walking-stick, as he would have thought of filling up any spare corner with any production of his own. And I think it would have even added to his contempt of Hodgson, if that were possible, had he known of the productions of his brain, as the latter fondly alluded to the paragraphs he inserted when speaking to his wife. Jenkins had his wife too. Wives were wanting to finish the completeness of the quarrel which existed one memorable Christmas week, some dozen years ago, between the 2 neighbours, the 2 compositors, and with wives it was a very pretty, a very complete quarrel. To make the opposing parties still more equal, still more well matched, if the Hodgsons had a baby, such a baby, a poor puny little thing, Mrs. Jenkins had a cat, such a cat, a great nasty meowling tomcat that was always stealing the milk put by for little Angel's supper. And now, having matched Greek with Greek, I must proceed to the tug of war. It was the day before Christmas, such a cold east wind, such an inky sky, such a blue-black look in people's faces as they were driven out more than usual to complete their purchases for the next day's festival. Before leaving home that morning, Jenkins had given some money to his wife to buy the next day's dinner. "My dear, I wish for turkey and sausages. It may be a weakness, but I own I am partial to sausages. My deceased mother was. Such tastes are hereditary. As to the sweets, whether plum pudding or mince pies, I leave such considerations to you. I only beg you not to mind expense. Christmas comes but once a year." And again he had called out from the bottom of the first flight of stairs, just close to the Hodgsons' door. "Such ostentatiousness," as Mrs. Hodgson observed. "You will not forget the sausages, me dear." "I should like to have had something above common, Mary," said Hodgson. as they too made their plans for the next day. "But I think roast beef must do for us. You see, love, we've a family." "Only one, Jem. I don't want more than roast beef, though, I'm sure. Before I went to service, mother and me would have thought roast beef a very fine dinner." "Well, let's settle it then. Roast beef and a plum pudding. And now, good-bye. Mind and take care of little Tom. I thought he was a bit hoarse this morning." And off he went to his work. Now it was a good while since Mrs. Jenkins and Mrs. Hodgson had spoken to each other, although they were quite as much in possession of the knowledge of events and opinions as though they did. Mary knew that Mrs. Jenkins despised her for not having a real lace cap, which Mrs. Jenkins had, and for having been a servant, which Mrs. Jenkins had not, and the little occasional pinchings which the Hodgsons were obliged to resort to make both ends meet would have been very patiently endured by Mary if she had not winced under Mrs. Jenkins' knowledge of such economy. But she had her revenge. She had a child, and Mrs. Jenkins had none. To have had a child, even such a puny baby as little Tom, Mrs. Jenkins would have worn commonest caps and cleaned grates and drudged her fingers to the bone. The great unspoken disappointment of her life soured her temper and turned her thoughts inward and made her morbid and selfish. "Hang that cat! He's been stealing again. He's gnawed the cold mutton in his nasty mouth till it's not fit to set before a Christian, and I've nothing else for Jem's dinner. But I'll give it him now I've caught him, that I will." So saying, Mary Hodgson caught up her husband's Sunday cane, and despite Pussy's cries and scratches, she gave him such a beating as she hoped might cure him of his thievish propensities, when lo and behold, Mrs. Jenkins stood at the door with a face of bitter wrath. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, ma'am, to abuse a poor dumb animal, ma'am, as knows no better than to take food when he sees it, ma'am? He only follows the nature which God has given, ma'am, and it's a pity your nature, ma'am, which I've heard is of the stingy saving species, does not make you shut your cupboard door a little closer. There is such a thing as a law for brute animals. I'll ask Mr. Jenkins, but I don't think them Radicals has done away with that law yet, for all their Reform Bill, ma'am. My poor precious love of a Tommy, is he hurt? And is his leg broke for taking a mouthful of scraps, as most people would have given away to a beggar, if he'd take 'em?" wound up Mrs. Jenkins, casting a contemptuous look on the remnant of a scrag end of mutton. Mary felt very angry and very guilty, for she really pitied the poor limping animal as he crept up to his mistress, and there lay down to bemoan himself. She wished she had not beaten him so hard, for it was certainly her own careless way of never shutting the cupboard door that had tempted him to his fault. But the sneer at her little bit of mutton turned her penitence to fresh wrath, and she shut the door in Mrs. Jenkins' face, as she stood caressing her cat in the lobby, with such a bang that it wakened little Tom, and he began to cry. Everything was to go wrong with Mary to-day. Now baby was awake, who was to take her husband's dinner to the office? She took the child in her arms and tried to hush him off to sleep again, and as she sung, she cried, she could hardly tell why, a sort of reaction from her violent angry feelings. She wished she had never beaten the poor cat. She wondered if his leg was really broken. What would her mother say if she knew how cross and cruel her little Mary was getting, if she should live to beat her child in one of her angry fits? It was of no use lullabying when she sobbed so. It must be given up, and she must just carry her baby in her arms and take him with her to the office, for it was long past dinner time. So she pared the mutton carefully, although by so doing she reduced the meat to an infinitesimal quantity, and taking the baked potatoes out of the oven, she popped them piping hot into her basket, with the etceteras of plate, butter, salt, and knife and fork. It was indeed a bitter wind. She bent against it as she ran, and the flakes of snow were sharp and cutting as ice. Baby cried all the way, though she cuddled him up in her shawl. Then her husband had made his appetite up for a potato pie, and, literary man as he was, his body got so much the better of his mind that he looked rather black at the cold mutton. Mary had no appetite for her own dinner when she arrived at home again, so after she had tried to feed baby, and he had fretfully refused to take his bread and milk, she laid him down as usual on his quilt, surrounded by playthings, while she sided away and chopped suet for the next day's pudding. Early in the afternoon a parcel came, done up first in brown paper, then in such a white, grass-bleached, sweet-smelling towel, and a note from her dear, dear mother, in which quaint writing she endeavoured to tell her daughter that she was not forgotten at Christmas time, but that learning that Farmer Burton was killing his pig, she had made interest for some of his famous pork, out of which she had manufactured some sausages, and flavoured them just as Mary used to like when she lived at home. "Dear, dear mother," said Mary to herself, "there never was anyone like her for remembering other folk. What rare sausages she used to make. Home things have a smack with them no bought things can ever have. Set them up with the sausages. I've a notion if Mrs. Jenkins had ever tasted mother's, she'd have no fancy for them town-made things Fanny took in just now." And so she went on thinking about home, till the smiles and the dimples came out again at the remembrance of that pretty cottage, which would look green even now in the depth of winter, with its pyracanthus and its holly bushes and the great Portugal laurel that was her mother's pride. And the back path through the orchard to Farmer Burton's, how well she remembered it, the bushels of unripe apples she had picked up there and distributed among his pigs, till he had scolded her for giving them so much green trash. She was interrupted. Her baby — I call him a baby because his father and mother did, and because he was so little of his age, but I rather think he was 18 months old — had fallen asleep some time before among his playthings. An uneasy, restless sleep, but of which Mary had been thankful, as his morning's nap had been too short, and as she was so busy. But now he began to make such a strange crowing noise, just like a chair drawn heavily and gratingly along a kitchen floor. His eyes were open, but expressive of nothing but pain. "Mother's darling," said Mary in terror, lifting him up. "Baby, try not to make that noise. Hush, hush, darling, what hurts him?" But the noise came worse and worse. "Fanny, Fanny," Mary called in mortal fright, for her baby was almost black with his gasping breath, and she had no one to ask for aid or sympathy but her landlady's daughter, a little girl of 12 or 13, who attended to the house in her mother's absence as daily cook in gentlemen's families. Fanny was more especially considered the attendant of the upstairs lodgers, who paid for the use of the kitchen, for Jenkins could not abide the smell of meat cooking. But just now she was fortunately sitting at her afternoon's work of darning stockings, and hearing Mrs. Hodgson's cry of terror, she ran to her sitting-room and understood the case at a glance. "He's got the croup. Oh, Mrs. Hodgson, he'll die as sure as fate. Little brother had it and he died in no time. The doctor said he could do nothing for him. It had gone too far. He said if we'd put him in a warm bath at first it might have saved him. But, bless you, he was never half so bad as your baby." Unconsciously there mingled in her statement some of a child's love of producing an effect, but the increasing danger was clear enough. "Oh, my baby, my baby! Oh, love, love, don't look so ill. I cannot bear it, and my fire so low. There I was, thinking of home, and picking currants, and never minding the fire. Oh, Fanny, what's the fire like in the kitchen? Speak." "Mother told me to screw it up and throw some slack on as soon as Mrs. Jenkins had done with it, and so I did. It's very low and black. But oh, Mrs. Hodgson, let me run for the doctor. I cannot bear to hear him. It's so like little brother." Through her streaming tears, Mary motioned her to go, and trembling, sinking, sick at heart, she laid the boy in his cradle and ran to fill her kettle. Mrs. Jenkins having cooked her husband's snug little dinner, to which he came home, having told him a story of Pussy's beating, at which he was justly and dignifiedly indignant, saying it was all of a piece with that abusive examiner, having received the sausages and turkey and mince pies which her husband had ordered, and cleaned up the room and prepared everything for tea, and coaxed and duly bemoaned her cat, who had pretty nearly forgotten his beating, but very much enjoyed the petting. Having done all these and many other things, Mrs. Jenkins sat down to get up the real lace cap. Every thread was pulled out separately and carefully stretched, when, what was that? Outside in the street, a chorus of piping children's voices sang the old carol she had heard 100 times in the days of her youth. As Joseph was a-walking, he heard an angel sing, "This night shall be born our heavenly King. He neither shall be born in house nor in hall, nor in the place of paradise, but in an ox's stall. He neither shall be clothed in purple nor in pall, but all in fair linen, as were babies all. He neither shall be rocked in silver nor in gold, but in a wooden cradle that rocks on the mould," etc. She got up and went to the window. There below stood the group of grey-black little figures, relieved against the snow which now enveloped everything. For all sake's sake, as she phrased it, she counted out a halfpenny apiece for the singers, out of the copper bag, and threw them down below. The room had become chilly while she had been counting out and throwing down her money, so she stirred her already glowing fire, and sat down right before it, but not to stretch her lace. Like Mary Hodgson, she began to think over long past days, on softening remembrances of the dead and gone, on words long forgotten, on holy stories heard at her mother's knee. "I cannot think what's come over me to-night," said she, half aloud, recovering herself by the sound of her own voice from her train of thought. "My head goes wandering on them old times. I'm sure more texts have come into my head with thinking on my mother within this last half hour than I've thought on for years and years. I hope I'm not going to die. Folk say thinking too much on the dead betokens we are going to join 'em. I should be loath to go just yet. Such a fine turkey as we've got for dinner to-morrow, too." Knock, knock, knock at the door as fast as knuckles could go, and then, as if the comer would not wait, the door was opened, and Mary Hodgson stood there, white as death. "Mrs. Jenkins! Oh, your kettle is boiling, thank God! Let me have the water for me baby, for the love of God! He's got croup and he's dying." Mrs. Jenkins turned on her chair with a wooden, inflexible look on her face that, between ourselves, her husband knew and dreaded for all his pompous dignity. "I'm sorry I can't oblige you, ma'am. My kettle is wanted for my husband's tea. Don't be afeard, Tommy. Mrs. Hodgson won't venture to intrude herself where she's not desired. You'd better send for the doctor, ma'am, instead of wasting your time in wringing your hands, ma'am. My kettle is engaged." Mary clasped her hands together with passionate force, but spoke no word of entreaty to that wooden face, that sharp, determined voice. But as she turned away, she prayed for strength to bear the coming trial, and strength to forgive Mrs. Jenkins. Mrs. Jenkins watched her go away meekly, as one who has no hope, and then she turned upon herself as sharply as she ever did on anyone else. "What a brute I am! Lord forgive me! What's my husband's tea to a baby's life? In croup, too, where time is everything. You crabbed old vixen, you! Anyone may know you never had a child." She was downstairs, kettle in hand, before she had finished her self-upbraiding, and when in Mrs. Hodgson's room she rejected all thanks. Mary had not the voice for many words, saying stiffly, "I do it for the poor babby's sake, ma'am, hoping he may live to have mercy to poor dumb beasts, if he does forget to lock his cupboards." But she did everything, and more than Mary, with her young inexperience, could have thought of. She prepared the warm bath and tried it with her husband's own thermometer. Mr. Jenkins was as punctual as clockwork in noting down the temperature of every day. She let his mother place her baby in the tub, still preserving the same rigid, affronted aspect, and then she went upstairs without a word. Mary longed to ask her to stay, but dared not, though, when she left the room, the tears chased each other down her cheeks faster than ever. Poor young mother! How she counted the minutes till the doctor should come! But, before he came, down again stalked Mrs. Jenkins, with something in her hand. "I've seen many of these croup fits, which I take it you've not, ma'am. Mustard plasters is very sovereign. Put on the throat. I've been up and made one, ma'am, and by your leave I'll put it on the poor little fellow." Mary could not speak, but she signed her grateful assent. It began to smart while they still kept silence, and he looked up to his mother as if seeking courage from her looks to bear the stinging pain. But she was softly crying to see him suffer, and her want of courage reacted upon him, and he began to sob aloud. Instantly Mrs. Jenkins' apron was up, hiding her face. "Peep-bo, baby," said she, as merrily as she could. His little face brightened, and his mother having once got the cue, the two women kept the little fellow amused until his plaster had taken effect. "He's better. Oh, Mrs. Jenkins, look at his eyes. How different. And he breathes quite softly." As Mary spoke thus, the doctor entered. He examined his patient. Baby was really better. "It's been a sharp attack, but the remedies you have applied have been worth all the pharmacopoeia. An hour later I shall send a powder," etc., etc. Mrs. Jenkins stayed to hear this opinion, and, her heart wonderfully more easy, was going to leave the room, when Mary seized her hand and kissed it. She could not speak her gratitude. Mrs. Jenkins looked affronted and awkward, as if she must go upstairs and wash her hand directly. But in spite of these sour looks, she came softly down an hour or so afterwards to see how baby was. The little gentleman slept well after the fright he had given his friends, and on Christmas morning, when Mary awoke and looked at the sweet little pale face lying on her arm, she could hardly realise the danger he had been in. When she came down, later than usual, she found the household in a commotion. What do you think had happened? Why, Pussy had been a traitor to his best friend, and eaten up some of Mr. Jenkins's own especial sausages, and gnawed and tumbled the rest so that they were not fit to be eaten. There were no bounds to that cat's appetite. He would have eaten his own father if he had been tender enough. And now Mrs. Jenkins stormed and cried, "Hang the cat!" Christmas Day, too, and all the shops shut. "What was turkey without sausages?" gruffly asked Mr. Jenkins. "Oh, Jem," whispered Mary, "hearken what a piece of work he's making about sausages. I should like to take Mrs. Jenkins up some of mother's. They're twice as good as bought sausages." "I see no objection, my dear. Sausages do not involve intimacies. Elsie's politics are what I can no ways respect." "But oh, Jem, if you had seen her last night about baby, I'm sure she may scold me for ever, and I'll not answer. I'd even make a cat welcome to the sausages." The tears gathered to Mary's eyes as she kissed her boy. "Better take 'em upstairs, me dear, and give 'em to the cat's mistress." And Jem chuckled at his saying. Mary put them on a plate, but still she loitered. "What must I say, Jem? I never know." "Say, I hope you'll accept of these sausages, as my mother... No, that's not grammar. Say what comes uppermost, Mary. It will be sure to be right." So Mary carried them upstairs and knocked at the door, and when told to "come in," she looked very red, but went up to Mrs. Jenkins, saying, "Please take these. Mother made them," and was away before an answer could be given. Just as Hodgson was ready to go to church, Mrs. Jenkins came downstairs and called Fanny. In a minute the latter entered the Hodgsons' room and delivered Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins' compliments, and they would be particular glad if Mr. and Mrs. Hodgson would eat their dinner with them. "And carry baby upstairs in a shawl, be sure," added Mrs. Jenkins' voice in the passage, close to the door, whither she had followed her messenger. There was no discussing the matter, with the certainty of every word being overheard. Mary looked anxiously at her husband. She remembered his saying he did not approve of Mr. Jenkins' politics. "Do you think it would do for baby?" asked he. "Oh, yes," answered she eagerly. "I would wrap him up so warm. And I've got our room up to 65 already, for it's all so frosty," added the voice outside. Now, how do you think they settled the matter? The very best way in the world. Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins came down into the Hodgsons' room and dined there. Turkey at the top, roast beef at the bottom, sausages at one side, potatoes at the other. Second course, plum pudding at the top and mince pies at the bottom. And after dinner, Mrs. Jenkins would have baby on her knee, and he seemed quite to take to her. She declared he was admiring the real lace on her cap, but Mary thought, though she didn't say so, that he was pleased by her kind looks and coaxing words. Then he was wrapped up and carried carefully upstairs to tea in Mrs. Jenkins' room, and after tea Mrs. Jenkins and Mary and her husband found out each other's mutual liking for music, and sat singing old glees and catches till I don't know what o'clock, without one word of politics or newspapers. Before they parted, Mary had coaxed Pussy onto her knee, for Mrs. Jenkins would not part with baby, who was sleeping on her lap. "When you're busy, bring him to me. Do now, it'll be a real favour. I know you must have a deal to do with another coming. Let him come up to me. I'll take the greatest cares of him, pretty darling. How sweet he looks when he's asleep." When the couples were once more alone, the husbands unburdened their minds to their wives. Mr. Jenkins said to his, "Do you know, Burgess tried to make me believe Hodgson was such a fool as to put paragraphs into the Examiner now and then. But I see he knows his place and has got too much sense to do any such thing." Hodgson said, "Mary, love, I almost fancy from Jenkins' way of speaking. So much civiller than I expected. He guesses I wrote that pro bono and the Rosebud. At any rate, I've no objection to your naming it, if the subject should come uppermost. I should like him to know I'm a literary man. Well, I've ended my tale. I hope you don't think it too long, but before I go, just let me say one thing. If any of you have any quarrels or misunderstandings, or coolnesses, or cold shoulders, or shynesses, or tiffs, or miffs, or huffs, with anyone else, just make friends before Christmas. You will be so much merrier if you do. I ask it of you for the sake of that old angelic song, heard so many years ago by the shepherds, keeping watch by night on Bethlehem Heights. End of Christmas Storms and Sunshine by Elizabeth Gaskell. Hand and Heart by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in the Sunday School Penny Magazine, July 1849. "Mother, I should so like to have a great deal of money," said little Tom Fletcher one evening as he sat on a low stool by his mother's knee. His mother was knitting busily by the firelight, and they had both been silent for some time. "What would you do with a great deal of money if you had it?" "Oh, I don't know. I would do a great many things. But should not you like to have a great deal of money, mother?" persisted he. "Perhaps I should," answered Mrs. Fletcher. "I'm like you sometimes, dear, and think that I should be very glad of a little more money. But then I don't think I am like you in one thing, for I always have some little plan in my mind for which I should want the money. I never wish it just for its own sake." "Why, mother, there are so many things we could do if we had but money. Real good, wise things, I mean." "And if we have real good, wise things in our head to do, which cannot be done without money, I can quite enter in the wish for money. But you know, my little boy, you did not tell me of any good or wise thing." "No, I believe I was not thinking of good or wise things just then, but only how much I should like money to do what I liked," answered little Tom ingenuously, looking up in his mother's face. She smiled down upon him and stroked his head. He knew she was pleased with him for having told her openly what was passing in his mind. Presently he began again. "Mother, if you wanted to do something very good and wise, and if you could not do it without money, what should you do? There are two ways of obtaining money for such wants. One is by earning, and the other is by saving. Now both are good, because both imply self-denial. Do you understand me, Tom? If you have to earn money, you must steadily go on doing what you do not like, perhaps, such as working when you would like to be playing, or in bed, or sitting talking with me over the fire. You deny yourself these little pleasures, and that is a good habit in itself, to say nothing of the industry and energy you have to exert in working. If you save money, you can easily see how you exercise self-denial. You do without something you wish for in order to possess the money it would have cost. Inasmuch as self-denial, energy and industry are all good things, you do well either to earn or to save. But you see, the purpose for which you want the money must be taken into consideration. You say, for something wise and good. Either earning or saving becomes wholly in this case. I must then think which will be most consistent with my other duties before I decide whether I will earn or save money." "I don't quite know what you mean, Mother." "I will try and explain myself. You know, I have to keep a little shop, and to try and get employment in knitting stockings, and to clean my house and to mend our clothes, and many other things. Now, do you think I should be doing my duty if I left you in the evenings, when you come home from school, to go out as a waiter at ladies' parties? I could earn a good deal of money by it, and I could spend it well among those who are poorer than I am, such as lame Harry, but then I should be leaving you alone in the little time that we have to be together. I do not think I should be doing right, even for our good and wise purpose, to earn money if it took me away from you at nights. Do you, Tom?" "No, indeed. You never mean to do it, do you, Mother?" "No," she said, smiling. "At any rate, not till you are older. You see, at present, then, I cannot earn money. If I want a little more than usual to help a sick neighbour, I must then try and save money. Nearly everyone can do that." "Can we, Mother? We're so careful of everything. Ned Dixon calls us stingy. What could we save?" "Oh, many a little thing. We use many things which are luxuries, which we do not want but only use them for pleasure. Tea and sugar, butter, our Sunday's dinner of bacon or meat, the grey ribbon I bought for my bonnet, because you thought it was prettier than the black, which was cheaper. All these are luxuries. We use very little tea or sugar, it's true, but we might do without any." "You did do without any, Mother, for a long, long time, you know, to help Widow Black. It was only for your bad headaches." "Well, but you see, we can save money. A penny, a halfpenny a day, or even a penny a week, would in time make a little store, ready to be applied to the good and wise purpose when the time comes. But do you know, my little boy, I think we may be considering money too much as the only thing required if we want to do a kindness." "If it's not the only thing, it is the chief thing at any rate." "No, love, it's not the chief thing. I should think very poorly of that beggar who likes sixpence given with a curse, as I have sometimes heard it, better than the kind and gentle words some people use in refusing to give. The curse sinks deeper into the heart, or if it does not, it is a proof that the poor creature has been made hard before by harsh treatment. And mere money can do little to cheer a sore heart. It is kindness only that can do this. Now we have all of us kindness in our power. The little child of 2 years old, who can only just totter about, can show kindness." "Can I, Mother?" "To be sure, dear, and you often do, only perhaps not quite so often as you might do. Neither do I. But instead of wishing for money, of which I don't think either you or I are ever likely to have much, suppose you try to-morrow how you can make people happier by thinking of little loving actions of help. Let us try and take for our text, 'Silver and gold I have none, but such as I have give I unto thee.'" "Aye, Mother, we will." "Must I tell you about little Tom's to-morrow?" I do not know if little Tom dreamed of what his mother and he had been talking about, but I do know that the first thing he thought about when he awoke in the morning was his mother's saying that he might try how many kind actions he could do that day without money, and he was so impatient to begin that he jumped up and dressed himself, although it was more than an hour before his usual time of getting up. All the time he kept wondering what a little boy like him, only 8 years old, could do for other people, till at last he grew so puzzled with inventing occasions for showing kindness that he very wisely determined to think no more about it, but learn his lessons very perfectly. That was the first thing he had to do, and then he would try, without too much planning beforehand, to keep himself ready to lend a helping hand or to give a kind word when the right time came. So he screwed himself into a corner, out of the way of his mother's sweeping and dusting, and tucked his feet up on the rail of the chair, turned his face to the wall, and in about half an hour's time he could turn round with a light heart, feeling he had learnt his lesson well, and might employ his time as he liked till breakfast was ready. He looked round the room. His mother had arranged all neatly, and was now gone to the bedroom, but the coal scuttle and the can for water were empty, and Tom ran away to fill them. As he came back with the latter from the pump, he saw Ann Jones, the scold of the neighbourhood, hanging out her clothes on a line stretched across from side to side of the little court, and speaking very angrily and loudly to her little girl, who was getting into some mischief in the house-place, as her mother perceived through the open door. "There never were such plagues as my children are, to be sure," said Ann Jones as she went into her house, looking very red and passionate. Directly after, Tom heard the sound of a slap, and then a little child's cry of pain. "I wonder," thought he, "if I durst go and offer to nurse and play with little Hester. Ann Jones is fearful cross, and just as likely to take me wrong as right, but she won't box me for mother's sake. Mother nursed Jemmy many a day through the fever, so she won't slap me, I think. Any rate, I'll try." But it was with a beating heart he said to the fierce-looking Mrs. Jones, "Please may I go and play with Hester? Maybe I could keep her quiet while you're busy hanging out clothes." "What? And let you go slopping about, I suppose, just when I'd made all ready for me master's breakfast? Thank you, but my own children's mischief is as much as I reckon on. I'll have none of strange lads in my house." "I did not mean to do mischief or slop," said Tom, a little sadly at being misunderstood in his good intentions. "I only wanted to help." "If you want to help, lift me up those clothes pegs and save me stooping. Me back's broken with it." Tom would much rather have gone to play with and amuse little Hester, but it was true enough that giving Mrs. Jones the clothes pegs as she wanted them would help her as much, and perhaps keep her from being so cross with her children if they did anything to hinder her. Besides, little Hester's cry had died away, and she was evidently occupied in some new pursuit. Tom could only hope that it was not in mischief this time. So he began to give Anne the pegs as she wanted them, and she, soothed by his kind help, opened her heart a little to him. "I wonder how it is your mother has trained you up to be so handy, Tom. You're as good as a girl, better than many a girl. I don't think Hester in 3 years' time will be as thoughtful as you. There," as a fresh scream reached them from the little ones inside the house, "they're at some mischief again, but I'll teach 'em," said she, getting down from her stool in a fresh access of passion. "Let me go," said Tom, in a begging voice, for he dreaded the cruel sound of another slap. "I'll lift the basket of pegs onto a stool so that you need not stoop, and I'll keep the little ones safe out of mischief till you're done. Do let me go, missus." With some grumblings at losing his help, she let him go into the house-place. He found Hester, a little girl of 5, and 2 younger ones. They had been fighting for a knife, and in the struggle the second, Johnny, had cut his finger, not very badly, but he was frightened at the sight of blood, and Hester, who might have helped, and who was really sorry, stood sullenly aloof, dreading the scolding her mother always gave her if either of the little ones hurt themselves while under her care. "Hester," said Tom, "will you let me get some cold water, please? It will stop the bleeding better than anything." I dare say you can find me a basin to hold it." Hester trotted off, pleased at Tom's confidence in her power. When the bleeding was partly stopped, he asked her to find him a bit of rag, and she scrambled under the dresser for a little piece she had hidden there the day before. Meanwhile, Johnny ceased crying. He was so interested in all the preparation for dressing his little wound, and so much pleased to find himself an object of so much attention and consequence. The baby, too, sat on the floor, gravely wondering at the commotion, and thus busily occupied, they were quiet and out of mischief till Ann Jones came in, and having hung out her clothes and finished that morning's piece of work, she was ready to attend to her children in her rough, hasty kind of way. "Well, I'm sure, Tom, you've tied it up as neatly as I could have done. I wish I'd always such a one as you to see after the children. But you must run off now, lad. Your mother was calling you as I came in, and I said I'd send you. Goodbye, and thank you." As Tom was going away, the baby, sitting in square gravity on the floor, but somehow conscious of Tom's gentle, helpful ways, put up her mouth to be kissed, and he stooped down in answer to the little gesture, feeling very happy and very full of love and kindliness. After breakfast his mother told him it was school time, and he must set off, as she did not like him to run in out of breath and flurried, just when the schoolmaster was going to begin. But she wished him to come in decently and in order, with quiet decorum and thoughtfulness as to what he was going to do. So Tom got his cap and his bag, and went off with a light heart, which I suppose made his footsteps light, for he found himself above half-way to school, while it wanted yet a quarter to the time. So he slackened his pace, and looked about him a little more than he had been doing. There was a little girl on the other side of the street, carrying a great big basket, and lugging along a little child just able to walk, but who, I suppose, was tired, for he was crying pitifully, and sitting down every 2 or 3 steps. Tom ran across the street, for, as perhaps you've found out, he was very fond of babies, and could not bear to hear them cry. "Little girl, what's he crying about? Does he want to be carried? I'll take him up and carry him as far as I go alongside of you." So saying, Tom was going to suit the action to the word, but the baby did not choose that anyone should carry him but his sister, and refused Tom's kindness. Still, he could carry the heavy basket of potatoes for the little girl, which he did as far as their road lay together, when she thanked him and bade him good-bye, and said she could manage very well now, her home was so near. So Tom went into school very happy and peaceful, and had a good character to take home to his mother for that morning's lesson. It happened that this very day was the weekly half-holiday, so that Tom had many hours unoccupied that afternoon. Of course, his first employment after dinner was to learn his lessons for the next day, and then, when he had put his books away, he began to wonder what he should do next. He stood lounging against the door, wishing all manner of idle wishes, a habit he was apt to fall into. He wished he were the little boy who lived opposite, who had 3 brothers ready to play with him on half-holidays. He wished he were Sam Harrison, whose father had taken him one day a trip by the railroad. He wished he were the little boy who always went with the omnibuses. It must be so pleasant to go riding about on the steppe and to see so many people. He wished he were a sailor, to sail away to the countries where grapes grew wild, and monkeys and parrots were to be had for the catching. Just as he was wishing himself the little Prince of Wales, to drive about in a goat-carriage, and wondering if he should not feel very shy with the 3 great ostrich feathers always niddle-noddling on his head for people to know him by, his mother came from washing up the dishes, and saw him deep in the reveries little boys and girls are apt to fall into when they are the only children in a house. "My dear Tom," said she, "why don't you go out and make the most of this fine afternoon?" "Oh, mother," answered he, suddenly recalled to the fact that he was little Tom Fletcher instead of the Prince of Wales, and consequently feeling a little bit flat. "It is so dull going out by myself. I've no one to play with. Can't you go with me, mother, just this once, into the fields?" Poor Mrs. Fletcher heartily wished she could gratify this very natural desire of her little boy, but she had the shop to mind, and many a little thing besides to do. It was impossible. But however much she might regret a thing, she was too faithful to repine. So, after a moment's thought, she said cheerfully, "Go into the fields for a walk, and see how many wildflowers you can bring me home, and I'll get down father's jug for you to put them in when you come back." "But, mother, there are so few pretty flowers near a town," said Tom, a little unwillingly, for it was a coming down from being Prince of Wales, and he was not yet quite reconciled to it. "Oh dear, there are a great many if you only look for them. I dare say you'll make me up as many as 20 different kinds." "Will you reckon daisies, mother?" "To be sure, they're just as pretty as any." "Oh, if you reckon such as them, I dare say I can bring you more than 20. So off he ran, his mother watching him till he was out of sight, and then she returned to her work. In about 2 hours he came back, his pale cheeks looking quite rosy, and his eyes quite bright. His country walk taken with cheerful spirits had done him all the good his mother desired, and had restored his usually even, happy temper. "Look, mother, here are 23 different kinds. You said I might count all, so I've even counted this thing like a nettle with lilac flowers, and this little common blue thing." "Robin Run in the Hedge is its name," said his mother. "It's very pretty if you look at it close. 1, 2, 3. She counted them all over, and there really were 23. She went to reach down the best jug. "Mother," said little Tom, "do you like them very much?" "Yes, very much," said she, not understanding his meaning. He was silent and gave a little sigh. "Why, my dear?" "Oh, only... It does not signify if you like them very much, but I thought how nice it would be to take them to lame Harry, who can never walk so far as the fields, and can hardly know what summer is like, I think." "Oh, that will be very nice. I'm glad you thought of it." Lame Harry was sitting by himself, very patiently, in a neighbouring cellar. He was supported by his daughter's earnings, but as she worked in a factory, he was much alone. If the bunch of flowers had looked pretty in the fields, they looked 10 times as pretty in the cellar to which they were now carried. Lame Harry's eyes brightened up with pleasure at the sight, and he began to talk of the times long ago when he was a little boy in the country, and had a corner of his father's garden to call his own, and grow lad's love and wallflower in. Little Tom put them in water for him, and put the jug on the table by him, on which his daughter had placed the old Bible, worn with much reading, although treated with careful reverence. It was lying open, with Harry's horn spectacles put in to mark the place. "I reckon my spectacles are getting worn out. They're not so clear as they used to be. They're dim like before my eyes, and it hurts me to read long together," said Harry. "It's a sad miss to me. I never thought the time long when I could read, but now I keep wearying for the day to be over, though the nights, when I cannot sleep for my legs paining me, are almost as bad. However, it's the Lord's will." "Would you like me? I cannot read very well aloud, but I'd do my best if you'd like me to read a bit to you. I'll just run home and get me tea and be back directly." And off Tom ran. He found it very pleasant reading aloud to lame Harry, for the old man had much to say that was worth listening to, and was so glad of a listener that I think there was as much talking as reading done that evening. But the Bible served as a textbook to their conversation, for in a long life old Harry had seen and heard so much which he had connected with events or promises or precepts contained in the Scriptures, that it was quite curious to find how everything was brought in and dovetailed as an illustration of what they were reading. When Tom got up to go away, lame Harry gave him many thanks, and told him he would not sleep the worse for having made an old man's evening so pleasant. Tom came home in high self-satisfaction. "Mother," said he, "it's all very true what you said about the good that may be done without money. I've done many pieces of good today without a farthing. First," said he, taking hold of his little finger, "I helped Anne Jones with hanging out her clothes when she was—" His mother had been listening while she turned over the pages of the New Testament which lay by her, and now, having found what she wanted, she put her arm gently round his waist and drew him fondly towards her. He saw her finger put under one passage, and read, "Let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth." He was silent in a moment. Then his mother spoke in her soft, low voice. "Dearest Tom, though I don't want us to talk about it as if you had been doing more than just what you ought, I'm glad you've seen the truth of what I said. How far more may be done by the loving heart than by mere money giving, and everyone may have the loving heart." I have told you of one day of little Tom's life, when he was 8 years old and lived with his mother. I must now pass over a year and tell you of a very different kind of life he had then to lead. His mother had never been very strong, and had had a good deal of anxiety. At last she was taken ill, and soon felt there was no hope for her recovery. For a long time the thought of leaving her little boy was a great distress to her, and a great trial to her faith. But God strengthened her, and sent His peace into her soul, and before her death she was content to leave her precious child in His hands, who is a father to the fatherless, and defendeth the cause of the widow. When she felt that she had not many more days to live, she sent for her husband's brother, who lived in a town not many miles off, and gave her little Tom in charge to him to bring up. "There are a few pounds in the savings bank, I don't know how many exactly, and the furniture and bit of stock in the shop. Perhaps they would be enough to bring him up to be a joiner like his father before him." She spoke feebly and with many pauses. Her brother-in-law, though a rough kind of man, wished to do all he could to make her feel easy in her last moments, and, touched with the reference to his dead brother, promised all she required. "I'll take him back with me after the funeral," he was going to say, but he stopped. She smiled gently, fully understanding his meaning. "We shall, maybe, not be so tender with him as you have been, but I'll see he comes to no harm. It will be a good thing for him to rough it a bit with other children. He's too nesh for a boy, but I'll pay them if they aren't kind to him in the long run, never fear." Though this speech was not exactly what she liked, there was quite enough of good feeling in it to make her thankful for such a protector and friend for her boy. And so, thankful for the joys she had had, and thankful for the sorrows which had taught her meekness, thankful for life and thankful for death, she died. Her brother-in-law arranged all as she had wished. After the quiet, simple funeral was over, he took Tom by the hand and set off on the 6-mile walk to his home. Tom had cried till he could cry no more, but sobs came quivering up from his heart every now and then as he passed some well-remembered cottage or thorn bush or tree on the road. His uncle was very sorry for him, but he did not know what to say or how to comfort him. "Now mind, lad, thou comest to me if thy cousins are o'er hard upon thee. Let me hear if they misuse thee, and I'll give it them." Tom shrunk from the idea that this gave him of the cousins, whose companionship he had until then been looking forward to as a pleasure. He was not reassured when, after threading several streets and byways, they came into a court of dingy-looking houses, and his uncle opened the door of one, from which the noise of loud, if not angry voices was heard. A tall, large woman was whirling one child out of her way with a rough movement of her arm, while she was scolding a boy a little older than Tom, who stood listening sullenly to her angry words. "I'll tell father o' thee, I will," said she, and turning to Uncle John, she began to pour out her complaints against Jack, without taking any notice of little Tom, who clung to his uncle's hand as to a protector in the scene of violence into which he had entered. "Well, well, wife, I'll leather Jack the next time I catch him letting the water out of the pipe. But now get this lad and me some tea, for we're weary and tired." His aunt seemed to wish Jack might be leathered now, and to be angry with her husband for not revenging her injuries. For an injury it was that the boy had done her in letting the water all run off, and that on the very eve of the washing day. The mother grumbled as she left off mopping the wet floor and went to the fire to stir it up ready for the kettle, without a word of greeting to her little nephew or of welcome to her husband. On the contrary, she complained of the trouble of getting tea ready afresh just when she had put slack on the fire and had no water in the house to fill the kettle with. Her husband grew angry, and Tom was frightened to hear his uncle speaking sharply. "If I can't have a cup of tea in my own house without all this ado, I'll go to the Spread Eagle and take Tom with me. They have a bright fire there at all times, choose how they manage it, and no scolding wives. Come, Tom, let's be off." Jack had been trying to scrape acquaintance with his cousin by winks and grimaces behind his mother's back, and now made a sign of drinking out of an imaginary glass. But Tom clung to his uncle and softly pulled him down again on his chair, from which he had risen to go to the public house. "If you please, ma'am," said he, sadly frightened of his aunt, "I think I could find the pump if you let me try." She muttered something like an acquiescence, so Tom took up the kettle and, tired as he was, went out to the pump. Jack, who had done nothing but mischief all day, stood amazed, but at last settled that his cousin was a softy. When Tom came back, he tried to blow the fire with the broken bellows, and at last the water boiled and the tea was made. "Thou art a rare lad, Tom," said his uncle. "I wonder when our Jack will be of as much use." The comparison did not please either Jack or his mother, who liked to keep to herself the privilege of directing their father's dissatisfaction with his children. Tom felt their want of kindliness towards him, and now that he had nothing to do but rest and eat, he began to feel very sad, and his eyes kept filling with tears, which he brushed away with the back of his hand, not wishing to have them seen. But his uncle noticed him. "Thou hadst better have had a glass at the Spread Eagle," said he, compassionately. "No, I only am rather tired. May I go to bed?" said he, longing for a good cry, unobserved, under the bedclothes. "Where's he to sleep?" asked the husband of the wife. "Nay," said she, still offended on Jack's account, "that's thy look-out. He's thy flesh and blood, not mine." "Come, wife," said Uncle John. "He's an orphan, poor chap. An orphan is kin to everyone." She was softened directly, for she had much kindness in her, although this evening she had been so much put out. "There's no place for him but with Jack and Dick. With the baby and the other three are packed close enough." She took Tom up to the little back room and stopped to talk with him for a minute or two, for her husband's words had smitten her heart, and she was sorry for the ungracious reception she had given Tom at first. "Jack and Dick are never in bed till we come, and it's work enough to catch them then on fine evenings," said she, as she took the candle away. Tom tried to speak to God as his mother had taught him, out of the fullness of his little heart, which was heavy enough that night. He tried to think how she would have wished him to speak and to do, and when he felt puzzled with the remembrance of the scene of disorder and anger which he had seen, he earnestly prayed God would make and keep clear his path before him, and then he fell asleep. He had a long dream of other and happier days, and had thought he was once more taking a Sunday evening walk with his mother, when he was roughly wakened up by his cousins. "I say, lad, you're lying right across the bread. You must get up and let Dick and me come in, and then creep into the space that's left." Tom got up, dizzy and half awake. His cousins got into bed, and then squabbled about the largest share. It ended in a kicking match, during which Tom stood shivering by the bedside. "I'm sure we pinched enough as it is," said Dick at last, "and why they put Tom in with us I can't think. But I'll not stand it. Tom shan't sleep with us. He may lie on the floor if he likes. I'll not hinder him." He expected an opposition from Tom, and was rather surprised when he heard the little fellow quietly lie down and cover himself as well as he could with his clothes. After some more quarrelling, Jack and Dick fell asleep, but in the middle of the night Dick awoke, and heard by Tom's breathing that he was still awake, and was crying gently. "What, mollycoddle, crying for a softer bed?" asked Dick. "Oh no, I don't care for that. If mother were but alive," little Tom sobbed aloud. "I say," said Dick after a pause. "There's room at my back if you'll creep in. There, don't be afraid. Why, how cold you are, lad." Dick was sorry for his cousin's loss, but could not speak about it. However, his kind tone sank into Tom's heart, and he fell asleep once more. The three boys all got up at the same time in the morning, but were not inclined to talk. Jack and Dick put on their clothes as fast as possible and ran downstairs, but this was quite a different way of going on to what Tom had been accustomed. He looked about for some kind of basin or mug to wash in. There was none, not even a jug of water in the room. He slipped on a few necessary clothes and went downstairs, found a pitcher and went off to the pump. His cousins, who were playing in the court, laughed at him and would not tell him where the soap was kept. He had to look some minutes before he could find it. Then he went back to the bedroom, but on entering it from the fresh air, the smell was so oppressive that he could not endure it. 3 people had been breathing the air all night, and had used up every particle many times over and over again, and each time that it had been sent out from the lungs it was less fit than before to be breathed again. They had not felt how poisonous it was while they stayed in it. They had only felt tired and unrefreshed, with a dull headache. But now that Tom came back into it, he could not mistake its oppressive nature. He went to the window to try and open it. It was what people call a Yorkshire light, where you know one half has to be pushed on one side. It was very stiff, for it had not been opened for a long time. Tom pushed against it with all his might. At length it gave way with a jerk, and the shake sent out a cracked pane which fell on the floor in 100 little bits. Tom was sadly frightened when he saw what he had done. He would have been sorry to have done mischief at any time, but he had seen enough of his aunt the evening before to find out that she was sharp and hasty and cross, and it was hard to have to begin the first day in his new home by getting into a scrape. He sat down on the bedside and began to cry, but the morning air blowing in upon him refreshed him and made him feel stronger. He grew braver as he washed himself in the pure cold water. "She can't be cross with me longer than a day. By tonight it will be all over. I can bear it for a day." Dick came running upstairs for something he had forgotten. "My word, Tom, but you'll catch it!" exclaimed he when he saw the broken window. He was half pleased at the event and half sorry for Tom. "Mother did so beat Jack last week for throwing a stone right through the window downstairs. He kept out of the way till night, but she was on the lookout for him, and as soon as she saw him she caught hold of him and give it to him. Tom, I would not be you for a deal." Tom began to cry again at this account of his aunt's anger. Dick became more and more sorry for him. "I'll tell thee what, we'll go down and say it was a lad in yon backyard throwing stones, and the one went smack through the window. I've got one in my pocket that will just do to show." "No," said Tom, suddenly stopping crying. "I dare not do that." "Daren't? Why, you'll have to dare much more if you go down and face mother without some such story." "No, I shan't. I shan't have to dare God's anger. Mother taught me to fear that. She said I need never be really afraid of aught else. Just be quiet, Dick, while I say me prayers." Dick watched his little cousin kneel down by the bed and bury his face in the clothes. He did not say any set prayer, which Dick was accustomed to thinking was the only way of praying, but Tom seemed, by the low murmuring which Dick heard, to be talking to a dear friend, and though at first he sobbed and cried as he asked for help and strength, yet when he got up his face looked calm and bright, and he spoke quietly as he said to Dick, "Now I'm ready to go and tell Aunt." Aunt, meanwhile, had missed her picture and her soap, and was in no good-tempered mood when Tom came to make his confession. She had been hindered in her morning's work by his taking her things away, and now he was come to tell her of the pane being broken, and that it must be mended, and money must go all for a child's nonsense. She gave him, as he had been led to expect, 1 or 2 very sharp blows. Jack and Dick looked on with curiosity to see how he would take it. Jack, at any rate, expecting a hearty crying from Softy. Jack himself had cried loudly at his last beating, but Tom never shed a tear, though his face did go very red, and his mouth did grow set with the pain. But what struck the boys more even than his being hard in bearing such blows was his quietness afterwards. He did not grumble loudly as Jack would have done, nor did he turn sullen as was Dick's custom, but the minute afterwards he was ready to run an errand for his aunt, nor did he make any mention of the hard blows when his uncle came in to breakfast, as his aunt had rather expected he would. She was glad he did not, for she knew her husband would have been displeased to know how early she had begun to beat his orphan nephew. So she felt almost grateful to Tom for his silence, and certainly began to be sorry she had struck him so hard. Poor Tom! He did not know that his cousins were beginning to respect him, nor that his aunt was learning to like him, and he felt very lonely and desolate that first morning. He had nothing to do. Jack went to work at the factory, and Dick went grumbling to school. Tom wondered if he was to go to school again, but he did not like to ask. He sat on a little stool, as much out of his terrible aunt's way as he could. She had her youngest child, a little girl of about 1.5 years old, crawling about on the floor. Tom longed to play with her, but he was not sure how far his aunt would like it. But he kept smiling at her, and doing every little thing he could to attract her attention and make her come to him. At last she was coaxed to come upon his knee. His aunt saw it, and though she did not speak, she did not look displeased. He did everything he could think of to amuse little Annie, and her mother was very glad to have her attended to. When Annie grew sleepy, she still kept fast hold of one of Tom's fingers in her little round soft hand, and he began to know the happy feeling of loving somebody again. Only the night before, when his cousins had made him get out of bed, he had wondered if he should live to be an old man and never have anybody to love all that long time. But now his heart felt quite warm to the little thing that lay on his lap. "She'll tire you, Tom," said her mother. "You'd better let me put her down in the cot." "Oh no," said he, "please don't. I like so much to have her here." He never moved, though she lay very heavy on his arm, for fear of wakening her. When she did rouse up, his aunt said, "Thank you, Tom. I've got me work done rarely with you for a nurse. Now, take a run in the yard and play yourself a bit." His aunt was learning something, and Tom was teaching, though they would both have been very much surprised to hear it. Whenever in a family everyone is selfish and, as it is called, stands up for his own rights, there are no feelings of gratitude. The gracefulness of thanks is never called for, nor can there be any occasion for thoughtfulness for others when those others are sure to get the start in thinking for themselves and taking care of number one. Tom's aunt had never had to remind Jack or Dick to go out to play. They were ready enough to see after their own pleasures. Well, dinner time came, and all the family gathered to the meal. It seemed to be a scramble who should be helped first, and cry out for the best pieces. Tom looked very red. His aunt, in her new-born liking for him, helped him early to what she thought he would like, but he did not begin to eat. It had been his mother's custom to teach her little son to say a simple grace with her before they began their dinner. He expected his uncle to follow the same observance, and waited. Then he felt very hot and shy, but thinking that it was right to say it, he put away his shyness and very quietly, but very solemnly said the old accustomed sentence of thanksgiving. Jack burst out laughing when he had done, for which Jack's father gave him a sharp rap and a sharp word, which made him silent through the rest of the dinner. But excepting Jack, who was angry, I think all the family were the happier for having listened reverently, if with some surprise, to Tom's thanksgiving. They were not an ill-disposed set of people, but wanted thoughtfulness in their everyday life. That sort of thoughtfulness which gives order to a home, and makes a wise and holy spirit of love the groundwork of order. From that first day, Tom never went back in the regard he began then to win. He was useful to his aunt, and patiently bore her hasty ways, until for very shame she left off being hasty with one who was always so meek and mild. His uncle sometimes said he was more like a girl than a boy, as was to be looked for from being brought up for so many years by a woman. But that was the greatest fault he ever had to find with him, and in spite of it, he really respected him for the very qualities which are most truly manly, for the courage with which he dared to do what was right, and the quiet firmness with which he bore many kinds of pain. As for little Annie, her friendship and favour and love were the delight of Tom's heart. He did not know how much the others were growing to like him, but Annie showed it in every way, and he loved her in return most dearly. Dick soon found out how useful Tom could be to him in his lessons, for though older than his cousin, Master Dick was a regular dunce, and had never even wished to learn till Tom came, and long before Jack could be brought to acknowledge it, Dick maintained that Tom had a great deal of pluck in him, though it was not of Jack's kind. Now I shall jump another year and tell you a very little about the household 12 months after Tom had entered it. I said above that his aunt had learned to speak less crossly to one who was always gentle after her scoldings. By and by, her ways to all became less hasty and passionate, for she grew ashamed of speaking to anyone in an angry way before Tom. He always looked so sad and sorry to hear her. She has also spoken to him sometimes about his mother, at first because she thought he would like it, but latterly because she became really interested to hear of her ways, and Tom, being an only child, and his mother's friend and companion, has been able to tell her of many household arts of comfort, which, coming quite unconscious of any purpose from the lips of a child, have taught her many things which she would have been too proud to learn from an older person. Her husband is softened by the additional cleanliness and peace of his home. He does not now occasionally take refuge in a public house to get out of the way of noisy children, an unswept hearth, and a scolding wife. Once, when Tom was ill for a day or two, his uncle missed the accustomed grace and began to say it himself. He is now the person to say, "Silence, boys," and then to ask the blessing on the meal. It makes them gather round the table instead of sitting down here and there in the comfortless, unsociable way they used to do. Tom and Dick go to school together now, and Dick is getting on famously, and will soon be able to help his next brother over his lessons, as Tom has helped him. Even Jack has been heard to acknowledge that Tom has pluck in him, and as pluck, in Jack's mind, is a short way of summing up all the virtues, he has lately become very fond of his cousin. Tom does not think about happiness, but is happy, and I think we may hope that he and the household among whom he is adopted will go from strength to strength. Now, do you not see how much happier this family are from the one circumstance of a little child's coming among them? Could money have made 1/10 part of this real and increasing happiness? I think you will all say no, and yet Tom was no powerful person, he was not clever, he was very friendless at first, but he was loving and good, and on those two qualities, which any of us may have if we try, the blessing of God lies in rich abundance. End of Hand and Heart by Elizabeth Gaskell. The Last Generation in England by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Sartain's Union magazine, July 1849. I have just taken up by chance an old number of the Edinburgh Review, April 1848, in which it is said that Southey has proposed to himself to write a history of English domestic life. I will not enlarge upon the infinite loss we have had in the non-fulfilment of this plan. Everyone must in some degree feel its extent who has read those charming glimpses of home scenes contained in the early volumes of the Doctor, etc. This quarter of an hour's chance reading has created a wish in me to put upon record some of the details of country town life, either observed by myself or handed down to me by older relations. For even in small towns, scarcely removed from villages, the phases of society are rapidly changing, and much will appear strange which occurred only in the generation immediately preceding ours. I must, however, say before going on that although I choose to disguise my own identity and to conceal the name of the town to which I refer, every circumstance and occurrence which I shall relate is strictly and truthfully told without exaggeration. As for classing the details with which I am acquainted under any heads, that will be impossible from their heterogeneous nature. I must write them down as they arise in my memory. The town in which I once resided is situated in a district inhabited by large landed proprietors of very old family. The daughters of these families, if unmarried, retired to live in on their annuities, and gave the tone to the society there. Stately ladies they were, remembering etiquette and precedence in every occurrence of life, and having their genealogy at their tongue's end. Then there were the widows of the cadets of these same families, also poor and also proud, but I think more genial and less given to recounting their pedigrees than the former. Then came the professional men and their wives, who were more wealthy than the ladies I have named, but who always treated them with deference and respect, sometimes even amounting to obsequiousness. For was there not my brother Sir John and my uncle Mr. of to give employment and patronage to the doctor or the attorney? A grade lower came a class of single or widow ladies, and again it was possible, not to say probable, that their pecuniary circumstances were in better condition than those of the aristocratic dames, who nevertheless refused to meet in general society the ci devant housekeepers or widows of stewards who had been employed by their fathers and brothers. They would occasionally condescend to ask Mason or that good Bentley to a private tea drinking, at which I doubt not much gossip relating to former days at the Hall would pass. But that was patronage. To associate with them at another person's house would have been an acknowledgment of equality. Below again came the shopkeepers who dared to be original, who gave comfortable suppers after the very early dinners of that day, not checked by the Honourable Mr. D's precedent of a 7 o'clock tea on the most elegant and economical principles, and a supperless turn-out at 9. There were the usual respectable and disrespectable poor, and hanging on the outskirts of society were a set of young men, ready for mischief and brutality, and every now and then dropping off the pit's brink into crime. The habits of this class, about 40 years ago, were much such as those of the Mohawks a century before. They would stop ladies returning from the card parties, which were the staple gaiety of the place, and who were only attended by a maidservant bearing a lantern, and whip them, literally whip them, as you whip a little child, until administering such chastisement to a good, precise old lady of a high family, my brother the magistrate came forward and put down such proceedings with a high hand. Certainly there was more individuality of character in those days than now. No one, even in a little town of 2,000 inhabitants, would now be found to drive out with a carriage full of dogs, each dressed in the male or female fashion of the day, as the case might be, each dog provided with a pair of house shoes, for which his carriage boots were changed on his return. No old lady would be so oblivious of Mrs. Grundy's existence now as to dare to invest her favourite cow, after its unlucky fall into a lime-pit, in flannel waistcoat and drawers, in which the said cow paraded the streets of to the day of its death. There were many regulations which were strictly attended to in the society of which probably checked more manifestations of eccentricity. Before a certain hour in the morning, calls were never paid, nor yet after a certain hour in the afternoon. The consequence was that everybody was out, calling on everybody at the same time, for it was de rigueur that morning calls should be returned within 3 days, and accordingly, making due allowance for our proportion of rain in England, every fine morning was given up to this employment. A quarter of an hour was the limit of a morning call. Before the appointed hour of reception, I fancy the employment of many of the ladies was fitting up their laces and muslins, which, for the information of all those whom it may concern, were never ironed, but carefully stretched and pinned, thread by thread, with most Lilliputian pieces, on a board covered with flannel. Most of these scions of quality had many pounds' worth of valuable laces descended to them from mothers and grandmothers, which must be got up by no hands, as you may guess, but those of fairly fair. Indeed, when muslin and net were a guinea a yard, this was not to be wondered at. The lace was washed in buttermilk, which gave rise to an odd little circumstance. One lady left her lace basted up in some not very sour buttermilk, and unluckily the cat lapped it up, lace and all. One would have thought the lace would have choked her, but so it was. The lace was too valuable to be lost, so a small dose of tartar emetic was administered to the poor cat. The lace returned to view, was carefully darned, and decked the good lady's best cap for many a year after, and many a time did she tell the story, gracefully bridling up in a prim sort of way, and giving a little cough as if preliminary to a rather improper story. The first sentence of it was always, I remember, "I do not think you can guess where the lace on my cap has been," dropping her voice. "In Pussy's inside, my dear." The dinner hour was 3 o'clock in all houses of any pretensions to gentility, and a very late hour it was considered to be. Soon after 4, 1 or 2 inveterate card-players might be seen in calash and pattens, picking their way along the streets to the house where the party of the evening was to be held. As soon as they arrived and had unpacked themselves, an operation of a good half-hour's duration in the dining parlour, they were ushered into the drawing-room, where, unless in the very height of summer, it was considered a delicate attention to have the shutters closed, the curtains drawn, and the candles lighted. The card tables were set out, each with 2 new packs of cards, for which it was customary to pay, each person placing a shilling under one of the candlesticks. The ladies settled down to preference, and allowed of no interruption. Even the tea trays were placed on the middle of the card tables, and tea hastily gulped down, with a few remarks on the good or ill fortune of the evening. New arrivals were greeted with nods in the intervals of the game, and as people entered the room they were pounced upon by the lady of the house to form another table. Cards were a business in those days, not a recreation. Their very names were to be treated with reverence. Someone came to from a place where flippancy was in fashion. He called the knave lack, and everybody looked grave and voted him vulgar. But when he was overheard calling preference, the decorous, highly respectable game of preference, pref, why, what course remained for us but to cut him, and cut him we did. About 8:30, notices of servants having arrived for their respective mistresses were given. The games were concluded, accounts settled, a few parting squibs and crackers let off at careless or unlucky partners, and the party separated. By 10 o'clock all was in bed and asleep. I have made no mention of gentlemen at these parties, because if ever there was an Amazonian town in England it was 11 widows of respectability at one time kept house there, besides spinsters innumerable. The doctor preferred his armchair and slippers to the forms of society such as I have described, and so did the attorney, who was besides not insensible to the charms of a hot supper. Indeed, I suppose it was because of the small incomes of the more aristocratic portion of our little society not sufficing both for style and luxury, but it was a fact that as gentility decreased, good living increased in proportion. We had the honour and glory of looking at old plate and delicate china at the comme il faut tea parties, but the slices of bread and butter were like wafers, and the sugar for coffee was rather of the brownest. Still, there was much gracious kindness among our haute volée. In those times, good Mr. Rigmarole, carriages were carriages, and there were not the infinite variety of brooms, droskies, etc., etc., down to a wheelbarrow, which now make locomotion easy. Nor yet were there cars and cabs and flies ready for hire in our little town, a post-chaise was the only conveyance besides the sedan-chair, of which more anon. So the widow of an earl's son, who possessed a proper old-fashioned coach and pair, would on rainy nights send her carriage, the only private carriage of round the town, picking up all the dowagers and invalids, and conveying them dry and safe to and from their evening engagement. The various other ladies who, in virtue of their relations holding manors and maintaining gamekeepers, had frequent presents during the season of partridges, pheasants, etc., etc., would daintily carve off the tidbits, and putting them carefully into a hot basin, bid Betty or Molly cover it up quickly and carry it to Mrs. or Miss So-and-so, whose appetite was but weakly, and who required dainties to tempt it which she could not afford to purchase. These poorer ladies had also their parties in turn. They were too proud to accept invitations if they might not return them, although various and amusing were their innocent makeshifts and imitations. To give you only one instance, I remember a card party at one of these good ladies' lodgings, where, when tea time arrived, the ladies sitting on the sofa had to be displaced for a minute in order that the tea trays, plates of cake, bread and butter and all, might be extricated from their concealment under the valances of the couch. You may imagine the subjects of conversation amongst these ladies: cards, servants, relations, pedigrees, and last and best, much mutual interest about the poor of the town, to whom they were one and all kind and indefatigable benefactresses, cooking, sewing for, advising, doctoring, doing everything but educating them. One or two old ladies dwelt on the glories of former days, when boasted of 2 earls' daughters as residents. Though it must be 60 years since they died, there are traces of their characters yet lingering about the place. Proud, precise, and generous, bitter Tories they were. Their sister had married a general, more distinguished for a successful comedy than for his mode of conducting the war in America, and consequently his sisters-in-law held the name of Washington in deep abhorrence. I can fancy the way in which they must have spoken of him, from the shudder of abomination with which their devoted admirers spoke years afterwards of that man Washington. Lady Jane was moreover a benefactress to Before her day, the pavement of the footpath was composed of loose round stones, placed so far apart that a delicate ankle might receive a severe wrench from slipping between, but she left a sum of money in her will to make and keep in repair a flag pavement, on condition that it should only be broad enough for one to walk abreast, in order to put a stop to the indecent custom coming into vogue of ladies linking with gentlemen, linking being the old-fashioned word for walking arm in arm. Lady Jane also left her sedan and money to pay the bearers for the use of the ladies of who were frequently like Adam and Eve in the weather-glass in consequence, the first arrival at a party having to commence the order of returning when the last lady was only just entering upon the gaieties of the evening. The old ladies were living hoards of family tradition and old custom. One of them, a Shropshire woman, had been to school in London about the middle of the last century. The journey from Shropshire took her a week. At the school to which she was sent, besides fine work of innumerable descriptions, pastry and the art of confectionery were taught to those whose parents desired it. The dancing master gave his pupils instructions in the art of using a fan properly. Although an only child, she had never sat down in her parents' presence without leave until she was married, and spoke with infinite disgust of the modern familiarity with which children treated their parents. "In my days," said she, "when we wrote to our fathers and mothers, we began 'Honoured Sir' or 'Honoured Madam.' None of your 'dear mammas' or 'dear papas' would have been permitted, and we ruled off our margin before beginning our letters, instead of cramming writing into every corner of the paper. And when we ended our letters, we asked our parents' blessing if we were writing to them, and if we wrote to a friend, we were content to remain your affectionate friend, instead of hunting up some new-fangled expression such as 'you're attached, you're loving,' etc. Fanny, my dear, I got a letter to-day signed, yours cordially, like a dram shop. What will this world come to?" Then she would tell how a gentleman, having asked her to dance in her youth, never thought of such familiarity as offering her his arm to conduct her to her place, but taking up the flap of his silk-lined coat, he placed it over his open palm, and on it the lady daintily rested the tips of her fingers. To be sure, my dear old lady once confessed to a story neither so pretty nor so proper, namely, that one of the amusements of her youth was measuring noses with some gentleman, not an uncommon thing in those days, and, as lips lie below noses, such measurements frequently ended in kisses. At her house there was a little silver basket strainer, and once remarking on this, she showed me a silver saucer pierced through with holes, and told me it was a relic of the times when tea was first introduced into England. After it had been infused and the beverage drank, the leaves were taken out of the teapot and placed on this strainer, and then eaten by those who liked, with sugar and butter. And very good they were, she added. Another relic which she possessed was an old receipt book, dating back to the middle of the 16th century. Our grandmothers must have been strong-headed women, for there were numerous receipts for ladies' beverages, etc., generally beginning with "Take a gallon of brandy or any other spirit." The puddings, too, were no light matters. One receipt, which I copied for the curiosity of the thing, begins with "Take 30 eggs, 2 quarts of cream, etc." These Brobdingnagian puddings she explained by saying that the afternoon meal before the introduction of tea generally consisted of cakes and cold puddings, together with a glass of what we should now call liqueur, but which was then denominated bitters. The same old lady advocated strongly the manner in which marriages were formerly often brought about. A young man went up to London to study for the bar, to become a merchant or what not, and arrived at middle age without having thought about matrimony, when, finding himself rich and desirous of being married, he would frequently write to some college friend or to the clergyman of his native place, asking him to recommend a wife. Whereupon the friend would send a list of suitable ladies, the bachelor would make his selection and empower his friend to wait upon the parents of the chosen one, who accepted or refused without much consultation of their daughter's wishes. Often the first intelligence she had of the affair was by being told by her mother to adorn herself in her best, as the gentleman her parents proposed for her husband was expected by the night coach to supper. And very happy marriages they turned out, my dear, very, my venerable informant would add, sighing. I always suspected that her own had been of this description. End of the Last Generation in England, by Elizabeth Gaskell. Martha Preston, by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Sartain's Union Magazine, No. 6, 1850. Within the last few years I have been twice at the lakes. There is a road leading to Grasmere on the least known side of Lough Rig, which presents a singular number of striking and dissimilar views. First of all, on departing from the highway to Langdale, you climb a little hill, and there below you, in a sort of grassy basin on the side of Lough Rig, lies Wordsworth's favourite Lough Rig tarn, the Speculum Dianae, as he loves to call it, oval, deep, and clear as her mirror should be. Then you pass between 2 Westmoreland farmhouses, which shut in the road as it were, and make a little home-like scene, with their gables and stacks of chimneys and wooden galleries and numerous outbuildings festooned with ivy and climbing roses, which latter straggle through the loose stone wall and scent the air, already so fragrant with the odours of the wayside herbs. Pass these homesteads, and you seem to have left all human habitation behind. The very fences disappear, as if the moorland and bog were not worth enclosing, until you come to a little glen, a ravine, a gill, where linger yet one or two of the ancient trees of Loughrig Forest, and, as if they had suggested the idea of planting, in the lower and more open and genial part of this gill there are many of the more hardy trees of a much later date, say 50 years old, but they have spread out their branches and grow unchecked and unpruned till they form quite a wood of perhaps half a mile long, on the bleak mountain side, through which the soft grassy road passes on the way to Red Bank, where first you saw Grasmere lying calm and still fathoms below you, and reflecting the blue heavens and purple mountain tops in its glassy surface. But come back with me to the shady wood on the Loughrig side. We passed a stone cottage there in the more open part, where your attention was called off from more immediate objects by the sunny peep into the valley between Loughrig and High Close. You were so absorbed by this glimpse into the bright fertile little dale on the left, with its meadow green and mountain grey, that you did not notice the grey old cottage just up above the road in the wood on the right, and yet it was very picturesque. Truly, a nest in the green hold, with yet enough of sun to gild the diamond-paned windows all through the long afternoon of a summer's day, and high enough to command a view through that opening in the trees for many a mile. It was large and roomy, though too irregular and low, and if we had peeped over the stone wall we should have seen a trim little garden with pleasant flower borders under the low windows. This cottage always struck me as being in a beautiful situation, sheltered but not too much shut in for health, with a bright look-out into a distant scene of much variety. But a few years ago it gave me more a feeling of desolation and hermit-like isolation from the world than it does now. Now there are signs of childhood about, and children's voices blend with the songs of the wood-birds. A child's garden may be detected in this strange little mixture of white pebbles and fading dandelions and daisies. And while quite enough of house-leek and stone-crop and moss and traveller's joy are retained about the roof and walls to give it that rich variety of colour you see, yet much has been cleared away that formerly gave it the appearance of a dwelling which was shrinking back into the green bosom of Mother Earth. The currant bushes are pruned down into fruitfulness, and the long rose branches do not trail on the ground any more. Now listen to me, while I tell you what I heard of the inhabitants of that cottage during the last 30 years. Sit down on this felled tree, and while the noonday hum of busy insects in the wood mingles with the hum of the bees in yonder hives, I will weave together what I have learnt of Martha Preston. This house, and perhaps 40 acres of land, some rocky and sterile, hardly fit even for feeding sheep, some mere bog, and as such only good to furnish peats for fuel, and some rich meadowland, formed the hereditary possessions of the Prestons, Westmoreland statesmen. For 200 years, certainly, this nook of land had been theirs, and for nearly as long a time had that house been their habitation, to judge from the initials and date carved up and down on the old oaken screen, the meal and clapbread chest, the dresser and settle. They were probably made on the spot, out of the remains of some of the old forest trees, and had been polished by many a housewife before Jane Preston set her daughter Martha to rub them as her morning's task. Thomas and Jane Preston had 2 children, Martha and John. The sister was the elder by 8 years, and felt like a mother to the little boy, whom she had nursed almost more than his real mother, for Jane had to go to market, to see after the cows and the dairy, to look after the sheep on the fell, and was a busy, bustling, managing woman. The grey mare, some people said. If she had had time, she would have been fond of her children, but as it was, on weekdays, they were rather in her way. John Preston was reserved and quiet, a man of few words, but sensible, conscientious, and thoroughly upright. He never talked about his duty. People did not in those days, but it might be seen that it was the rule of his life, and as such it impressed itself upon his daughter's heart. I do not know if you have ever noticed it, but it strikes me that a very active mother does not always make a very active daughter. She does things too cleverly and eagerly herself to have patience with the awkward and slow efforts of a learner. At least, such was the case with Jane Preston. Martha was too long in going to market with the butter. She would rather go herself. Martha did not know how to get the afterings from the cow, and the best milk was lost. So instead of showing her how to do it, she did it herself. Martha made the clap bread too thick, the butter with the water not pressed out. She folded up the fleeces in the wrong way, so that they had to be done over again. The end of it was that Jane Preston did all the work in her own quick, sharp, clever manner, and Martha was left to nurse her little heart's darling and roam about the wood and dream and think. When she was about 15, her mother died, quickly, sharply, as she had lived. It was strange to know her dead, when to the last she had seemed so full of active, bustling life. But when she was gone, the husband and daughter she had often worried and annoyed missed sorely the head and heart which were always full of thoughts for others, never for herself. Johnny missed her the least of the three. Martha was his all in all. But Martha had now to try and take her mother's place in the farm, and had to see after sheep and cows, and go to market as well as she could. Johnny was sent to Grasmere School. So they went on for several years, till Martha grew up to be a fine young woman, quiet, steady and calm in her manners, but with a warm, sensitive heart, and a character full of imagination. Heart and character were attracted, as hearts and characters sometimes are, by her very opposite, a certain William Hawkshaw, who was engaged as a month's man, helper for a month in the busy sheep shearing and hay time, by her father. He was one of the many sons of a statesman on the other side of Ambleside. His father possessed more land than John Preston, but his large family made his means more limited, and several of his sons went out as farm servants. Old Hawkshaw tried to impress upon his sons the most prudent and careful habits, but for a time his precepts lay dormant and unproductive. Will Hawkshaw was a fine, handsome young fellow, light-hearted and gay in appearance, full of spirit and life, and bringing a sort of sunshine with him wherever he went, at church or at market. It was the most natural thing in the world that Martha, living in a green solitude with her father and brother, of like retired unsocial habits, should be powerfully attracted by the young man who, as the custom is, came to lodge and board with them for the month, and thus was thrown into intimate domestic communion with him. They worked together in the hay, they ran after the truant sheep, and as Johnny once innocently observed, Martha had quite learned to laugh out loud since Will Hawkshaw had come, for before that her smile had been as noiseless as a sunbeam, but now her laugh gushed into music. The father saw all with calm approval. It was natural young men and young women should take to each other. Will came of respectable stock, and if he had not much, why, Martha would have a good piece of the money in Kendal Bank. The land went to Johnny, of course. So there was no let or hindrance to the growing attachment. Will was, in his way, attracted by Martha. He was pleased to see his influence over her, and to perceive that he could stir the depths of that soul so still and calm in appearance. It must have been soon after that summer month, in 1818, that they were engaged, and Martha's heart was full to the brim of happiness. There was no definite plan for the future. Will was to labour as farm servant for a few years, to save, and by and by, perhaps, some farm might be to let within their means. Such was the most they looked forward to. Martha shrunk from too much looking into the future, for now she was secure of Will's affection, she began to reproach herself for wishing to leave her father and Johnny, and the natural desire for a home and a husband began to be considered as a crime by her tender conscience, as she felt how necessary she was to their happiness. In this way 2 or 3 years passed by, Martha cherishing the idea of Will with the most faithful constancy, and hardly daring to show him the exceeding joy there was in her heart when he came on his occasional visits. He, going from farm service to farm service, a favourite everywhere for his manly capabilities and cheerful social temper, and what faults and temptations he had, known principally to himself alone, as hitherto they had borne no fruit whereby men should recognise them. The next event was the calm sinking into death of John Preston, the elder. He told Martha, a few minutes before his death, what a comfort her engagement was to him in his dying hour, and above all things charged her to be father and mother to Johnny, now just 16, to see after his worldly affairs, but above all to bear his soul up with hers to that heaven where the household should meet once more. So for Johnny's sake she calmed herself in her orphanhood, and for his sake she ruled her daily life until such time as she should leave him for a home of her own. Her share of her father's property was about £80. A bad year or two for stock had made it less than was one time expected. Will seemed a little surprised at this diminution, and for his sake she wished it had been more. The murrain among the cattle must have sprung from some diseased state of the air, for human beings began to be affected. A low kind of fever, from the account I heard a sort of typhoid fever I imagine, became prevalent, and to Martha's sickening terror Johnny caught it. When that danger came, it seemed as if her sisterly love swallowed up all other loves. In his helplessness and rambling unconsciousness, he was once more the little baby she had carried about with the yearning love of a young mother. Kind neighbours in the Samaritan sense, came from Easdale and Skeleth to help her to nurse him for the 20 days of raging illness. The doctor from Ambleside was sent for in distrust of the nearer Grasmere apothecary, and he recovered. But oh woe! As he recovered, his wandering lost senses were not restored. The neighbours sighed and shook their heads, and looked mysteriously, long before the idea of this sorrow darkened life to Martha. But when he was strong enough to walk out, and when the stupor remained still upon his poor brain, when the bright blaze of the wood fire called out a wild laugh of delight, at which he looked round, affrighted at the noise himself had made, when he came cowering up to his sister for protection against the phantoms of his own conjuring up, then Martha knew the truth in her heart, that her brother was an idiot. The doctor confirmed this with sad gravity. That night Martha never went to bed, but sat alone, mutely gazing at the grey embers among which the sparks ran to and fro. There was no doubt in her mind as to her duty, no perplexed struggling of that kind, but before her eyes his life, from his babyhood upwards, was displayed as in a panorama, and that memory of the past and thought of the present made the tears roll unheeded down her cheeks and drop unwiped upon her lap. The very mice ran about after a while as if she had not been there, so still and motionless was she through the night of inward agony. When it was light enough to write, she took pen and paper and desired Will Hawkshaw to come to her. She could not express thoughts easily in this unwonted manner, so confined herself to this one request, reserving the reason till he should come. The next Sunday brought him, as she had expected, and his quick eye understood the trouble before she, with her sobbing voice, could put it into words. Then the tares sprang up. The old worldly maxims sown by his father covered and strangled the life out of the wheat. If Johnny were shut up in an asylum, he and Martha might have the land and marry at once. Thought of their marriage had been in Martha's mind too, and all bashfulness forgotten in the sense of her exceeding sorrow, she proposed it to him with a calm manner, only as her words struck upon her own ear, a maidenly blush covered her face. "If you come here, I can do all I need to do, and tend the poor lad too. The doctor gave but little hope, but God is powerful for many things, and I will never cease praying." But Will had other thoughts. The covetousness of his heart was as a mail-clad man, and he believed his power over Martha was enough to persuade her to his views. But he was mistaken. She saw a great gulf between their souls that day, a greater, deeper gulf than that between her and the poor innocent who causelessly went in and out with mutterings and laughter, witless of the misery of which he was even then the occasion. Though Martha shrank and shuddered as she first began to understand Will, she hoped for many hours that it might be a mistake, a dream, But he was only joking, at a strange, sad, inappropriate time to be sure, and the sun set that October day while they were still discussing the matter. I believe Will had no idea but that she would yield if he was relentless and firm enough. He had made many conquests among the farmers' daughters, and had a great idea of his own power, so when they parted that evening — he had to go to Patterdale to his work the next day — he thought he was only leaving her for a time to digest his words, and expected to be recalled, even with penitence on her part, before the next Sunday. He went so far as to talk of his prospects to one or two companions, but the letter from Martha never came. He had boasted of his power, and his power was defied. Then anger took the place of the love he had had, and at the best of times his way of loving had been very different from Martha's. And Martha lived alone with her idiot brother. She braced herself up to her life and said that with God's help she would go through it. So she did. Something of her mother's character came out in the energy with which she devoted herself to the management of the farm. She got help at busy times, and always the advice of her neighbours was at her service, for though they said little, they felt deep respect for her. Johnny too could help a little, and liked to be employed by her. He was as docile as a child in general, but sometimes, old people have told me, he was restless and wild and irritable, and passers through the wood in dead of night heard his cries, and Martha's voice soothing him with singing hymns, her voice that never stayed for all her anguish and anxiety, but went clear and bell-like up to God. That singing of hers, that homely loving music, used to quiet him, but for all that she might have been doing and bearing through the night, she was abroad as early as ever in the mornings, and used to say to sympathising inquirers that Johnny was much the same. They respected her uncomplaining reserve too much to tell what they had heard, and the poor creature had received such a terrible fright from the proposal made by Will of sending her brother to an asylum, or as she phrased it, a madhouse, that I believe she would have borne anything rather than have made revelations which should give any ground for such a proceeding. What she endured exactly can therefore never be known on earth. Once, I was told, a farmer, rising more than usually betimes to look after a horse that was ill, saw in the summer's dawn Martha walking to and fro in a little paddock with hasty agitated steps, wringing her hands, and then he thought he caught words of passionate prayer, but he did not go up to her, and passed on unobserved by the wood road near the cottage. As he saw the open door, his mind suggested that perhaps there might be some reason for her violent emotion in some sudden illness of the poor idiot, so he went in softly, and saw Johnny lying asleep on the settle, with flushed face and disordered hair, as if he had been in great irritation. But he breathed as if in deep sleep, probably from exhaustion, and was tenderly covered up with Martha's Sunday cloak. So the man went on his way, and contented himself with sending his wife in the course of the day, ostensibly on some unimportant errand, but in reality to see how the sister and brother were going on. Johnny then seemed pretty well, but Martha looked haggard and worn. But to all inquiries respecting her brother, she answered so curtly and unwillingly that no real information was to be gained. All this time Will Hawkshaw had not been idle in his way of getting through the world. The boasts he had uttered in the early days of his estrangement of his unlimited power over Martha cut off the vain man from any chance of a retreat from his first avowed determination, if indeed he ever wished to change his mind. But independently of the difference of love arising from the difference of character, he was a man thrown abroad in the shifting, vivid scenes of life. She was a woman dwelling alone with ample leisure during the long, long nights and solitary days, to nurse up his remembrance, or rather the remembrance of what she had fancied him to be. So it was not without a shock, the depth of which was, I suppose, known only to God, who searcheth all hearts, that about 3 years after their last interview she heard of his intended marriage to the only daughter of a wealthy statesman in Troutbeck. As far as I could make out from the account, vague as to time, yet graphic as to particulars given me, It must have been close upon this period that the farmer saw her abroad in the fields in such deep distress after one of Johnny's restless nights. Of course, the marriage soon followed the public announcement of such intention, and henceforward Martha's life presented no outward variety for many years. Young children grew up to man's estate. All was unchanged to her. Girls and boys became old, married people. Her days and nights had the only variety of Johnny's being well or ill. At last a change came, the solemn change of life into death. After a day or two of violent illness, Johnny went to his long rest. Martha thought that in the speechless exhaustion which immediately preceded death, she saw sense in his eyes and a composed intelligence in his face, and certain it is, those poor eyes followed her moving form as long as life gave them power to recognise her. After the funeral was over, the friendly neighbours came in more frequently than before, when their visits had been so unacceptable. Still, the nearest were far away, and their lives were busy, and many a day, and many a week must have passed to Martha in solitude. She was asked again and again to the gaieties of the neighbourhood, to the christenings at Christmas, the favourite time in that country, the mountain sheep shearings. She was urged to accompany neighbours to the grand dissipation of sales by auction, but all this she steadily refused. Though she was more than a middle-aged woman now, her heart still beat, her face still flushed at the thought that at some of these gatherings she might meet the lover of her youth. She had never been able to displace her ideal by the thought of the man he really was, and as she acknowledged him to herself to be. A neighbour took her produce to market, and made what little purchases she required. 2 or 3 kindly friends helped her at busy times, and were consulted as to the disposal of her accumulating money, for Martha was growing very rich in the simple estimation of the dalesmen, a circumstance about which she scarcely thought herself. Money had but little power to heal the deep, sharp sorrows of her heart. She was growing old alone, with a most loving nature. She had none to love, as she could have done, had God permitted her to have husband and children. And sometimes in the deep midnight she cried aloud to heaven in her exceeding grief that she had never heard a child's murmuring voice call her mother. The late autumn, with falling leaves and piping winds and long rainy nights, harmonized with her life, which, like the year, had had a bright calm spring in the days now long past, when she strayed about the woods with little Johnny. She saw herself and him happy wanderers. She watched the 2 pictures in her mind's eye as if they were separate from herself, and so they were, by long years of sorrow and disappointment. One winter's night, when evening had shut in unusually early, owing to the black snow clouds that had hung like night close around the horizon, she sat looking dreamily into the fire. She saw in the blaze the 2 children of her imagination roaming to and fro. Her old sheepdog, Fly, lay at her feet. The cows were foddered for the night. The sheep were penned up in the outhouse close by. Fly had been with her while these duties were being done 3 hours ago. What made the old dog suddenly restless then? Why did he prick up his ears and go snuffing to the door, and then pace back to her with such a meaning look? "Lie down, Fly, good dog," said she, anxious to resume her dreaming. But Fly would not lie down, and she could no longer dream. Somebody, something must be abroad in this heavy snowstorm. She said afterwards to a neighbour she felt as if she must go up to the fell, and sure enough it was God's guiding which led her out. With the foresight common to the Dales people, who know what mountain storms are, she took under her cloak a little phial of gin, which had long been stored up for any emergency. She set out with Fly. The snow fell so fast she was almost blinded at first, and the drifts lay thick where the wind blew them. But she had long confidence in Fly, and he ran straight up the little steep path which led through the wood to the more open part of Loughrig Fell. On she went, her cloak white with snow which fell on her face, her very eyelashes. When she emerged into the more open ground, it even fell so thickly that she lost sight of Fly and stood bewildered until he should return to guide her. The wind had ceased for a time, and the air was still and motionless. Every bird and beast was in its sheltering home, and the quiet on those moors was almost awful. Suddenly, a child's feeble, wailing, hopeless cry smote her ear, and in an instant she pressed on in the direction from whence it came. As she gained upon it, she heard Fly's loud howl for assistance, and that gave her more guidance, for she was sure he was by the lost wanderer. At last, panting and agitated, she reached the spot where, what seemed in that obscurity to be merely a black heap, was fast becoming whitened by the ceaseless snow. It was a child half asleep, in the fatal sleep which precedes death, but not yet unconscious to the pain of the excessive cold which was freezing up his life-blood, for though he could not speak in reply to her anxious words, he moaned dreamily. Now came in the use for the gin. She wetted his lips, she poured a little down his throat. She raised him up, and past youth as she long had been, she yet found strength to carry him a little way down the hill. Then she stopped, overpowered, for a short time. Then again, with desperate effort, she bore him on to the wood, where at any rate the cold was less piercing. Again she gave him a little gin, and now he was able to walk a few steps. And so, with passionate prayers to God, who looked down upon her that wild night, she dragged him along to her cottage, and laid him down within the warm influence of the fire. She threw herself on the ground in utter exhaustion for a minute or two. Then she arose, stripped him of his wet things, wrapped him in her cloak, and began to chafe his limbs. Then presently he recovered, and was able to tell his short story. Father had sent him up to the fells for a sheep that was missing, but their dog was not well broken into the woods and left him, and night and snow came on, and he got wildered on the fells, for they had only lately come to live near Rydal, and he did not know the landmarks. Something in his dark blue eyes prompted the sudden question, "What do they call you, lad?" The answer was, "John Hawkshaw." "Is your father's name William Hawkshaw? Did you ever live in Troutbeck?" asked Martha, as calmly as she could, for her heart gave a leap. A mist came before her eyes as she uttered the name once so familiar, but so long unspoken by her lips that the sound seemed strange and wild. Yes, it was Will Hawkshaw's child she had saved. She fed him and put him warm to bed, and placing the candle where the light fell on his face without awakening him, she sat down to watch him through the night. His mouth was very different from what Will's had been. That feature he must have inherited from his mother, and it almost seemed strange to her that she was not his mother, for the maternal breast which is in every woman yearned after him. She sent word at break of day by the nearest neighbours to his parents living 3 miles away. Then she returned to watch him once more. He slept so long and so soundly that, when his mother came with all the speed of anxious love, she found him only at breakfast, sitting like a little king at a round table covered with a clean coarse cloth, and feasting away on clap bread and sweet butter, that regular Westmoreland dainty composed of rum, butter and sugar, and made only for high days and holidays. Mrs. Hawkshaw, bonny and bright, younger looking than her years, happy matron as she was, little dreamed that she saw a former rival in the worn, sad-looking woman who had saved her child's life. Martha's face hardly brightened as she listened to Mrs. Hawkshaw's overpowering gratitude. She longed so to retain the child who was now to be taken away from her. She refused all the pressing invitations showered upon her by the wife of the lover of her youth. She only said, very earnestly, "You will let the lad come and see me sometimes?" "To be sure, we'll all come. My master would have been here by now to thank ye, but it's Ambleside cattle market, and he never misses a market." Martha wondered if any other reason hindered him from coming on this very natural errand of fetching home his lost child, but she said nothing, and when left alone that day she dreamed more than ever of the days of her youth. John Hawkshaw often came, sent by his grateful mother, sent by his far-casting father, who thought in his heart that possibly Martha might be induced to leave the land he had so early coveted to his son. But from whatever motive he came, he was ever and always welcome, and his own sweet nature harboured no selfish motives. He came as a child for the amusement and the variety of the thing, but he came as a youth and as a man for the real love and respect he felt for his aunt, for so she would have him call her. Such was the state of things when first I saw the cottage and heard the history. Martha had never cared for her wealth, had never realised the power it gave her, but all at once a bright light broke upon her of the happiness it might create, when she learned from her boy, a grown man he was, how he loved a poor girl in Grasmere, a good daughter to her parents and a braid-sitter, but how they could not marry for many years, for she had nothing, and he was but one out of a large family. He looked forward to this long engagement with resigned regret, and she said nothing at the time. But she made a long inquiry about the girl. All answers were satisfactory. She surprised her nephew when next he came with the statement of her property in the bank. She told him he should marry the girl and bring her to the old wood house as to her home, and they should dwell with her and be to her as a son and a daughter. Now she holds the honoured place of a grandmother. She nurses a little Martha on her knee, while a Johnny, for whom she puts up many an earnest prayer, strays out with toddling steps and makes that childish garden you saw, with many a crow of delight, and call to Granny to come and look. There will not be a grave in Grasmere churchyard more decked with flowers, more visited with respect, regret and tears and faithful trust than that of Martha Preston when she dies. End of Martha Preston by Elizabeth Gaskell. The Deserted Mansion by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in Fraser's Magazine, Volume 44, July 1851. A few years ago, a picture appeared in the exhibition of the Royal Academy, which peculiarly impressed my imagination. It represented an ancient ruinous dwelling, surrounded by dilapidated gardens set in sombre woods. The venerable trees, the moat filled with nettle and rubbish, the broken fences, green stagnant waters, the gabled, turreted, many-windowed, mouldering mansion, a perfect medley of chaotic architecture. The visible silence, the spirit of supreme desolation brooding over the precincts, filled my mind with involuntary sadness, while fancy conjured up strange, wild tales of other days, in connection with the scene. I could not shake off the belief that reality was portrayed on the canvas, and writing an account of the various pictures to a friend who resided in the country, I dwelt on this particular one and my singular impressions respecting it. When I next received a letter from my friend, she remarked how unaccountable my fancies were, fancies which were, however, based on the foundation of truth. She went on to say that reading my letter to Mrs. L., an octogenarian in wonderful preservation, that lady informed her of the locality of my deserted mansion, and also of its history, the picture being actually painted for Mrs. L.'s son, and the tale attached to it, to which my friend eventually gave me in the lady's own words, was as follows. 50 years ago, the mansion of St. Elan's Wood was reckoned ancient, but it was a healthful, vigorous age, interesting and picturesque. Then emerald turf lined the sides of the moat, and blooming flowers clustered within its sloping shelter. White drapery fluttered within the quaint latticed windows, and delicate climbers festooned them without. Terraced walks and thick holly hedges were in trim order, fountains sparkled in the sunshine, and blushing roses bent over and kissed the clear rejoicing waters. 50 years ago, joyous laughter resounded amid the greenwood glades, and buoyant footsteps pressed the greensward, for the master of St. Elan's had brought home a bride, and friends and relatives hastened thither to offer congratulations and to share the hospitalities of the festive season. Lady St. Elan was a very young wife, a soft-eyed, timid creature. Her mother had died during her daughter's infancy, and her father, an officer of high rank in the army, being abroad, a lady whom we shall call Sabina, by whom she had been educated, accompanied her beloved pupil, now Lady St. Elan, to this new home. The death of Lady St. Elan's father and the birth of a daughter eventually mingled rejoicing and mourning together, while great anxiety was felt for the young mother, whose recovery was extremely tedious. The visits of eminent physicians who were sent from great distances evinced the fears which were still entertained, even when the invalid roamed once more in the pleasant gardens and woods around. Alas, it was not for the poor lady's bodily health they feared. The hereditary mental malady of her family on the maternal side, but which had slumbered for 2 generations, again darkly shadowed forth its dread approaches. Slight, indeed, had been the warning as yet, subtle the demonstrations of the deadly enemy, but enough to alarm the watchful husband who was well acquainted with the facts. But the alarm passed away, the physicians came no more, and apparent health and strength, both mental and physical, were fully restored to the patient, while the sweet babe really deserved the epithets lavished on it by the delightful mother of the divinest baby in the world. During the temporary absence of her husband on affairs of urgent business, Lady St. Elan requested Sabina to share her chamber at night, on the plea of timidity and loneliness. This wish was cheerfully complied with, and 2 or 3 days passed pleasantly away. St. Elan was expected to return home on the following morning, and when the friends retired to rest on the previous night, Sabina withdrew the window curtains to gaze upon the glorious landscape which stretched far away, all bathed in silver radiance, and she soon fell into a tranquil slumber, communing with holy thoughts and prayerful aspirations. She was suddenly awakened by a curious kind of sound in the room, accompanied by a half-stifled, jeering laugh. She knew not how long sleep had lulled her in oblivion, but when Sabina turned round to see from whence the sound proceeded, imagine her horror and dismay at beholding Lady St. Elan standing near the door, sharpening a large knife on her slipper, looking wildly round now and then, muttering and gibing. "Not sharp enough yet, not sharp enough yet," she exclaimed, intently pursuing her occupation. Sabina felt instinctively that this was no practical joke. She knew instinctively the dread reality, by the maniac's eye, by the tone of voice, and she sprang from the bed, darting towards the door. It was locked. Lady St. Elan looked cunningly up, muttering, "So you thought I was so silly, did you? But I double-locked it and threw the key out of the window, and perhaps you may spy it out in the moonshine you are so fond of admiring," pointing to an open casement at an immense height from the ground, for this apartment was at the summit of a turret commanding an extensive view, chosen for that reason as well as for its seclusion and repose, being so far distant from the rest of the household. Sabina was not afflicted with weak nerves, and as the full danger of her position flashed across her mind, she remembered to have heard that the human eye possesses extraordinary power to quell and keep in abeyance all unruly passions thus terrifically displayed. She was also aware that in a contest where mere bodily energy was concerned, her powers must prove utterly inadequate and unavailing when brought into competition with those of the unfortunate lady during a continuance of the paroxysm. Sabina feigned a calmness which she was far from feeling at that trying moment, and though her voice trembled, yet she said cheerfully and with a careless air, "I think your knife will soon be sharp enough, Lady St. Elan. What do you want it for?" "What do I want it for?" mimicked the madwoman. "Why, what should I want it for, Sabina, but to cut your throat with?" "Well, that is an odd fancy," exclaimed Sabina, endeavouring not to scream or faint. "But you had better sit down, for the knife is not sharp enough for that job. There's a chair. Now give me your attention while you sharpen, and I'll sit opposite to you. for I have had such an extraordinary dream, and I want you to listen to it." The lady looked maliciously sly, as much as to say, "You shall not cheat me if I do listen." But she sat down, and Sabina opposite to her, who began pouring forth a farrago of nonsense which she pretended to have dreamt. Lady St. Elan had always been much addicted to perusing works of romantic fiction, and this taste for the marvellous was, probably, the means of saving Sabina's life, who during that long and awful night never flagged for one moment, continuing her repetition of marvels in the Arabian Nights style. The maniac sat perfectly still, with the knife in one hand, the slipper in the other, and her large eyes intently fixed on the narrator. Oh, those weary, weary hours! When at length repeated signals and knocks were heard at the chamber door as the morning sun arose, Sabina had presence of mind not to notice them, as her terrible companion appeared not to do so, but she continued her sing-song monotonous strain until the barrier was fairly burst open, and St. Elan himself, who had just returned, alarmed at the portentous murmurs within, and accompanied by several domestics, came to the rescue. Had Sabina moved or screamed for help, or appeared to recognise the aid which was at hand ere it could have reached her, the knife might have been sheathed in her heart. The knife was a foreign one of quaint workmanship, usually hanging up in St. Elan's dressing-room, and the premeditation evinced in thus secreting it was a mystery not to be solved. Sabina's hair, which was as black as the raven's wing, when she retired to rest on that fearful night, had changed to the similitude of extreme age when they found her in the morning. Lady St. Elan never recovered this sudden and total overthrow of reason, but died, alas, it was rumoured, by her own hand, within 2 years afterwards. The infant heiress was entrusted to the guidance of her mother's friend and governess. She became an orphan at an early age, and on completing her 21st year was uncontrolled mistress of the fortune and estates of her ancestors. But long ere that period arrived, a serious question had arisen in Sabina's mind respecting the duty and expediency of informing Mary St. Elan what her true position was, and gently imparting the sad knowledge of that visitation overshadowing the destinies of her race. It was true that in her individual case the catastrophe might be warded off, while on the other hand there was lurking, threatening danger. But a high religious principle seemed to demand a sacrifice or self-immolation in order to prevent the possibility of a perpetuation of the direful malady. Sabina felt assured that were her noble-hearted pupil once to learn the facts, there would be no hesitation on her part in strictly adhering to the prescribed line of right. It was a bitter task for Sabina to undertake, but she did not shrink from performing it, went peacefully away to a better world, bequeathing the mansion house and estate of St. Elan's Wood to Sabina and her heirs. In Sabina's estimation, however, this munificent gift was as the price of blood, as, but for her instrumentality, the fatal knowledge would not have been imparted. But for her, the ancestral woods and pleasant home might have descended to children's children in the St. Elan's line, tainted indeed and doomed. But now the race was extinct. There were many persons who laughed at Sabina's sensitive feelings on this subject, which they could not understand, and even well-meaning, pious folk thought that she carried her strict notions too far. Yet Sabina remained immovable, nor would she ever consent that the wealth thus left should be enjoyed by her of hers. Thus the deserted mansion still remains unclaimed, though it will not be long ere it is appropriated to the useful and beneficent purpose specified in Mary St. Elan's will, namely, failing Sabina and her issue, to be converted into a lunatic asylum, a kind of lunatic almshouse for decayed gentlewomen, who, with the requisite qualifications, will here find refuge from the double storms of life assailing them, poor souls, both from within and without. But what became of Sabina, "And what interest has your son in this picture?" asked my friend of old Mrs. L., as that venerable lady concluded her narration. "For if none live to claim the property, why does it remain thus?" "Your justifiable curiosity shall be gratified, my dear," responded the kindly dame. "Look at my hair. It did not turn white from age. I retired to rest one night with glossy braids, black as the raven's wing, and they found me in the morning, as you now behold me. Yes, it is even so, and you no longer wonder that Sabina's son desired to possess this identical painting. My pilgrimage is drawing towards its close, protracted as it has been beyond the allotted age of man. But according to the tenor of the aforenamed will, the mansion and estate of St. Elon must remain as they now stand until I am no more, while the accumulated funds will amply endow the excellent charity. Were my son less honourable or scrupulous, he might, of course, claim the property on my decease, but respect for his mother's memory, with firm adherence to her principles, will keep him, with God's blessing, from yielding to temptation. He is not a rich man, but with proud humility he may gaze on this memorial picture and hand it down to posterity with the traditionary lore attached, and may none of our descendants ever lament the use which will be made, nor covet the possession of this deserted mansion." End of The Deserted Mansion by Elizabeth Gaskell. Bessy's Troubles at Home by Elizabeth Gaskell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First published in the Sunday School Penny Magazine, January 1852. "Well, mother, I've got you a Southport ticket," said Bessy Lee, as she burst into a room where a pale, sick woman lay dressed on the outside of a bed. "Aren't you glad?" asked she, as her mother moved uneasily, but did not speak. "Yes, dear, I'm very thankful to you, but your sudden coming in has made me heart flutter so I'm ready to choke." Poor Bessy's eyes filled with tears, but it must be owned they were tears half of anger. She had taken such pains, ever since the doctor said that Southport was the only thing for her mother, to get her an order from some subscriber to the charity, and she had rushed to her in the full glow of success, and now her mother seemed more put out by the noise she had made on coming in than glad to receive the news she had brought. Mrs. Lee took her hand and tried to speak, but, as she said, she was almost choked with the palpitation at her heart. "You think it very silly in me, dear, to be so easily startled, but it's not altogether silliness. It is, I am so weak that every little noise gives me quite a fright. I shall be better, love, please God, when I come back from Southport. I'm so glad you've got the order, for you've taken a great deal of pains about it." Mrs. Lee sighed. "Don't you want to go?" asked Bessy, rather sadly. "You always seem so sorrowful and anxious when we talk about it." "It's partly my being ailing that makes me anxious, I know," said Mrs. Lee, "but it seems as if so many things might happen while I was away." Bessy felt a little impatient. Young people in strong health can hardly understand the fears that beset invalids. Bessy was a kind-hearted girl, but rather headstrong, and just now a little disappointed. She forgot that her mother had had to struggle hard with many cares ever since she had been left a widow, and that her illness now had made her nervous. "What nonsense, mother! What can happen? I can take care of the house and the little ones, and Tom and Jem can take care of themselves. What is to happen?" "Jenny may fall into the fire," murmured Mrs. Lee, who found little comfort in being talked to in this way. "Your father's watch may be stolen while you're in, talking with the neighbours, or... Now come, mother, you know I've had the charge of Jenny ever since father died, and you began to go out washing. I'll lock father's watch up in the box in our room. Then Tom and Jem won't know at what time to go to th' factory. Besides, Bessy," said she, raising herself up, "they are but young lads, and there's a deal of temptation to take them away from their homes if their homes are not comfortable and pleasant to them. It's that, more than anything, I've been fretting about all the time I've been ill, that I've lost the power of making this house the cleanest and brightest place they know. But it's no use fretting," said she, falling back weakly upon the bed and sighing. "I must leave it in God's hands. He raiseth up and he bringeth low." Bessy stood silent for a minute or two. Then she said, "Well, mother, I will try to make home comfortable for the lads, if you'll but keep your mind easy and go off to Southport quiet and cheerful." "I'll try," said Mrs. Lee, taking hold of Bessy's hand and looking up thankfully in her face. The next Wednesday she set off, leaving home with a heavy heart, which, however, she struggled against and tried to make more faithful, but she wished her 3 weeks at Southport were over. Tom and Jem were both older than Bessy, and she was 15. Then came Bill and Mary, and little Jenny. They were all good children, and all had faults. Tom and Jem helped to support the family by their earnings at the factory, and gave up their wages very cheerfully for this purpose, to their mother, who, however, insisted on a little being put by every week in the savings bank. It was one of her griefs now that when the doctor ordered her some expensive delicacy in the way of diet during her illness, a thing which she persisted in thinking she could have done without, her boys had gone and taken their money out in order to procure it for her. The article in question did not cost 1/4 of the amount of their savings, but they had put off returning the remainder into the bank, saying that the doctor's bill had yet to be paid, and that it seemed so silly to be always taking money in and out. But meanwhile Mrs. Lee feared lest it should be spent, and begged them to restore it to the savings bank. This had not been done when she left for Southport. Bill and Mary went to school. Little Jenny was the darling of all, and toddled about at home, having been her sister Bessy's especial charge when all went on well, and the mother used to go out to wash. Mrs. Lee, however, had always made a point of giving all her children who were at home a comfortable breakfast at 7 before she set out to her day's work, and she prepared the boys' dinner ready for Bessy to warm for them. At night, too, she was anxious to be home as soon after her boys as she could, and many of her employers respected her wish, and finding her hard-working and conscientious, took care to set her at liberty early in the evening. Bessy felt very proud and womanly when she returned home from seeing her mother off by the railway. She looked round the house with a new feeling of proprietorship, and then went to claim little Jenny from the neighbours, where she had been left while Bessy had gone to the station. They asked her to stay and have a bit of a chat, but she replied that she could not, for that it was near dinner time, and she refused the invitation that was then given her to go in some evening. She was full of good plans and resolutions. That afternoon she took Jenny and went to her teacher's to borrow a book, which she meant to ask one of her brothers to read to her in the evenings while she worked. She knew that it was a book which Jem would like, for though she had never read it, one of her schoolfellows had told her it was all about the sea and desert islands and coconut trees, just the things that Jem liked to hear about. How happy they would all be this evening. She hurried Jenny off to bed before her brothers came home. Jenny did not like to go so early, and had to be bribed and coaxed to give up the pleasure of sitting on brother Tom's knee. When she was in bed, she could not go to sleep, and kept up a little whimper of distress. Bessy kept calling out to her, now in gentle, now in sharp tones, as she made the hearth clean and bright against her brother's return, as she settled Bill and Mary to their next day's lessons, and got her work ready for a happy evening. Presently the elder boys came in. "Where's Jenny?" asked Tom the first thing. "I've put her to bed," said Bessy. "I've borrowed a book for you to read to me while I darn the stockings, and it was time for Jenny to go." "Mother never puts her to bed so soon," said Tom, dissatisfied. "But she'd be so in the way of any quietness over our reading," said Bessy. "I don't want to read," said Tom. "I want Jenny to sit on me knee as she always does while I eat me supper." "Tom, Tom, dear Tom," called out little Jenny, who had heard his voice, and perhaps a little of the conversation. Tom made but 2 steps upstairs, and reappeared with Jenny in his arms in her night clothes. The little girl looked at Bessy half triumphant and half afraid. Bessy did not speak, but she was evidently very much displeased. Tom began to eat his porridge with Jenny on his knee. Bessy sat in sullen silence. She was vexed with Tom, vexed with Jenny, and vexed with Jem, to gratify whose taste for reading travels she had especially borrowed this book, which he seemed to care so little about. She brooded over her fancied wrongs, ready to fall upon the first person who might give the slightest occasion for anger. It happened to be poor little Jenny, who, by some awkward movement, knocked over the jug of milk and made a great splash on Bessy's clean white floor. "Never mind," said Tom, as Jenny began to cry. "I like my porridge as well without milk as with it." "Oh, never mind," said Bessy, her colour rising, and her breath growing shorter. "Never mind dirtying anything, Jenny. It's only giving trouble to Bessy. But I'll make you mind," continued she, as she caught a glance of intelligence peep from Jem's eyes to Tom, and she slapped Jenny's head. The moment she had done it she was sorry for it. She could have beaten herself now with the greatest pleasure for having given way to passion, for she loved little Jenny dearly, and she saw that she really had hurt her. But Jem, with his loud, deep "For shame, Bessy," and Tom, with his excess of sympathy with his little sister's wrongs, checked back any expression which Bessy might have uttered of sorrow and regret. She sat there 10 times more unhappy than she had been before the accident, hardening her heart to the reproaches of her conscience, yet feeling most keenly that she had been acting wrongly. No one seemed to notice her. This was the evening she had planned and arranged for so busily, and the others, who never thought about it at all, were all quiet and happy, at least in outward appearance, while she was so wretched. By and by she felt the touch of a little soft hand stealing into her own. She looked to see who it was. It was Mary, who till now had been busy learning her lessons, but uncomfortably conscious of the discordant spirit prevailing in the room, and who had at last ventured up to Bessy, as the one who looked the most unhappy, to express, in her own little gentle way, her sympathy in sorrow. Mary was not a quick child. She was plain and awkward in her ways, and did not seem to have many words in which to tell her feelings, but she was very tender and loving, and submitted meekly and humbly to the little slights and rebuffs she often met with for her stupidity. "Dear Bessy, good night," said she, kissing her sister, and at the soft kiss Bessy's eyes filled with tears, and her heart began to melt. "Jenny," continued Mary, going to the little spoilt wilful girl, "will you come to bed with me, and I'll tell you stories about school, and sing you my songs as I undress? Come, little one," said she, holding out her arms. Jenny was tempted by this speech, and went off to bed in a more reasonable frame of mind than anyone had dared to hope. And now all seemed clear and open for the reading, but each was too proud to propose it. Jem, indeed, seemed to have forgotten the book altogether, he was so busy whittling away at a piece of wood. At last Tom, by a strong effort, said, "Bessy, mayn't we have the book now?" "No," said Jem. "Don't begin reading, for I must go out and try and make Ned Bates give me a piece of ashwood. Deal is just good for nothing." "Oh," said Bessy, "I don't want anyone to read this book who does not like it. But I know Mother would be better pleased if you were stopping at home quiet, rather than rambling to Ned Bates's at this time of night." "I know what Mother would like just as well as you, and I'm not going to be preached to by a girl," said Jem, taking up his cap and going out. Tom yawned and went up to bed. Bessy sat brooding over the evening. "So much as I thought and I planned. I'm sure I tried to do what was right and make the boys happy at home, and yet nothing has happened as I wanted it to do. Everyone has been so cross and contrary. Tom would take Jenny up when she ought to have been in bed. Jem did not care a straw for this book that I borrowed on purpose for him, but sat laughing. I saw, though he did not think I did, when all was going provoking and vexatious. Mary was a help and a comfort, as she always is. I think, though, she is so stupid over a book. Mary always contrives to get people right and have her own way somehow, and yet I'm sure she does not take half the trouble I do to please people." Jem came back soon, disappointed because Ned Bates was out and could not give him any ashwood. Bessy said it served him right for going at that time of night, and the brother and sister spoke angrily to each other all the way upstairs, and parted without even saying good night. Jenny was asleep when Bessy entered the bedroom which she shared with her sisters and her mother, but she saw Mary's wakeful eyes looking at her as she came in. "Oh, Mary," said she, "I wish mother was back. The lads would mind her, and now I see they'll just go and get into mischief to spite and plague me." "I don't think it's for that," said Mary softly. "Jem did want that ashwood, I know, for he told me in the morning he didn't think that deal would do. He wants to make a wedge to keep the window from rattling so on windy nights. You know how that fidgets, mother." The next day, little Mary, on her way to school, went round by Ned Bates's to beg a piece of wood for her brother Jem. She brought it home to him at dinner time, and asked him to be so good as to have everything ready for a quiet whittling at night, while Tom or Bessy read aloud. She told Jenny she would make haste with her lessons so as to be ready to come to bed early and talk to her about school, a grand, wonderful place in Jenny's eyes. And thus Mary quietly and gently prepared for a happy evening by attending to the kind of happiness for which everyone wished. While Mary had thus been preparing for a happy evening, Bessy had been spending part of the afternoon at a Mrs. Foster's, a neighbour of her mother's, and a very tidy, industrious old widow. Mrs. Foster earned part of her livelihood by working for the shops where knitted work of all kinds is to be sold, and Bessy's attention was caught, almost as soon as she went in, by a very gay piece of wool knitting in a new stitch that was to be used as a warm covering for the feet. After admiring its pretty looks, Bessy thought how useful it might be to her mother, and when Mrs. Foster heard this, she offered to teach Bessy how to do it. But where were the wools to come from? Those which Mrs. Foster used were provided her by the shop, and she was a very poor woman, too poor to make presents, though rich enough, as we all are, to give help of many other kinds, and willing to do what she could, which some of us are not. The two sat perplexed. "How much did you say it would cost?" said Bessy at last, as if the article was likely to have become cheaper since she asked the question before. "Well, it's sure to be more than 2 shillings if it's German wool. You might get it for 18 pence if you could be content with English." "But I've not got 18 pence," said Bessy gloomily. "I could lend it you," said Mrs. Foster, "if I was sure of having it back before Monday. But it's part of me rent money. Could you make sure, do you think?" "Oh, yes," said Bessy eagerly. "At least I'd try, but perhaps I'd better not take it, for after all I don't know where I could get it. What Tom and Jem earn is little enough for the house now that mother's washing is cut off." "They're good, dutiful lads to give it to their mother," said Mrs. Foster, sighing, for she thought of her own boys that had left her in her old age to toil on with faded eyesight and weakened strength. "Oh, but mother makes them each keep a shilling out of it for themselves," said Bessy in a complaining tone, for she wanted money and was inclined to envy anyone who possessed it. "That's right enough," said Mrs. Foster. "They that earn it should have some of the power over it." "But about this wool, this 18 pence. I wish I was a boy and could earn money. I wish mother would have let me go to work in the factory." "Come now, Bessy, I can have none of that nonsense. Thy mother knows what's best for thee, and I'm not going to hear thee complain of what she has thought right. But maybe I can help you to a way of gaining 18 pence. Mrs. Scott at the worsted shop told me that she should want someone to clean on a Saturday. Now you're a good strong girl, and can do a woman's work if you've a mind. Shall I say you will go? And then I don't mind if I lend you my 18 pence. You'll pay me before I want me rent on Monday." "Oh, thank you, dear Mrs. Foster," said Bessy. "I can scour as well as any woman. Mother often says so. And I'll do my best on Saturday. They shan't blame you for having spoken up for me." "No, Bessy, they won't, I'm sure, if you do your best. You're a good sharp girl for your years." Bessy lingered for some time, hoping that Mrs. Foster would remember her offer of lending her the money, but finding that she had quite forgotten it, she ventured to remind the kind old woman that it was nothing but forgetfulness was evident from the haste with which Mrs. Foster bustled up to a teapot and took from it the money required. "You're as welcome to it as can be, Bessy, as long as I'm sure of its being repaid by Monday. But you're in a mighty hurry about this coverlet," continued she, as she saw Bessy put on her bonnet and prepare to go out. "Stay, you must take patterns and go to the right shop in St. Mary's Gate. Why, your mother won't be back this 3 weeks, child." "No, but I can't abide waiting, and I want to set to it before it is dark. And you'll teach me the stitch, won't you, when I come back with the wools? I won't be half an hour away." But Mary and Bill had to abide waiting that afternoon, for though the neighbour at whose house the key was left could let them into the house, there was no supper ready for them on their return from school, and Jenny was away spending the afternoon with a playfellow. The fire was nearly out, the milk had been left at a neighbour's. Altogether, home was very comfortless to the poor tired children, and Bill grumbled terribly. Mary's head ached, and the very tones of her brother's voice, as he complained, gave her pain, and for a minute she felt inclined to sit down and cry. But then she thought of many little sayings which she had heard from her teacher, such as "never complain of what you can cure," "bear and forbear," and several other short sentences of a similar description. So she began to make up the fire, and asked Bill to fetch some chips, and when he gave her the gruff answer that he did not see any use in making a fire when there was nothing to cook by it, she went herself and brought the wood without a word of complaint. Presently Bill said, "Here, you lend me those bellows. You're not blowing it in the right way. Girls never do." He found out that Mary was wise in making a bright fire ready, for before the blowing was ended, the neighbour with whom the milk had been left brought it in, and little handy Mary prepared the porridge as well as the mother herself could have done. They'd just ended when Bessy came in almost breathless, for she had suddenly remembered in the middle of her knitting lesson that Bill and Mary must be at home from school. "Oh," she said, "that's right. I've so hurried myself. I was afraid the fire would be out. Where's Jenny? You were to have called for her, you know, as you came home from school. Dear, how stupid you are, Mary. I'm sure I told you over and over again. Now don't cry, silly child. The best thing you can do is run off back again for her." "But my lessons, Bessy, they are so bad to learn. It's tables day tomorrow," pleaded Mary. "Nonsense. Tables are as easy as can be. I can say up to 16 times 16 in no time." "But you know, Bessy, I'm very stupid, and my head aches so tonight." "Well, the air will do it good. Really, Mary, I would go myself, only I'm so busy, and you know Bill is too careless, mother says, to fetch Jenny through the streets. And besides, they would quarrel, and you can always manage Jenny." Mary sighed and went away to bring her sister home. Bessy sat down to her knitting. Presently Bill came up to her with some question about his lesson. She told him the answer without looking at the book. It was all wrong and made nonsense. But Bill did not care to understand what he learnt, and went on saying, 12 inches make 1 shilling, as contentedly as if it were right. Mary brought Jenny home quite safely. Indeed, Mary always did succeed in everything except learning her lessons well, and sometimes, if the teacher could have known how many tasks fell upon the willing, gentle girl at home, she would not have thought that poor Mary was slow or a dunce. And such thoughts would come into the teacher's mind sometimes, although she fully appreciated Mary's sweetness and humility of disposition. Tonight she tried hard at her tables, and all to no use. Her head ached so, she could not remember them, do what she would. She longed to go to her mother, whose cool hands around her forehead always seemed to do her so much good, and whose soft loving words were such a help to her when she had to bear pain. She had arranged so many plans for tonight, and now all were deranged by Bessy's new fancy for knitting. But Mary did not see this in the plain clear light in which I have put it before you. She only was sorry that she could not make haste with her lessons, as she had promised Jenny, who was now upbraiding her with the non-fulfilment of her words. Jenny was still up when Tom and Jem came in. They spoke sharply to Bessy for not having their porridge ready, and while she was defending herself, Mary, even at the risk of imperfect lessons, began to prepare the supper for her brothers. She did it all so quietly that almost before they were aware it was ready for them, and Bessy, suddenly ashamed of herself and touched by Mary's quiet helpfulness, bent down and kissed her, as once more she settled to the never-ending difficulty of her lesson. Mary threw her arms around Bessy's neck and began to cry, for this little mark of affection went to her heart. She had been so longing for a word or a sign of love in her suffering. "Come, Molly," said Jem, "don't cry like a baby." But he spoke very kindly. "What's the matter? The old headache come back? Never mind. Go to bed and it will be better in the morning." "But I can't go to bed. I don't know my lesson." Mary looked happier, though the tears were in her eyes. "I know mine," said Bill triumphantly. "Come here," said Jem. "There, I've time enough to whittle away at this before mother comes back. Now let's see this difficult lesson." Jem's help soon enabled Mary to conquer her lesson, but meanwhile Jenny and Bill had taken to quarrelling in spite of Bessy's scolding, administered in small sharp doses, as she looked up from her all-absorbing knitting. "Well," said Tom, "with this right on one side, and this dull lesson on the other, and Bessy as cross as can be in the midst, I can understand what makes a man go out to spend his evenings from home." Bessy looked up, suddenly wakened up to a sense of the danger which her mother had dreaded. Bessy thought that it was very fortunate that it fell on a Saturday, of all days in the week, that Mrs. Scott wanted her, for Mary would be at home, who could attend to the household wants of everybody. And so she satisfied her conscience at leaving the post of duty that her mother had assigned to her, and that she had promised to fulfil. She was so eager about her own plans that she did not consider this. She did not consider at all, or else I think she would have seen many things to which she seemed to be blind now. When were Mary's lessons for Monday to be learnt? Bessy knew as well as we do that lesson learning was hard work to Mary. If Mary worked as hard as she could after morning school, she could hardly get the house cleaned up bright and comfortable before her brothers came home from the factory, which loosed early on the Saturday afternoon. And if pails of water, chairs heaped up one on the other, and tables put topsy-turvy on the dresser were the most prominent objects in the house-place, there would be no temptation for the lads to stay at home. Besides which, Mary, tired and weary, however gentle she might be, would not be able to give the life to the evening that Bessy, a clever, spirited girl near their own age, could easily do if she chose to be interested and sympathising in what they had to tell. But Bessy did not think of all this. What she did think about was the pleasant surprise she should give her mother by the warm and pretty covering for her feet, which she hoped to present her with on her return home, and if she had done the duties she was pledged to on her mother's departure first, if they had been compatible with her plan of being a whole day absent from home in order to earn the money for the wools, the project of the surprise would have been innocent and praiseworthy. Bessy prepared everything for dinner before she left home that Saturday morning. She made a potato pie, all ready for putting in the oven. She was very particular in telling Mary what was to be cleaned and how it was all to be cleaned, and then she kissed the children and ran off to Mrs. Scott's. Mary was rather afraid of the responsibility thrust upon her, but still she was pleased that Bessy could trust her to do so much. She took Jenny to the ever-useful neighbour, as she and Bill went to school, but she was rather frightened when Mrs. Jones began to grumble about these frequent visits of the child. "I was ready enough to take care of the wench when their mother was ill, and there was reason for that, and the child is a nice child enough when she's not cross, but still, there are some folks, it seems, who, if you give 'em an inch, will take an ell. Where's Bessy that she can't mind her own sister?" "Gone out charing," said Mary, clasping the little hand in hers tighter, for she was afraid of Mrs. Jones's anger. "I could go out charing every day in the week if I'd the face to trouble other folks with my children," said Mrs. Jones in a surly tone. "Shall I take her back, ma'am?" said Mary, timidly, though she knew this would involve her staying away from school and being blamed by the dear teacher. But Mrs. Jones growled worse than she bit, this time at least. "No," said she, "you may leave her with me. I suppose she's had a breakfast?" "Yes, and I'll fetch her away as soon as ever I can after 12. If Mary had been one to consider the hardships of her little lot, she might have felt this morning's occurrence as one. That she, who dreaded giving trouble to anybody, and was painfully averse from asking any little favour for herself, should be the very one on whom it fell to presume upon another person's kindness. But Mary never did think of any hardships. They seemed the natural events of life, and if it was fitting and proper that she, who managed things badly and was such a dunce, should be blamed. Still, she was rather flurried by Mrs. Jones's scolding, and almost wished that she had taken Jenny home again. Her lessons were not well said, owing to the distraction of her mind. When she went for Jenny, she found that Mrs. Jones, repenting of her sharp words, had given the little girl bread and treacle, and made her very comfortable. So much so that Jenny was not at all at once ready to leave her little playmates, and when once she had set out on the road, she was in no humour to make haste. Mary thought of the potato pie and her brothers, and could almost have cried, as Jenny, heedless of her sister's entreaties, would linger at the picture shops. "I shall be obliged to go and leave you, Jenny. I must get dinner ready." "I don't care," said Jenny. "I don't want any dinner, and I can come home quite well by myself." Mary half longed to give her a fright, it was so provoking, but she thought of her mother, who was so anxious always about Jenny, and she did not do it. She kept patiently trying to attract her onwards, and at last they were home. Mary stirred up the fire, which was to all appearance quite black. It blazed up, but the oven was cold. She put the pie in and blew the fire, but the paste was quite white and soft when her brothers came home, eager and hungry. "Oh, Mary, what a manager you are," said Tom. "Anyone else would have remembered and put the pie in time." Mary's eyes filled full of tears, but she did not try to justify herself. She went on blowing till Jem took the bellows, and kindly told her to take off her bonnet and lay the cloth. Jem was always kind. He gave Tom the best baked side of the pie, and quietly took the side himself where the paste was little better than dough, and the potatoes quite hard. And when he caught Mary's little anxious face watching him, as he had to leave part of his dinner untasted, he said, "Mary, I should like this pie warmed up for supper. There's nothing so good as potato pie made hot the second time." Tom went off saying, "Mary, I would not have you for a wife on any account. Why, my dinner would never be ready, and your sad face would take away my appetite if it were." But Jem kissed her and said, "Never mind, Mary, you and I will live together, old maid and old bachelor." So she could set to with spirit to her cleaning, thinking there was never such a good brother as Jem. And as she dwelt upon his perfections, she thought who it was who had given her such a good, kind brother, and felt her heart full of gratitude to him. She scoured and cleaned in right down earnest. Jenny helped her for some time, delighted to be allowed to touch and lift things, but then she grew tired, and Bill was out of doors, so Mary had to do all by herself, and grew very nervous and frightened, lest all should not be finished and tidy against Tom came home. And the more frightened she grew, the worse she got on. Her hands trembled and things slipped out of them, and she shook so she could not lift heavy pieces of furniture quickly and sharply, and in the middle the clock struck the hour for her brother's return, when all ought to have been tidy and ready for tea. She gave it up in despair and began to cry. "Oh, Bessy, Bessy, why did you go away? I've tried hard and I cannot do it," she said aloud, as if Bessy could hear. "Dear Mary, don't cry," said Jenny, suddenly coming away from her play. "I'll help you. I'm very strong. I can do anything. I can lift that pan off the fire." Pan was full of boiling water, ready for Mary. Jenny took hold of the handle and dragged it along the bar over the fire. Mary sprung forwards in terror to stop the little girl. She never knew how it was, but the next moment her arm and side were full of burning pain, which turned her sick and dizzy, and Jenny was crying passionately beside her. "Oh, Mary, 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 my hand is so scalded. What shall I do? I cannot bear it. It's all about my feet on the ground." She kept shaking her hand to cool it by the action of the air. Mary thought that she herself was dying, so acute and terrible was the pain. She could hardly keep from screaming out aloud, but she felt that if she once began she could not stop herself, so she sat still moaning, and the tears running down her face like rain. "Go, Jenny," said she, "and tell someone to come." I can't, my hand hurts so," said Jenny, but she flew wildly out of the house the next minute, crying out, "Mary's dead! Come, come, come!" For Mary could bear it no longer, but had fainted away, and looked indeed like one that was dead. Neighbours flocked in, and one ran for a doctor. In 5 minutes Tom and Jem came home. What a home it seems! People they hardly knew standing in the house-place, which looked as if it had never been cleaned. All was so wet and in such disorder, and dirty with the trampling of many feet. Jenny still crying passionately, but half comforted at being at present the only authority as to how the affair happened, and faint moans from the room upstairs, where some women were cutting the clothes off poor Mary, preparatory for the doctor's inspection. Jem said directly, "Someone go straight to Mrs. Scott's and fetch our Bessy. Her place is here with Mary." And then he civilly, but quietly, dismissed all the unnecessary useless people, feeling sure that in case of any illness, quiet was the best thing. Then he went upstairs. Mary's face was scarlet now with violent pain, but she smiled a little through her tears at seeing Jem. As for him, he cried outright. "I don't think it was anybody's fault, Jem," said she softly. "It was very heavy to lift." "Are you in great pain, dear?" asked Jem in a whisper. "I think I'm killed, Jem. I do think I am, and I did so want to see mother again." "Nonsense," said the woman who had been helping Mary, for as she said afterwards, whether Mary died or lived, crying was a bad thing for her, and she saw the girl was ready to cry when she thought of her mother, though she had borne up bravely all the time the clothes were cut off. Bessy's face, which had been red with hard running, faded to a dead white when she saw Mary. She looked so shocked and ill that Jem had not the heart to blame her, although the minute before she came in he had been feeling very angry with her. Bessy stood quite still at the foot of Mary's bed, never speaking a word, while the doctor examined her side and felt her pulse. Only great round tears gathered in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks as she saw Mary quiver with pain. Jem followed the doctor downstairs. Then Bessy went and knelt beside Mary and wiped away the tears that were trickling down the little face. "Is it very bad, Mary?" asked Bessy. "Oh, yes, yes. If I speak I shall scream." Then Bessy covered her head in the bedclothes and cried outright. "I was not cross, was I? I didn't mean to be, but I hardly know what I'm saying," moaned out little Mary. "Please forgive me, Bessy, if I was cross." "God forgive me," said Bessy very low. They were the first words she had spoken since she came home, but there could be no talking between the sisters, for now the woman returned who had at first been assisting Mary. Presently Jem came to the door and beckoned. Bessy rose up and went with him below. Jem looked very grave, yet not so sad as he had done before the doctor came. "He says she must go into the infirmary. He will see about getting her in." "Oh, Jem, I did so want to nurse her myself," said Bessy imploringly. "It was all my own fault," she choked with crying, "and I thought I might do that for her, to make up." "My dear Bessy," before he had seen Bessy he had thought he could never call her dear again, but now he began. "My dear Bessy, we both want Mary to get better, don't we? I'm sure we do. And we want to take the best way of making her so, whatever that is. Well then, I think we must not be considering what we should like best just for ourselves, but what people, who know as well as doctors do, say is the right way. I can't remember all that he said, but I'm clear that he told me all wounds on the skin required more and better air to healing than Mary could have here, and there the doctor will see her twice a day if need be. Bessy shook her head, but could not speak at first. At last she said, "Jem, I did so want to do something for her. No one could nurse her as I should." Jem was silent. At last he took Bessy's hand, for he wanted to say something to her that he was afraid might vex her, and yet that he thought he ought to say. "Bessy," said he, "when Mother went away, you planned to do all things right at home, and to make us all happy. I know you did. Now, may I tell you how I think you went wrong? Don't be angry, Bessy." "I think I shall never have spirit enough in me to be angry again," said Bessy, humbly and sadly. "So much the better, dear, but don't over fret about Mary. The doctor has good hopes of her, if he can get her into the infirmary. Now I'm going on to tell you how I think you got wrong after Mother left. You see, Bessy, you wanted to make us all happy your way, as you liked, just as you are wanting now to nurse Mary in your way, and as you like. Now, as far as I can make out, those folks who make home the happiest are people who try and find out how others think they could be happy, and then, if it's not wrong, help them on with their wishes as far as they can. You know, you wanted us all to listen to your book, and very kind it was in you to think of it. Only, you see, one wanted to whittle, and another wanted to do this or that, and then you were vexed with us all. I don't say but what I should have been, if I had been in your place, and planned such a deal for others. Only lookers-on always see a deal, and I saw that if you'd done what poor little Mary did next day, we should all have been far happier. She thought how she could forward us in our plans, instead of trying to force a plan of her own on us. She got me my right sort of wood for whittling, and arranged all nicely to get the little ones off to bed, so as to get the house quiet, if you wanted some reading, as she thought you did. And that's the way, I notice, some folks have of making a happy home. Others may mean just as well, but they don't hit the thing." "I dare say it's true," said Bessy, "but sometimes you all hang about as if you did not know what to do, and I thought reading travels would just please you all." Jem was touched by Bessy's humble way of speaking, so different from her usual cheerful, self-confident manner. He answered, "I know you did, dear, and many a time we should have been glad enough of it, when we had nothing to do, as you say." "I'd promised Mother to try and make you all happy, and this is the end of it," said Bessy, beginning to cry afresh. "But, Bessy, I think you were not thinking of your promise when you fixed to go out and char." "I thought of earning money." "Earning money would not make us happy. We have enough with care and management. If you were to have made us happy, you should have been at home with a bright face, ready to welcome us. Don't you think so, dear Bessy?" "I did not want the money for home. I wanted to make Mother a present of such a pretty thing." "Poor Mother! I'm afraid we must send for her home now, and she's only been 3 days at Southport." "Oh," said Bessy, startled by this notion of Jem's, don't send for Mother. The doctor did say so much about her going to Southport being the only thing for her, and I did so try to get her an order. It will kill her, Jem. Indeed it will. You don't know how weak and frightened she is. Oh, Jem, Jem!" Jem felt the truth of what his sister was saying. At last he resolved to leave the matter for the doctor to decide, as he had attended his mother, and now knew exactly how much danger there was about Mary. He proposed to Bessy that they should go and relieve the kind neighbour who had charge of Mary. "But you won't send for Mother," pleaded Bessy. "If it's the best thing for Mary, I'll wash up her things tonight, all ready for her to go into the infirmary. I won't think of myself, Jem." "Well, I must speak to the doctor," said Jem. "I must not try and fix anyway, just because we wish it, but because it is right." All night long Bessy washed and ironed, and yet was always ready to attend to Mary when Jem called her. She took Jenny's scalded hand in charge as well, and bathed it with the lotion the doctor sent, and all was done so meekly and patiently that even Tom was struck with it, and admired the change. The doctor came very early. He had prepared everything for Mary's admission into the infirmary, and Jem consulted him about sending for his mother home. Bessy sat trembling, awaiting his answer. "I'm very unwilling to sanction any concealment," And yet, as you say, your mother is in a very delicate state. It might do her serious harm if she had any shock. Well, suppose for this once I take it on myself. If Mary goes on as I hope, why, well, we'll see. Mind that your mother is told all when she comes home. And if our poor Mary grows worse, but I'm not afraid of that with infirmary care and nursing. But if she does, I'll write to your mother myself, and arrange with a kind friend I have at Southport all about sending her home. And now," said he, turning suddenly to Bessy, "tell me what were you doing from home when this happened? Did not your mother leave you in charge of all at home?" "Yes, sir," said Bessy, trembling. "But, sir, I thought I could earn money to make mother a present." "Thought! Fiddle-de-dee! I'll tell you what. Never you neglect the work clearly laid out for you by either God or man, to go making work for yourself according to your own fancies. God knows what you are most fit for. Do that, and then wait, if you don't see your next duty clearly. You will not long be idle in this world, if you are ready for a summons. Now let me see that you send Mary all clean and tidy to the infirmary." Jem was holding Bessy's hand. "She's washed everything and made it fit for a queen. Our Bessy worked all night long, and was content to let me be with Mary, where she wished so to be, because I could lift her better, being the stronger." "That's right. Even when you want to be of service to others, don't think how to please yourself." I have not much more to tell you about Bessy. This sad accident of Mary's did her a great deal of good, although it cost her so much sorrow at first. It taught her several lessons, which it is good for every woman to learn, whether she is called upon, as daughter, sister, wife, or mother, to contribute to the happiness of a home. And Mary herself was hardly more thoughtful and careful to make others happy in their own way, provided that way was innocent, than was Bessy hereafter. It was a struggle between her and Mary which could be the least selfish, and do the duties nearest to them with most faithfulness and zeal. The mother stayed at Southport her full time, and came home well and strong. Then Bessy put her arms round her mother's neck, and told her all, and far more severely against herself than either the doctor or Jem did, when they related the same story afterwards. End of Bessy's Troubles at Home by Elizabeth Gaskell.